Welcome, dear friends, to an enchanting evening where spring's gentle renewal invites us to savor peaceful stories together. I hope you've basked in the beauty of this lovely spring day. As the flames dance softly in our cozy fireplace setting, let us cast aside our worries and fully embrace this tranquil moment. Thank you for choosing to spend your evening here with us. Story 1. The Whispering Locket and the Guardian of Glimmerwood. Beneath a quilt of twinkling stars, where the scent of pine needles mingled with wood smoke from village chimneys, there lived a girl named Lila with eyes the color of storm-kissed violets. Each evening she'd press her nose to her attic window, watching the ancient forest beyond the meadow shiver in the moonlight. The grown-ups called it Glimmerwood, a place woven from old magic and older secrets, though none dared venture past its mossy threshold. But Lila's fingers itched to trace the spirals on the silver locket she'd found in her grandmother's trunk, a locket that hummed like a drowsy bumblebee when the moon rose high. One crisp autumn night, the locket sprang open of its own accord, revealing not a portrait, but a tiny map painted in bioluminescent sap. It glowed with landmarks Lila recognized, the crooked oak by the brook, the quartz-studded hillock, and beyond them, a grove marked by a tree larger than any she'd ever seen. As the locket's melody swelled, a sound like wind through willow reeds, Lila pulled on her patchwork cloak and slipped into the darkness. The forest greeted her with creaking branches and the skitter of paws on fallen leaves. But instead of fear, Lila felt the locket's warmth pulse against her chest, casting soft amber light that made the spiderwebs glitter like chandeliers. She'd barely reached the quartz hillock when a whimper froze her mid-step. There, tangled in thorny brambles, was a creature no taller than her knee, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, its tiny paws batting at the vines. Oh! Lila crouched, her breath forming little clouds. Don't fret, I'll... She hesitated, then unclasped the locket. To her astonishment, the thorns recoiled from its glow, shrinking into the earth. The hedgehog blinked up at her with eyes like molten gold before bowing deeply. "You've the Heartstone," it said in a voice like rustling parchment. Lila nearly toppled backward. You talk. All true creatures of Glimmerwood speak, though few humans listen." The hedgehog shook out its quills. "I am Bramble, keeper of forgotten paths, and you, child, carry the last Heartstone, key to waking the guardian tree before the Shadowroot consumes us all." Thus began a journey woven with midnight rivers that flowed uphill, mushrooms that chimed when brushed, and trees whose bark shifted to reveal kindly faces. Bramble explained that the guardian tree, ancient as the mountains, had fallen into a slumber so deep that shadows crept into its roots, poisoning the forest. Only a pure-hearted mortal bearing the Heartstone could rekindle its spirit. But Glimmerwood was no gentle dream. In the hollows of mirth, they encountered will-o'-the-wisps that spun illusions of cozy hearths to lure wanderers into bogs. Lila's locket grew cold each time, a warning that made her clutch Bramble's paw and sing nursery rhymes to stay grounded. In the Valley of Whispers, jealous sprites hurled acorns at them until Lila offered honey cakes from her pocket, disarming their spite with kindness. The true test came at the moonlit ravine, where the only bridge was a thread of starlight strung between cliffs. Bramble tucked himself into Lila's hood as she inched forward, the void yawning below. Halfway across, shadowy tendrils erupted from the abyss, the claws of the Shadowroot itself. "It knows we near the Guardian," Bramble cried. Lila's knees trembled, but the locket blazed like a captured sunrise. "You don't belong here," she shouted, more to herself than the darkness. With each step she whispered memories of light, her mother's laughter, the first crocus of spring, the way dawn painted the meadow in apricot hues. The tendrils recoiled, repelled by the brightness within her. When they reached the grove, Lila's breath caught. The guardian tree towered above, its bark etched with constellations, but its leaves hung limp and gray. At its base gaped a hollow filled with inky darkness. Bramble's quills quivered. The Heartstone must touch the tree's core, but the Shadowroot will resist. Steeling herself, Lila approached. The hollow hissed, spewing tendrils that wrapped around her ankles. Ice seeped into her veins, whispering lies. You're too small. Too weak. The darkness is stronger. But then she felt Bramble's paws patting her wrist and heard the forest's chorus. The owl's lullabies, the badger's drumming paws, the breeze combing through ferns, all depending on her. No, she said firmly. You're just lonely. To Bramble's astonishment, Lila knelt and extended the locket not toward the tree, but toward the shadows. You could have light too if you'd stop fighting it. For a heartbeat, nothing changed. Then with a sound like 1,000 sighs, the shadows dissolved into swarms of fireflies, their gentle glow merging with the locket's radiance. As the light touched the guardian tree, its branches shuddered, bursting into leaves of living emerald. The grove erupted in bloom, flowers unfurling in kaleidoscopic patterns, roots rising to cradle Lila like a cherished child. Well played, little mortal, rumbled the tree, its voice the crackle of a warming fire. You reminded an old fool that darkness cannot be vanquished, only transformed by compassion. The journey back was a procession of joy. Deer offered rides through bluebell fields, otters guided them down sparkling streams, and the will-o'-the-wisps now lit their path like benevolent lanterns. When Lila returned home, dawn was breaking. The locket had closed, its map replaced by a new image, a hedgehog and girl beneath the guardian tree. Years later, villagers still speak of the girl who talks to animals and disappears into Glimmerwood each full moon. They don't see Bramble passing her acorn-capped cups of dandelion tea, or the guardian tree lowering its branches so she can swing above the canopy. But on quiet nights, if you press your ear to the forest's edge, you might hear it, the echo of laughter, the locket's lullaby, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering, all is well. The end. Story 2. The Whispering Lanterns of Bramblewood. In the velvet-hued valley of Misty Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and the rivers sang lullabies over smooth stones, there stood a village woven from cobblestone and twilight. The people of Bramblewood knew the language of fireflies, drank tea steeped in starlight, and hung lanterns shaped like crescent moons above their doors. But one autumn evening, as the first frost painted the pumpkin patches silver, a curious thing happened. The lanterns began to whisper. It started with young Finn, a boy with a mop of chestnut hair and a pocket perpetually full of acorn caps. While sweeping the inn's porch, he heard his family's lantern murmur, "Beware the shadow that drinks the light by dawn." Every lantern in the village had dimmed, their golden glow reduced to faint flickers. Then the disappearances began, a copper kettle from the baker's hearth, a bundle of sage from the herbalist's table, and worst of all, the polished silver bell that summoned the town meetings. The villagers gathered in the square, breath visible in the cold air, their faces lit by the frail light of the ailing lanterns. "It's the Glimmer folk," whispered old Granny Hestia, her shawl knitted from storm-cloud wool. "They're drawn to shiny things, but they've never taken so much before." 12-year-old Lila, whose boots were always muddy from chasing frogs and whose braids smelled of pine resin, stepped forward. "Maybe they're not stealing," she said, squinting at the faint paw prints glimmering like crushed pearls near the well. "Maybe they are asking." The next morning, Lila packed a satchel with honey cakes, a feather quill, and a jar of firefly light, just in case, and followed the pearlescent tracks into the whispering woods. The trees leaned close, their amber leaves brushing her shoulders, until she reached a clearing where a fox with fur like autumn smoke sat waiting. "You're quieter than most humans," the fox remarked, tail twitching. "But your boots squeak." Lila froze. You talk." "And you listen," the fox said, nodding toward her satchel. The Glimmerfolk took your trinkets because they are frightened. Their caverns beneath the roots have gone dark, and without light, their magic fades. He pawed at the earth, revealing a tunnel entrance no wider than a teacup. But you'll need something smaller than those clompy boots to help them. With a huff, the fox blew a spiral of silvery breath over Lila. She shrank, suddenly eye-level with dandelion clocks, her clothes stitched now from lily petals and spider silk. The tunnel led her into an underground grotto where bioluminescent mushrooms pulsed like heartbeat stars, and tiny mice with opalescent fur scurried past, carrying thimble-sized buckets. In the cavern's heart sat the missing items, arranged in a circle around a dying crystal spire. A mouse in a cloak of cobweb lay stood atop the bell, ringing it desperately. Clang, clink, clang, the sound sent cracks splintering through the crystal. "Stop," Lila cried. "You're breaking it." The mouse turned, whiskers drooping. "We're trying to wake the light spire. It slept for 100 years, and without its glow, our gardens wither, and our children forget how to dance." She gestured to the stolen objects. "We hoped these might stir it, metal for singing, herbs for scent, light for well light, but nothing works." Lila studied the spire. Its surface was etched with symbols resembling musical notes. She touched the firefly jar in her pocket, then gasped. "The lanterns, in our village," they whispered a warning. What if they weren't talking to us? What if they were singing to the spire? Back in Bramblewood, Lila convinced the villagers to bring their lanterns to the clearing. As twilight deepened, the fox nosed the tunnel entrance wider, and the Glimmerfolk mice hauled the light spire to the surface. The townspeople hung their lanterns in the trees, and at Lila's signal, they began to hum the lullaby the rivers sang. The lanterns brightened, their whispers swelling into a chorus. "Awaken, old friend, your time is now. Weave your beams through root and bough." The spire shuddered. Cracks sealed like closing eyes, and a beam of liquid sunlight burst from its tip, arcing over the woods and village in a bridge of gold. The mice cheered, tossing glittering dust into the air that settled as dawn-colored dewdrops. In the days that followed, Bramblewood's lanterns burned brighter than ever. The Glimmerfolk returned every missing item, except the bell, which they politely requested to borrow on weekends for particularly festive dances. Lila often sat by the spire, now planted in the village square, sharing honey cakes with the fox and a mouse named Pippin who'd taken a liking to her bootlaces. And when the first snow fell, muffling the world in stillness, the lanterns sang again, not in warnings but in gratitude, their light weaving through the frost like a promise. No shadow lasts forever where stories and kindness glow. As the hearth fires dwindled to embers and children drifted to sleep, the spire's gentle hum mingled with the wind, a lullaby of light that lingered in dreams long after the tale was told. Story 3. The Candlewick Chronicles, a tale of steaming visions. In the drowsy village of Hearthwick, where chimney smoke curled into riddles and old boots collected stories in their wrinkles, there lived a quiet boy named Milo, whose greatest talent was listening. His cobblestone cottage crouched at the edge of the Whispering Woods, its attic brimming with generations of forgotten things, lace doilies that remembered every tea party, spectacles that still held fragments of long-ago sermons, and a single moth-eaten glove that occasionally hummed lullabies in the dark. One drizzly afternoon, while Milo hunted for missing chess pieces beneath the attic's slanted eaves, his fingers brushed against a teacup warmer than summer pavement. It was unremarkable to look at, pale blue with a chipped handle, its surface etched with faded spirals. But when Milo exhaled in surprise, the cup's hollow filled with mist that shimmered like liquid starlight. Tentatively, he poured his water flask into it, and the steam coalesced into a miniature storm cloud, raining tiny maple seeds over the image of a silver-haired woman tending sunflowers. Granny Lila's cup. Milo whispered, recognizing the woman from faded photographs. His pulse quickened as the vision shifted, Now the cup sat on a windowsill overlooking the whispering woods, moonlight revealing a path of glowing stones deep within the forest. The steam swirled into three symbols, a badger's paw print, a crescent moon wearing a scarf, and a crying willow, before evaporating. That night, Milo tucked the cup into his patchwork satchel and followed the moon's milky trail into the woods. Ancient oaks leaned close, their leaves rustling in a language just beyond understanding, until a voice like rustling parchment called out, "Bit late for tea, isn't it?" Perched on a toadstool was a spectacled badger, knitting a scarf that changed colors mid-stitch. "Ah, you've brought the Vaporia chalice, clever lad. You know about the cup." "Know about it, I helped brew the enchantment." The badger, who introduced herself as Mistress Thimblewick, adjusted her tiny spectacles. "Lila and I poured starlight and sonnets into that clay centuries ago, but the magic's grown threadbare. See how the steam frays at the edges." She pointed to where the cup's mist indeed flickered weakly. "To mend it you'll need three things: tears of understanding, a thread of courage, and—" She squinted at Milo. "Well, the third ingredient's a surprise. Best consult the willow sorrow." Milo's journey led him deeper into the woods, guided by a timid firefly named Phosphora, whose light dimmed whenever she apologized, which was often. They navigated gullies where brooks sang upside-down lullabies, and clearings where mushrooms pulsed in time with distant heartbeats. At dawn, they reached a glade where a willow's branches hung heavy with icicles despite the warm air. Its trunk bore a face carved by rainfall and regret. "She weeps because she's forgotten her own name," Phosphora murmured as frozen tears clinked against roots. "The frost-shiver blight did this, cold that comes from sorrow, not winter." Milo warmed the cup in his hands, and as steam rose, it showed the willow as a sapling, a girl with bark-brown hair placing a locket among its roots. Her name was Hazel, he realized aloud. The icicles trembled. "She planted you to remember her sister, your Aveline." Wood creaked as the willow's branches lifted, icicles melting into a shower of liquid diamonds that filled the cup. The steam now billowed strong and bright, weaving images of Hazel laughing, of Aveline's roots cradling lost hedgehogs, of generations of children hanging wishes on her boughs. "One ingredient remains," Mistress Thimblewick announced, appearing suddenly with her needles clicking. "But it's not in the woods, it's in your satchel." Puzzled, Milo pulled out a walnut shell he'd absent-mindedly pocketed days prior. Inside rested a crumbled note, for Milo's 10th birthday, a compass that points to wonder. Granny Lila's handwriting. "Oh," Phosphora gasped. "The thread of courage was your journey, the tears were Aveline's memories, and the surprise." Mistress Thimblewick smiled. "Is that the cup was never broken. It simply needed someone to see properly." She patted Milo's hand. "Magic's a mirror, lad. It shows its truest face to those who listen with their hearts." As Milo returned home, the repaired cup nestled against his chest, he understood the final lesson. The steaming visions hadn't guided him to magic, they'd guided him to notice. To notice Aveline's hidden name, Phosphora's unspoken bravery, the love stitched into Granny Lila's long-ago gift. That night, sipping chamomile from the cup, the steam showed no grand visions, just his own reflection, and the quiet understanding that the greatest wonders are often whispered, not roared. Years later, villagers would speak of the boy who conversed with badgers and thawed sorrowful trees. But Milo, now keeper of the Vaporia chalice, simply smiled and stirred his tea, knowing the real magic lived in the spaces between, in steam that carried empathy, in stories that healed unseen cracks, and in a world forever ripe for gentle noticing. Story 4. The Whispering Glade. Beneath a crescent moon's silver smile, where autumn leaves pirouetted to earth in cinnamon spirals, there stood a boy named Milo with a pocketful of curiosity and shoes perpetually scuffed from wandering. His village nestled in the crook of a valley older than memory, surrounded by forests that murmured secrets when the wind grew tired of carrying them. But it was the western woods, thick with pines that hummed in the twilight, that called to him most. Villagers spoke of strange lights there, will-o'-the-wisps that led nowhere, but Milo's grandmother had once whispered, "Magic isn't found by those who chase it. It settles like dust on those who listen." One frost-kissed morning, with the air crisp as a bitten apple, Milo followed a brook's crooked song deep into the woods. His fingers brushed bark furrowed like aged hands, and his breath unfurled in plumes that seemed to shape the word closer. Then he saw it, a maple tree wider than a cottage door, its roots cradling a hollow veiled by ivy. Through the leaves glimmered a light softer than fireflies, warmer than starlight. "Well," Milo said to the silence, "listening got me this far." He stepped inside. The world unfolded. Sunlight dappled a glade where flowers bloomed in constellations, petals of amethyst and topaz, stems glowing like bottled dawn. A stream curved through the meadow, its water singing in a language of ripples and pebbles. But at the glade's heart stood a tree unlike any other. Its trunk shimmered as if dusted with crushed pearls, and its branches cradled a single fruit, a translucent orb pulsing with inner light. The lumina breathed a voice like rustling parchment. Milo turned. Perched on a root was a fox with fur the color of smoldering embers, her eyes twin pools of liquid amber. She tilted her head, and Milo noticed the scar across her left ear, a jagged line pale as chalk. "You're not afraid," the fox observed. "Should I be? Most humans stumble here by accident. You saw it." She hopped down, tail brushing dewdrops from ferns. "I'm Ember, keeper of the Glimmerwood." "Milo, I'm just me." Ember's laugh was a crackle of autumn leaves. "Just is a word for those who haven't found their why come. The lumina's been dimming." She led him to the tree. Up close the fruit's glow flickered weakly, its light snagged like thread on thorns. "It's dying," Ember said. "The lumina binds our world. Without it, the Glimmerwood fades." She nudged a fallen petal with her nose. It dissolved into mist. "The old tales say only a heart unclouded by greed can revive it. But I've tried everything. Moonwater, stardust, songs older than these hills." Milo studied the orb. Deep within its core, shadows coiled like smoke. What happens if it goes out? Ember's tail drooped. The glade vanishes. The magic unravels. A breeze swept through, carrying the scent of rain and distant thunderstorms. Milo reached toward the lumina, not to take, but to steady it. As his fingers neared, the shadows recoiled, and for a heartbeat, the light flared gold. Ember gasped. "Your hand." Where the lumina's glow had touched Milo's skin, faint markings shimmered, vines and crescent moons etched in light. "The tree chooses its guardians," Ember murmured. "It's been centuries since." She shook herself. "We need the kindlers, 3 beings who will lend their light to the lumina, but they're scattered, and time slips through our paws like sand." Milo flexed his hand, the markings faded. "Where do we start?" Their first journey was downward. Ember guided Milo to a cavern hidden behind a waterfall's silver curtain. The air smelled of wet stone and secrets. Bioluminescent moss painted the walls in swirls of blue and green, and their footsteps echoed like the drumbeat of some slumbering earth giant. "The stone heart," Ember explained. "She remembers when mountains were pebbles. If anyone knows the kindlers, it's her." Deep in the cavern's belly they found her, a creature of living rock, her body studded with crystals that winked in the gloom. Her voice rumbled up from the depths, "Seekers, you tread where roots drink deep." Milo bowed, heart drumming. "We need to save the lumina. Please, can you help?" The Stoneheart's gaze, two geodes glittering with amethyst, studied him. Child of mud and moonlight, you carry the tree's mark very well. Her stony fingers unfurled, revealing 3 petals preserved in amber, one featherlight, one veined with gold, one black as a moonless night. The kindlers, Alouette who rides the wind, Hestia who tends the hearth, Nyx who walks the shadows, find them. But know this, her voice deepened, light cannot exist without dark to give it shape. As they turned to leave, she added, Fox, your scar, did you ever learn its meaning? Ember froze. A hunter's arrow, long ago. The Stoneheart hummed, a sound like grinding tectonic plates. Some wounds are compasses. The forest canopy became their road. Alouette, they learned, was no ordinary bird. Her nest sat woven among thunderclouds, accessible only by riding up drafts that tasted of lightning. Milo clung to Ember's back as she leapt from mist platforms materializing just beneath her paws. You've done this before. Milo shouted over the wind. Once, with my grandmother. Ember banked sharply, avoiding a collision with a startled flock of cloud sparrows. Hold on, the real climb's ahead. They burst through a cumulus to find Alouette preening iridescent feathers, her eyes sharp as talons. Intruders, she trilled. You smell of desperation and damp fur. Ember's ears flattened. We need your light for the lumina. And why would I part with my brilliance? Alouette's wings fanned haughtily. The sky's my domain. Earthbound trifles don't concern me. Milo stepped forward, the wind plucking at his coat. But if the lumina dies, the Glimmerwood falls. Where will storms go to rest? Where will rainbows root? Alouette stilled. For a moment, the only sound was the sigh of winds weaving through her plumage. Impudent sapling, she muttered. But her beak gentled as she plucked a feather, a quill shimmering with captured daylight. Take it, and tell the Stoneheart her debt is repaid. Hestia dwelled in a cottage that existed only at crossroads. They found it at midnight, its thatched roof smoking with chimney sparks, the scent of gingerbread curling from its windows. A witch, Milo whispered. A baker, Ember corrected. The first. Inside, warmth pressed against them like a hug. Hestia, a woman with dough-dusted hands and hair braided with cinnamon sticks, stood kneading bread that glowed like embers. Visitors. She beamed, offering them rolls that tasted of childhood summers. You've come for the spark, yes. Ember blinked. How did you? Ovens know things. Hestia opened her hearth. Within the flames danced miniature suns. The lumina's light is cold, needs warmth, but her smile faded. Fire untended becomes ash, who will tend it? Milo touched his chest. I will, I promise. Hestia studied him, then nodded. She scooped a handful of fire. It curled in her palm like a kitten, and sealed it in a lantern of honey-colored glass. Feed it kindness, she warned. Neglect makes flames hungry. Nyx was hardest to find. They tracked her to a grove where shadows pooled thick as ink. No moon pierced the canopy here, even Ember's fur dimmed to ash gray. She's the dark to Alouette's light, Ember whispered. Be careful, not all shadows are gentle. Nyx emerged as smoke given form, a woman with hair like spilled midnight, her gown stitched from the spaces between stars. Foolish creatures, she sighed. You bring flame and daylight into my realm. Milo lifted Hestia's lantern. We need your shadow to balance them. Without darkness, light blinds. Nyx's lips curved, but her eyes remained sorrowful. Clever sapling. But my gift comes with a price. Her finger, cold as winter's first frost, brushed his cheek. One secret, the one you've buried deepest. Milo's breath hitched. He glanced at Ember, who frowned. "Don't," she growled. But Milo whispered, "I'm afraid. What if I'm not brave enough? What if I fail?" The words hung, fragile as cobwebs. Nyx tilted her head. Ah, the fear that gnaws all true hearts. She plucked a thread from her sleeve, a ribbon of living shadow, and let it coil around the lantern. "Remember, child, courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the choice to act despite it." The lumina hung dimmer when they returned, its light guttering. Around the glade, flowers wilted at the edges. "Now what?" Milo asked. "Ember knows the three gifts: feather, flame, shadow. We weave them together. But how?" The feather repelled the flame, the shadow quenched them both. Milo's marked hand trembled. "Think." The Stoneheart said light needs dark. "Wait." He placed his palm against the lumina. "Maybe it's not about combining them. Maybe it's about balance." Gently he arranged the feather above the orb air, the lantern beside it fire, the shadow beneath earth and night. The lumina's pulse quickened. Colors bled into its light, dawn pink, sunset orange, the rich purple of twilight. Ember exhaled. "It's working." A crack split the air. The lumina's surface fissured, shadows spewing forth like smoke. "No." Ember lunged, but the darkness threw her back. "Milo." He didn't hesitate. Pressing both hands to the fracturing orb, Milo poured every memory of light he possessed. His mother's lullabies, Ember's laugh, Hestja's hearth, even the cold beauty of Nyx's realm. The markings on his hand blazed. "Take my light too," he whispered. The explosion was silent. When Milo opened his eyes, the glade was whole. The lumina shone with a steady golden radiance, its core swirling with feather, flame, and shadow in harmonious orbit. Flowers swayed in a breeze smelling of fresh-baked bread and petrichor. Ember nudged him. "You did it." But Milo stared at his hands. The markings were gone. I don't understand." A new voice spoke, a rustle of leaves, a creak of ancient boughs. The tree itself bent, depositing a single acorn in Milo's palm. Within its shell pulsed a familiar light. "A piece of the lumina," Ember breathed. "For the Guardian who gave his light to save others." Milo closed his fingers around it. Warmth seeped into his bones, not the blaze of a bonfire, but the enduring glow of a hearth. "It's time," Ember said softly. The maple's hollow beckoned, village sounds trickling through. "Will I forget?" Milo asked, throat tight. Ember pressed her forehead to his. "Some truths are too precious to stay memories. They become here." She tapped his chest. "And here." His hand. Milo stepped into his world as dawn pinked the sky. In his pocket, the acorn hummed. When he glanced back, the maple stood ordinary once more, but perhaps its leaves shimmered extra bright. That night, as fireflies blinked outside his window, Milo planted the acorn. By morning, a sapling had sprung up, its trunk already bearing the faintest pearl dust sheen. And if villagers sometimes spoke of a red fox seen near the western woods, or a boy whose shadow held a flicker of gold, well, that's just the sort of story that keeps magic alive. As for the Glimmerwood, it thrives. But that's a tale for another twilight. Story 5. The air on the little moon of Immer 7 tasted like static and starlight, carrying whispers of ozone that made Juniper's frizzy hair crackle beneath her repair helmet. The young botanist knelt in the indigo grass, her gloved hands trembling as she tried to reconnect the fractured fuel line of her crashed survey pod. Somewhere beyond the ring of bioluminescent ferns surrounding her, a low harmonic hum vibrated through the ground. It wasn't until the third tremor that she noticed the shadows moving wrong. Juniper froze as the cluster of crystalline shapes emerged from the shimmering undergrowth. At first glance, they resembled quartz formations, hexagonal pillars of amber and rose quartz stacked haphazardly. But then the largest structure rotated, revealing faceted eyes glowing soft gold, and Juniper's breath caught. The being stood nearly 8 feet tall, its geometric body refracting moonlight into prism patterns across the clearing. "Please," Juniper whispered, slowly raising empty hands. "I don't want trouble." The crystal creature tilted, segments clicking like wind chimes. A beam of saffron light erupted from its core, painting symbols across Juniper's chest. When she didn't react, it pulsed violet. "Wait, I think." Juniper fumbled for her damaged translator tablet. "You're using photonic language." A new pattern staccato azure dots. The being extended a jagged limb, and with a crystalline fingernail drew a perfect circle in the soil. It pointed at Juniper, then the circle. "Oh, you want me to stay here?" The creature flared crimson. "Or, that's dangerous." Juniper glanced at the smoking wreckage of her pod. "Look, I just need to fix my..." An ear-splitting shriek cut through the air. The crystal being lunged forward as the ground beneath Juniper's boots began bubbling like molten glass. She barely registered the cold grip of geometric arms yanking her backward before the entire crash site collapsed into a steaming sinkhole. Panting in the violet grass several yards away, Juniper stared at the creature now emitting a worried periwinkle glow. "You saved me." It touched 2 fingertips to where a human heart would be, then to Juniper's chest. The light between them softened to lavender. "I'm Juniper," she said, placing a hand over her own thundering heartbeat. The creature tilted its head, facets rippling with curiosity. After a moment it tapped its chest plate, producing a clear musical tone like a struck wine glass. "Till..." Juniper tried to mimic the sound. The being chimed twice deeper, then higher. "Till na." A shower of delighted amber sparkles. Thus began the most peculiar friendship in Sector M22. Over the next 3 days, Juniper learned Till Na's people communicated through light sequences and resonant vibrations. The crystalline beings mined the moon's subterranean energy veins, which explained their distress at her crashed pod disrupting fragile crust layers. In turn, Till Na became fascinated with Juniper's plant samples, particularly her struggling sprouts of earth forget-me-nots. "You see these?" Juniper showed her tiny hydroponic tray during their 4th shared sunset. The moon's twin asteroids hung low, casting double shadows. They need nitrogen-rich soil, or whatever passes for soil here. Till Na hummed a questioning tone, extending a finger. Where it touched the seedlings, faint energy patterns danced through their leaves. "Careful, they're fragile." Juniper's protest died as the forget-me-nots perked up visibly. "Wait, are you feeding them?" A proud magenta pulse. Till Na gestured toward the glowing ferns, then mimed cracking open a rock with precise vibrations. "You share energy with plants." Juniper's eyes widened. "Could you show me?" Their first true collaboration began that night. While Juniper prepared soil samples, Till Na demonstrated how to coax nutrients from Immer 7's peculiar geology. The crystal being's vibrations revealed subterranean reservoirs of compatible minerals, which Juniper then learned to extract using her repurposed botany tools. But misunderstandings still bloomed like supernova flowers. When Juniper offered a hydration tablet from her survival kit, Till Na recoiled as if struck, facets dimming to stormy gray. "No, wait, it's just water." Only later, observing Tilna absorbing moonlight through their crystalline skin, did Juniper realize liquid water might be acidic to their silicate biology. She apologized by arranging luminescent moss into light-frequency patterns, a painstaking process that took all night but made Tilna chime with laughter like wind through crystal groves. The crisis came during week 2. Juniper's makeshift communicator picked up a distress signal her rescue ship would arrive in 3 days. But when she tried to explain this to Tilna through flickering flashlight codes, the crystal being began emitting distressed ultraviolet flashes. "No, you don't understand. My people are coming. I have to." Juniper's voice broke as Tilna drew that same warning circle around her campsite, pulsing danger red. "I can't stay here forever." That night they huddled on opposite sides of the glowing fern circle. Juniper nursed a cup of recycled tea, watching Tilna's usual sunset meditations. Except instead of the normal peaceful indigo ripples, the crystal being's core light flickered erratically. "Are you crying?" Juniper whispered. A shattered glass chime answered. Slowly, Juniper approached. She pressed her palm against Tilna's cool, crystalline shoulder. "I don't want to leave you either, but my home." Tilna trembled, then projected a holographic map from their core shimmering lines, showing energy ley networks across the moon. Juniper gasped as she recognized the pattern. "These mineral veins, they are interconnected, like a nervous system." Her botanical training clicked into place. "If my ship takes off from here, the exhaust plasma could." The image zoomed in. Juniper's proposed launch site sat directly above a pulsing nexus point. "Destroy the entire ecosystem." She sank to her knees. "All your people's work, the plants we've been nurturing." Tilna chimed softly, projecting a new image, an alternate launch site 3 valleys away, through treacherous terrain neither could reach alone. Juniper stared at the holograph. "We'd have to move my entire pod, without proper equipment." A determined C-sharp chord rang out. Tilna pointed at their combined tool pile crystalline resonance amplifiers beside human hydraulic jacks. Dawn found them engineering the most improbable transport system in galactic history. Tilna used precise vibrations to levitate boulders, creating a smooth path, while Juniper jury-rigged her pod's remains into a sled. When sheer cliffs blocked their way, they combined harmonic frequencies with graphene cables to create singing bridges. Through meteor showers and electromagnetic storms, through moments when Juniper's oxygen recycler failed and Tilna synthesized air through mineral catalysis, through the time Tilna cracked a facet and Juniper repaired it with emergency sealant, they learned to move as one organism. On the final morning, beneath skies rippling with auroras, they stood at the new launch site. Juniper's comms beeped urgently. "I have to go," she said, eyes burning. Tilna projected the holographic map again, zooming out to show star systems. With slow, deliberate pulses, they added a new connection between Earth's symbol and Ymir 7's. "Friendship," Juniper translated wetly. You want to keep talking." A warm chord resonated through the ground. From Tilna's open hands grew something miraculous, a hybrid flower with crystalline petals cradling earth forget-me-nots, roots crackling with shared energy. The rescue ship's arrival was a blur of noise and light. But as Juniper's pod ascended, she pressed against the viewport. Far below, a tiny prismatic figure stood singing into the sky, their duet with the engines creating rainbow patterns across the clouds. Now every full moon, astronomers on Ymir 7 and Earth exchanged strange signals, botanic data encoded in crystal harmonics, star charts written in flower DNA. And in a certain corner of Juniper's greenhouse, there grows a plant that chimes softly when watered, its petals catching the light just so. Story 6. In the velvet-hued twilight between the mountains, where the last amber rays of sunlight danced upon the whispering brook, there stood the village of Bramble Hollow. Its cottages nestled like contented cats against the hillside, chimneys puffing curls of wood smoke that twined with the first evening stars. It was here, beneath the sagging eaves of the old clock tower, that young Finn first noticed the peculiar happenings, though in truth, the mystery had begun weeks earlier, whispering through the valley like a half-remembered song. The fireflies were vanishing. Not all at once, mind you, but in curious clusters. Each dusk, the meadow behind Granny Hescha's herbarium would sparkle with 100 golden lights, until precisely 8 chimes of the grandfather clock in the square, when entire constellations would wink out as if snuffed by invisible fingers. The remaining fireflies hummed a mournful tune, their glow dimmed to the color of forgotten lemons. Milk curdled moments after pouring. Shadows pooled thicker than blackberry jam in the corners of rooms, and every third loaf from the baker's oven emerged filled with perfect rings of blueberries, though none had been added to the dough. Finn traced his finger along the frost fern patterns, blooming inexplicably on the tavern window pane. His breath made cloudy shapes in air that tasted of snowmint and unresolved questions. "It's like the valley's holding its breath," he murmured to his shadow, which promptly rippled in agreement, an occurrence that might have startled another child. But Finn had long since made peace with the peculiarities of Bramble Hollow. The solution arrived on the 4th Wednesday of the Firefly Fade, as the villagers had taken to calling it, in the form of a traveling star reader named Oriole. She came cloaked in dusk-purple velvet that shimmered like a dragonfly's wing, her hair a storm cloud pinned with silver maple keys. At her heels trotted a hedgehog wearing tiny spectacles and carrying a satchel made from a repurposed teapot cozy. "Your valley's heart song skips a beat," Oriole announced by way of greeting, crouching to examine a peculiar circle of mushrooms that had sprouted overnight in the schoolyard. The hedgehog sneezed delicately, producing a small shower of lavender sparks. The natural order's been nudged askew not by malice, but by consequence. Something old has awakened. Finn felt the words settle between his shoulder blades like snowflakes. In the cinderwood, he ventured, recalling his father's tales of the ancient forest where trees grew roots like iron and foxes wore crowns of frost. Oriole's eyes glimmered like wells reflecting starlight. "Clever sapling, but we'll need more than guesses." From her sleeve she produced a vial of what appeared to be liquid shadow. "Moondew collected during the crow's hour. Let's see what memories the earth cares to share." The investigation that followed would later be recounted in Bramble Hollow's ledger of notable events, kept in Mrs. Bracken's biscuit tin beneath 3 layers of wax paper. Finn and Oriole discovered that 1. The frost patterns always formed the same sequence, 7 spirals, 1 crescent, 4 interlocked rings. 2. The mystery blueberries tasted faintly of starlight and longing. 3. Every vanished firefly left behind a single scale that chimed like a tiny bell when dropped. 4. The hedgehog named Thistle could read backwards writing and had strong opinions about chamomile tea. The breakthrough came during the Festival of Floating Lights, when the villagers sent paper lanterns adrift on the brook to honor their ancestors. As Finn helped old Mr. Tunney fold a crimson lantern, he noticed the man's hands trembling. "It started with the mushrooms, didn't it?" the old gardener whispered. "Same as when I was knee-high to a tadpole, the year the willow women walked." Oriole's head snapped up, maple keys chiming in her hair. "Willow women. Old tales say they sleep in the forest's marrow, mister," Tunney said, smoothing rice paper over bamboo ribs. "Wake when the balance tips. Drawn to sorrow they are. Shape themselves from tears and tree sap." Thistle the hedgehog made a urgent squeaking noise and began drawing in the dust with a claw. The shape emerged as a willow tree, with roots that mirrored its branches, and nestled in the center something round and gleaming. the frost patterns. Finn breathed. They weren't random, they were roots and branches. The crescent was the moon, the rings. Portals, Oriel finished, her cloak rippling though there was no breeze. The willow women aren't waking, they are weeping, and their tears are unraveling the seams between worlds. The journey into Cinderwood unfolded like a charcoal drawing coming to life. Silver birches bowed as they passed, their leaves tinkling like wind chimes. Pale moths carried pockets of moonlight in their wings. Deep in the heartwood, they found the source, a great willow split down the middle, its hollow trunk cradling a pool of liquid shadow. Floating in the Inkai waters were all the vanished fireflies, their light now cold and blue. Ah, Oriel sighed, understanding dawning like sunrise. They've been using the fireflies as lanterns to search for something lost. From the shadows emerged figures woven from willow withes and starlight, their faces smooth as river stones, hair cascading in vines of weeping silver. The tallest inclined her head, and the world seemed to hold its breath. They're guardians, Finn realized aloud, watching the willow women dip long fingers into the pool. But guardians of what? Thistle sneezed again this time, producing a perfect dandelion puff, and scampered up Oriel's cloak to whisper in her ear. The Star Reader's smile bloomed slow and sure. Of course, the first seed. As the story unraveled with occasional hedgehog commentary, the pieces clicked into place like puzzle stones. Long before Bramble Hollow existed, the willow women had been entrusted with a seed from the world tree. But generations past, a well-meaning traveler had accidentally taken it, believing it a mere acorn. The willow women's centuries-long search had inadvertently caused the magical disruptions, their sorrow seeping into the land, their dimensional rifts explaining the strange occurrences. Finn felt the answer click into place like a key turning. The blueberries, they're trying to grow a new seed from memory. Oriel nodded. But living things can't be replicated from echoes, they need the real thing, Finn finished. His hand went to the acorn necklace he'd worn since childhood, found nestled in his cradle. With sudden certainty, he understood why shadows sometimes bowed to him, why dandelions bloomed in his footsteps during melancholy moods. The exchange happened in a language older than words. Finn's acorn placed in the willow women's branch-like hands. Their tears of liquid shadow transforming into crystalline seeds that soared upward, planting themselves among the stars. The captive fireflies rose in a joyous spiral, their light restored to warm gold, each carrying a seed pod to plant in the borders between worlds. As Bramble Hollow slept beneath a quilt of starlight, the magic settled back into its proper channels. Milk stayed sweet in its pitchers. Shadows contented themselves with sensible shapes. And in the meadow, the fireflies traced glowing patterns that told new stories of guardianship rewarded, of lost things found, and of the quiet bravery in letting go. Oriel departed at dawn, leaving behind a hedgehog-shaped biscuit cutter and a sapling already bearing silver leaves. Finn often visited the young willow at twilight, sharing secrets with the fireflies that now wove crowns of living light through its branches. And if sometimes his shadow waved at him with independent enthusiasm, or his tea leaves arranged themselves into helpful maps, well, that's simply how life flows in Bramble Hollow, where every ending nurtures a new beginning, gentle as a dandelion wish taking flight. Story 7. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village of cobbled chimney pots and gardens that hummed with muted magic. Mossy rooftops cradled pockets of starlight, and every front door bore a lantern shaped like a crescent moon, casting buttery pools of light on cobblestones worn smooth by generations of slippered feet. It was here, in this pocket of whispered enchantment called Willowbrook, that the first strange thing occurred on an otherwise ordinary Tuesday. The fireflies forgot their glow. 12-year-old Clara noticed it first while collecting lavender beneath the honey-colored eaves of Mrs. Bramble's apothecary. The evening air, usually alive with darting golden lights, hung still and dark as spilled ink. Even the village's famous luminous moths perched motionless on windowsills, their wings folded like extinguished lanterns. By morning, whispers rippled through the market square. Rose petals had turned translucent overnight, the miller's cat was singing lullabies backward, and every clock in town now chimed 13 times at midnight. "It's the Star Hollow's doing," muttered old Mr. Fernwick, adjusting his spectacles made of frosted blue glass. "Mark my words, when the wind stops carrying tunes from the elderwood flute, mischief takes root." But Clara, whose boots were perpetually muddy from investigating interesting holes, and whose braids often housed curious pebbles, suspected a quieter truth. That afternoon she discovered a clue in the meadow, a trail of tiny silver footprints, glimmering faintly as soap bubbles, leading toward the Whispering Woods. The woods had always been Clara's confidant. Trees here grew in spirals, their bark etched with symbols that changed when touched. Today, the symbols shimmered urgent sapphire. As Clara followed the footprints, a warm breeze tousled her hair, carrying the crisp scent of autumn apples and something else, a note of burnt sugar, like a candle snuffed too quickly. Suddenly, a soft plink made her glance down. A hedgehog with quills like polished obsession stared up, holding an acorn cap overflowing with dewdrops. "You're thirsty," Clara realized, kneeling. The hedgehog nodded solemnly. She cupped her hands, and as the creature drank, its quills shimmered with sudden constellations. "You're not ordinary at all, are you?" The hedgehog trilled a sound like a music box winding up, then scampered ahead, pausing to glance back meaningfully. Deeper they went, until the trees formed a cathedral of amber light. Here the silver footprints pooled beneath an ancient oak, its trunk split around a door no taller than Clara's knee. Carved from a single moonstone, the door bore a lock shaped like a teardrop. Clara's companion huffed impatiently, nudging her pocket where she'd stored a peculiar key found weeks ago in a magpie's abandoned nest. It fit perfectly. Inside lay a circular chamber, glowing with bioluminescent fungi. At its center floated a sphere of liquid moonlight, within which drifted listless shapes, the missing fireflies, their light reduced to faint embers. A mosaic on the floor depicted 7 creatures Clara recognized from village lore, the star wisps, guardians of natural balance. "They're trapped," she breathed. The hedgehog pawed at the mosaic's central tile, which showed a wisp releasing stardust over sleeping flowers. Clara's mind whirred. Last summer, she'd helped repair the sundial of seasons when its shadow froze. Grandmother's stories often hid solutions. "Balance requires reciprocity," the sundial's inscription had read. Carefully, she arranged 7 acorns from her pocket around the sphere, mimicking the star-wisp constellation. Nothing. The hedgehog sneezed, dislodging a maple key that spiraled onto the mosaic's edge. As it landed, the fungi pulsed, once, twice. "Oh, it's not about things, but—" Clara hummed the lullaby Mrs. Bramble sang to her herbs, then recited the names of every flower in the meadow. The sphere quivered. Emboldened, she untied her hair ribbon, sunflower yellow, and laid it beneath the orb. Light bloomed softly. They need warmth, she realized. The hedgehog curled into a spiky ball and rolled against the sphere, its constellation quills flaring. With a sound like shaken sleigh bells, the sphere dissolved. Fireflies tumbled out, brushing Clara's cheeks in gratitude before zipping through a hidden chimney in the oak's hollow. As the last wisp vanished, the chamber filled with the scent of rain-kissed soil and freshly unwrapped honeycomb. The hedgehog sneezed again, and this time a tiny scroll popped from its quills. Unfurled, it showed a map leading to Lila's cottage, the reclusive star reader who hadn't been seen since the blue moon. Lila's cottage sat atop a hill where the clouds dipped low enough to taste. Its walls were woven from living willow, chimneys puffing vanilla-scented smoke. Inside, shelves curved like nautilus shells held jars of preserved thunderstorms and crystallized dawn. Lila herself, hair a cloud of silver and eyes the gray of unspoken secrets, smiled as if expecting them. "Took you long enough, little scholar," she chuckled, stirring a pot of starlight broth. Over mugs of cocoa that shifted flavors with each sip, peppermint, then apricot, then something indefinably nostalgic, Lila explained. The star wisps had been lured into captivity by a lonely shadow spirit. "Not malicious, merely forgetful," she said, ladling broth into a bowl for the hedgehog, Thistle, as Clara now knew. "Even darkness needs company sometimes, but trapped light makes the world brittle." She handed Clara a prism. "You'll need this where the creek forks twice." Guided by prism-refracted moonlight, Clara and Thistle found the shadow spirit in a grove of glass birches. It wasn't frightening, just a wispy silhouette curled around a fading star fragment, humming a fractured tune. Clara knelt, prism in outstretched palm. "You can borrow this light," she offered. The spirit hesitated, then reached a tendril of smoke toward the prism. Rainbows danced across its form, revealing glimpses of a face shaped by too many solitary centuries. "Share," Thistle chirruped, nudging the star fragment. The spirit looked at Clara, then at the glowing village below. Slowly it broke the star fragment into 7 pieces, returning them to the prism. The moment the last piece slotted in, every firefly in Willowbrook flared golden, their light cascading through the valley like liquid sun. In the square, translucent roses bloomed vivid crimson, the miller's cat yawned a perfectly normal meow, and all the clocks sighed contentedly as they struck midnight. Back at Lila's cottage, as dawn painted the horizon peach blush, the star reader pressed a tiny bell jar into Clara's hands. Inside swirled a miniature aurora. For listening when others rush, she winked. Thistle, now sporting a tiny ribbon collar, sunflower yellow, of course, curled into Clara's lap, purring a vibration like distant thunder. That night, as Willowbrook's children drifted to sleep, they glimpsed new lights dancing beyond their windows, not just gold, but silver and violet too, winking in patterns that told wordless stories. And if sometimes in the hush between heartbeats they heard a faint, harmonious duet, a spirit's hum answered by hedgehog trills, they smiled, knowing mysteries existed not to frighten, but to remind them of light waiting patiently in the dark. Clara kept the prism by her bedside, its edges worn smooth from nightly turning. On quiet evenings, she'd watch colors cascade over her walls, each hue a whispered thank you from shadows and light now learning to dance together. And in the velvet valley where twilight lingered, the world settled deeper into its soft, enchanted rhythm, a lullaby woven from kindness, curiosity, and the quiet magic of asking, what if, just one more time before sleep carried the wonder away. Story 8. The stars above the outpost of Nova 9 shimmered like sugar spilled across black velvet, their light filtering through the hexagonal observation dome where 2 figures stood awkwardly at opposite ends of the botanical lab. Zin, a willowy Florian with bark-like skin that glimmered with bioluminescent moss, carefully adjusted the growth lamps over her trembling sprouts. Across the room, Grumph, a stocky Xerillian whose crystalline hide reflected the greenhouse lights in prismatic fractals, snorted at his datapad, sending tiny sparks dancing from his flared nostrils. Their research supervisor had paired them 3 solar cycles ago, an arrangement as baffling as rain in vacuum. Florians communicated through scent and subtle root tremors, Xerillians through crackling energy bursts and sonar hums. When Zin offered a vial of nectar as a peace offering yesterday, Grumph had accidentally vaporized it with a startled plasma discharge. Now their shared workstation bore an enduring char mark shaped like a weeping flower. The crisis came during the meteor shower. Alarms warbled as the station's AI intoned, Atmospheric containment breach in Sector Blue. Zin's vines stiffened. That was her specimen archive. She surged toward the door in a rustle of leaf cloak, only to find Grumpf blocking the exit with his broad crystalline torso. Move. Her voice chimed like wind through hollow reeds. My night-blooming Sarius. Grumpf's chest plates clinked as he crossed stony arms. Protocol mandates sheltering during impacts. A spark jump between his horns emphasized the point. Zin's pollen cloud sigh filled the chamber. Your rules aren't rooted here. Those seeds survived 3 supernova. She ducked under his arm, tendrils brushing his unexpectedly warm crystalline surface. The contact sent a shiver through her chloroplasts. Grumpf lumbered after her, grumbling about photosynthetic lunacy. They arrived to chaos, a jagged hole in the dome, precious soil spiraling into the vacuum. Zin's vines lashed out to cradle a floating seed bank, but her delicate grip faltered. Without thinking, Grumpf released a controlled energy pulse that welded the breach shut, then used his magnetic field to gently herd the drifting specimens into Zin's waiting foliage. You saved them, Zin breathed, bioluminescence blooming across her face in soft violet waves. Grumpf's crystals dimmed bashfully. Merely contained ionized particles. A pause. Your floral arrangements appear undamaged. The storm forged an uneasy truce. When Grumpf's power cells later failed during an EVA repair, it was Zin who fashioned a photosynthetic charger from her glow moss. When acid rain threatened the gardens, Grumpf jury-rigged a force field using calm array parts. Slowly they learned to bridge worlds, Zin leaving pollen diagrams to explain symbiotic ecosystems, Grumpf etching circuit maps into lab tables with careful heat bursts. The true test came with the Whispering Blight. It crept in on comet dust, a gray mold devouring both organic and synthetic materials. Xyrillian tech and Florian flora fell equally. The station's commander ordered evacuation, but Zin noticed something others missed. The blight recoiled from areas where her bioluminescent fungi grew near Grumpf's discarded energy cells. Combined wavelengths, she realized aloud, hands trembling as she sketched overlapping spectrums in nutrient paste. Grumpf studied the diagram, crystals humming. Bioelectronic resonance, dangerous without proper containment. Roots and circuits, Zin replied, pressing a seed pod into his clawed hand. Together or not at all. Their final stand in the arboretum became legend. Zin wove living lattices of thornvine as Grumpf calibrated emitters, his crystals flaring gold. When the blight surged, their joined forces unleashed a symphony of light, chlorophyll green merging with plasma blue, creating a protective aurora that cleansed the spores. The effort left them slumped against each other, Zin's vines draped over Grumpf's scorched plating, both trembling with exhaustion and quiet triumph. During reconstruction, the station's children found them most mornings in the repaired dome, Zin singing to Grumpf's newly planted crystal garden, Grumpf adjusting solar filters for her light-sensitive orchids. Their friendship grew as the gardens did, Zin learning to interpret Grumpf's spark patterns as laughter, Grumpf developing a taste for nectar tea, served in blast-proof cups. When the interstellar envoy asked how they'd defeated the blight, the pair simply gestured to their thriving cross-species garden. Understanding requires good soil, Zin offered, while Grumpf nodded sagely. And proper grounding circuits. That night, as twin moons cast silver and amber light through the observation dome, 2 unlikely friends tended their shared work. No longer Florian and Xyrillian, but gardeners of something new, cultivators of hope's stubborn bloom, growing bravely in the cracks between worlds. Story 9. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore clouds like woolen caps, there lived a girl named Lila with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the sparkle of creek water catching sunlight. Each evening, she'd sit at her bedroom window watching fireflies trace secret messages above the meadow, little knowing how soon their flickering code would brush against her destiny. One crisp autumn afternoon, while hunting for crimson maple leaves to press in her grandmother's iron-bound book, Lila stumbled upon a curious sight beneath an ancient oak. A tarnished silver chain peeked through mossy stones, its pendant shaped like a teardrop moon cradling a milky stone that pulsed faintly as her shadow fell upon it. When her fingers closed around the cool metal, the world rippled like a pond disturbed by a falling acorn. The forest breathed differently now, richer, deeper, as if the air had turned to honey. A red fox emerged from the ferns, its coat gleaming like polished copper. What startled Lila wasn't its sudden appearance, but the fact that when it opened its mouth, words emerged in a voice like wind through barley fields. "Took you long enough," it said, flicking a ear adorned with 3 silver rings. Thus began Lila's tutelage under Ember, the fox who revealed that the whispering pendant allowed its bearer to cross the veil, the shimmering boundary between ordinary reality and the old wood where sentient creatures kept ancient rhythms. But all was not well in this hidden realm. The Everpool, source of the forest's magic, was silting over. Seasons tangled like mismatched yarn snowdrops blooming in autumn, maple keys sprouting mid-flight. Their quest to restore balance led them first to the moonlit market, where hedgehog vendors sold dewdrop elixirs in acorn cups and badgers in embroidered waistcoats debated philosophy over clover tea. There a silver-whiskered owl named Thurea gifted them a vial of starlight with instructions to follow the sorrow where roots drink deep. The clue guided them to the caves of echoing moss, where underground rivers sang forgotten ballads and luminous fungi mapped constellations on cavern ceilings. In those dripping chambers, they discovered the source of decay, a wounded earth spirit, its rocky hide cracked where greedy hands had tried to mine its crystalline heart. Lila's pendant glowed as she pressed it against the fracture, pouring forth memories of children's laughter, morning birdsong, and the quiet strength of oak's enduring storms. The spirit rumbled to life, quartz veins knitting together as it bowed its great head. "Your compassion mends what force could not," it intoned, gifting them a seed wrapped in bioluminescent moss. Their journey wove onward across rivers where water nymphs wove liquid melodies, through valleys where willows played harpist with their trailing branches, and up slopes where mountain spirits rolled thunder like children bowling stone hoops. Each challenge demanded not strength but attentive kindness, untangling a wood sprite's knotted hair, mediating a dispute between quarrelsome sparrows, composing lullabies for a restless wind. The final test came at the Everpool itself, now choked with ghostly pale weeds. As Lila lowered the glowing seed into murky waters, the pendant grew warm against her chest. Visions flooded her mind not just of the forest's past glory, but of its fragile connections to the human world. She understood then that the magic wasn't dying but waiting for hearts willing to listen rather than take. When the seed took root, shooting forth a tree that bloomed summer blossoms and winter berries simultaneously, Lila felt the change ripple through both worlds. Back in her village, elders marveled at suddenly abundant orchards, while children giggled at unusually bold deer nibbling apple cores from open palms. On the last night of her adventure, Ember walked her to the boundary stone. "The pendant chooses keepers who feel the threads between all living things," he said, nuzzling her hand. Though the silver chain dissolved into moonlight as she crossed back, Lila knew the true magic remained in the fox tracks beside her garden wall, the owl feather on her windowsill, and the quiet understanding that wonder walks softly where respect blooms. Years later, when a wide-eyed child showed Lila a peculiar stone found by the brook, she simply smiled and said, "Let me tell you about a fox who speaks in riddles." The fire crackled its accompaniment as snow fell gently beyond the frosted window panes, wrapping the world in hushed anticipation of stories yet to unfold. Story 10. The Whispering Flute and the Moonlit Thicket. In a village hugged by ancient pines, where chimney smoke curled into starry skies, lived a soft-spoken girl named Thalia, whose shoes always carried traces of forest moss. Her world was one of quiet rhythms, baking honey cakes with her grandmother, mending fishing nets by the amber light of oil lamps, and listening to the wind stories as it combed through the wheat fields. But Thalia carried a secret longing in her chest, a yearning she could only express through the reed flute she'd carved from a riverbank plant. When she played, sparrows would pause mid-flight, and even the grumpiest blacksmith would lean out his window, his scowl softening like butter in the sun. One crisp autumn evening, as Thalia practiced a melody near the edge of the weeping woods, so named for the willow trees that dripped silvery dew, she noticed something peculiar. The notes from her flute didn't fade as they usually did. Instead, they shimmered, hanging in the air like strands of liquid starlight. As the last note quivered, the woods before her rippled, trunks bending sideways, ferns unfurling into archways, and a path of luminous mushrooms blooming in the moss. Heart drumming, Thalia tucked her flute into her apron pocket and stepped through the vanishing trees. The hidden world smelled of crushed mint and rain-soaked parchment. Fireflies pulsed in time with her footsteps, guiding her to a clearing where a fox with fur like melted copper sat waiting. "You're late," he huffed, though his amber eyes sparkled. "I've been rehearsing my greeting for decades." He bowed, tail sweeping the air in a dramatic arc. "Corwin, keeper of forgotten melodies, at your service." Thalia soon learned that the moonlit thicket, a realm where music took physical form, was dying. Rivers that once flowed with liquid harmonies now oozed sluggish drones. The singing stones, which used to chime when touched, lay mute under layers of creeping gloom. Corwin explained that a shadow beast had nested in the heart of the thicket, feeding on sorrow and silencing all joy. "But your flute," he said, nodding at her pocket, "is no ordinary instrument. It's a silver tongue, one of 3 magical artifacts that can restore balance. The others, a drum made from storm clouds and a harp strung with spider silk, were lost when the darkness came." Thus began their quest. Through valleys where flowers bloomed into cymbals, over hills that hummed bassoon-like when the wind struck them, they searched for clues. Thalia's flute proved invaluable. A mournful trill coaxed a bridge of ivy across a ravine. A playful tune convinced a grumpy badger to surrender a map tattooed on birch bark. Along the way they gathered unlikely allies, a hedgehog who conducted an orchestra of crickets, an owl whose hoots could shatter ice prisons, and a brook that hummed lullabies in exchange for polished pebbles. The shadow beast's lair was a cavern of frozen sound waves, jagged sculptures of trapped laughter and half-remembered lullabies. As Thalia raised her flute to play, the creature emerged, a swirling mass of ink and thorns, with eyes like cracked violins. But instead of attacking, she played the first song she'd ever learned, a simple lullaby her mother had sung, so infused with memory that the notes materialized as glowing threads. They wrapped around the beast, not as bindings, but as an embrace. The darkness shuddered, then dissolved to reveal a tiny, trembling creature, a starling made of ash and moonlight. "It was never malice," Corwin murmured. "Only loneliness." Thalia's music, combined with the purr of the hedgehog's crickets and the owl's resonant hoots, wove a new melody, one that thawed the cavern and resurrected the storm-cloud drum and spider-silk harp. As the 3 instruments played in unison, the thicket blossomed. Rivers leaped in arpeggios, stones chorused in 4-part harmony, and trees swayed in waltz time. The starling, now gleaming silver, alighted on Thalia's shoulder before soaring upward, its flight path stitching the sky with musical notes that would later fall as singing rain. When Thalia returned home, dawn pinkening the edges of the world, she found her flute now bore delicate carvings of foxes and starlings. Though the village noticed her newfound confidence, the way she held her head like someone who'd conversed with mountains, they never guessed the truth. But on certain nights, when the moon hangs low and the wind carries the scent of forgotten dreams, children whisper of hearing a faint melody in the weeping woods. And if you leave a honey cake by your window, you might just glimpse a copper-tailed shadow dancing to the music of a realm where joy is both a weapon and a gift. Years later, when Thalia became a grandmother herself, she'd tell wide-eyed listeners about the power of listening, not just with ears, but with the heart. Even silence, she'd say, stroking her weathered flute, has a song hidden inside. You need only be brave enough to hear it. And in the hearth's flickering light, the carved starlings on the flute seemed to rustle their wings, ready to begin the tale anew. Story 11. The Whispering Locket and the Heart of Seasons. In a village hugged by mountains that wore crowns of mist, there lived a girl named Mira with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the sparkle of dew-kissed spiderwebs. Each autumn, when maple leaves blushed crimson and the air carried the scent of wood smoke and baked apples, Mira's grandmother would tell her stories of the Everwood, a hidden forest where seasons danced in eternal harmony, guarded by creatures who spoke in rustles and sighs. But when her grandmother passed, the stories stopped, and Mira tucked her grief away like a dried flower between the pages of a book. One chilly evening, as Mira mended socks by the hearth, a glint caught her eye. Nestled in her grandmother's old sewing box was a locket she'd never seen, a delicate oval of bronze etched with vines. When she clicked it open, instead of a portrait, there lay a tiny living landscape, a miniature forest where autumn leaves spiraled upward into winter snowflakes, which melted into spring blossoms, then summer fireflies, all cycling in perfect silence. As Mira's fingertips brushed the locket's edge, a voice like wind through pines whispered, "Find the broken rhythm." The next morning, Mira discovered something peculiar. Beyond her window, autumn had stalled. The trees clung to crimson leaves that should have fallen weeks ago, the sky hung in perpetual twilight, and the village's apple orchards grew heavy with fruit that refused to ripen. Clutching the locket, Mira followed its faint hum into the woods, where she found a path that hadn't existed before, a trail of glowing moss stones leading to a thicket woven from silver brambles. With a deep breath, she stepped through. The Everwood unfolded like a painted scroll. Trees towered in hues Mira had no names for, trunks like polished amethyst, canopies dripping gold sap that hardened into amber madder. But the forest was wrong. Patches of autumn, winter, spring, and summer collided chaotically, a snowdrift melting into a field of wilting daisies, an apple tree both blooming and rotting. In the distance, a jagged peak pulsed with sickly green light. "You're not a sprite," said a voice. Mira turned. Perched on a root was a fox, no ordinary fox. Its fur shimmered like autumn leaves caught mid-fall, russet and amber and bronze, and its eyes were twin pools of liquid moonlight. "I'm Ember," it said, tail flicking. "And you're holding that." It nodded at the locket. "It was my grandmother's," Mira said. "Ah." Ember's ears flattened. "Then you've come to mend the heart of seasons. It's unwell. The locket is a key, but only a keeper's descendant can wield it." A keeper. Guardians who balance the seasons. Your grandmother was the last. When she left, the heart grew frail. Ember's gaze softened. "The Everwood is dying. Without the heart, your world will wither too." Their journey began with the winter wastes, a valley trapped under glassy ice. Mira's breath hung in clouds as Ember taught her to listen to the bones' song, the subtle vibrations beneath the earth that guided keepers. But the ice groaned with discord, a grating hum that made Mira's teeth ache. "The seasons aren't just cycles," Ember explained, pawing at a frozen stream. "They are a conversation. Winter should whisper to spring, not shout over it." As they trekked, Mira noticed fractures in the ice, glowing faintly blue. When she pressed the locket to one, the crack sealed with a sigh. "You're harmonizing the threads," Ember murmured. "But this is just a symptom. The heart's illness is deeper." By the time they reached the spring thickets, a jungle of blossoms frozen mid-bloom, Mira's fingers were numb, but the locket pulsed warmly. Here the air smelled of rain and lilacs, yet the flowers crumbled at a touch. A hedge of thorns blocked their path, and within its shadows lurked the rot, creeping tendrils of black mist that devoured color and sound. Ember growled. The rot preys on imbalance. Quick, the locket. Mira's hands trembled as she opened the pendant. The tiny seasons spun faster, casting light that pushed back the darkness. But the thorns lashed out, snagging her sleeve. Focus on the transition, Ember urged. Winter to spring isn't a battle, it's a surrender. Mira closed her eyes, imagining frost melting into dewdrops. The locket's light gentled, and the thorns softened into vines heavy with jasmine. Weeks blurred as they traversed summer deserts where rivers boiled and autumn groves where leaves burned without flame. With each repaired fracture, Mira's bond with Ember deepened. She learned the fox hated walnuts but loved the sound of acorns falling, and that its laughter sounded like wind chimes. In turn, Ember drew out stories of Mira's grandmother, how she'd sung to seedlings and known when storms were coming by the taste of the air. You have her gentleness, Ember said one night as they camped beneath a tree with bark like braided silver. But you doubt your own voice, the heart won't heed hesitation. Mira traced the locket's engravings. What if I'm not strong enough? Strength isn't the absence of fear, Ember replied. It's listening to the hum beneath the fear. The peak loomed, its green light now a putrid pulse. Inside the mountain's cavern, the heart of seasons lay, a colossal tree with roots of crystal and branches holding globes of swirling light, one for each season. But the trunk was veined with rot, and the globes flickered weakly. It's been poisoned by stagnation, Ember said. The last keeper's sudden absence left a wound. Mira approached, the locket blazing. As she placed it against the tree, visions flooded her. Her grandmother singing to saplings, weaving seasons into balance, then weeping as age bent her hands. The next keeper must be brave enough to embrace change, her grandmother's voice echoed. Tears spilled down Mira's cheeks. I'm not ready. You already are, Ember said softly. Let go. Mira closed her eyes and released, not just her doubts, but her grip on the past. The locket dissolved into light, its magic merging with the tree. The rot shrieked as the globes brightened, spinning faster, faster. Then stillness. The tree's bark smoothed, its roots glowing like dawn. Outside, the everwood exhaled, snowflakes drifted into blossoms, sunlight filtered through autumn canopies, and the air hummed with a perfect, quiet rhythm. In the village, autumn finally deepened. Leaves fell, apples ripened, and the first snow dusted the mountains. Mira stood at the forest's edge, a new locket, a gift from the heart, warm against her chest. This one held a tiny fox curled beside a tree. Ember trotted from the shadows, seasons shifting in its wake. You'll need to visit often, Keeper. The rot doesn't sleep. Mira smiled. I'll bring walnuts. Ugh, bring cinnamon cakes instead. As they walked into the everwood, the trees sighed in greeting, and somewhere, Mira knew her grandmother was smiling too. That night, the village children gathered by Mira's fire, begging for stories. She spoke of a fox made of autumn, mountains that healed, and a truth she'd carved into her heart, that endings are just beginnings in disguise, and every goodbye plants a seed for what grows next. And high in the everwood the heart of seasons sang, a lullaby of frost and fire, roots and wings, forever woven into balance. Story 12. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels holding up the star-strewn sky, there existed a glade known only to those who understood the language of rustling leaves. Here the air hummed with the secret music of dandelion clocks counting time in pollen breaths, and the brook sang lullabies in a voice made of pebbles and moonlight. It was in this place that a young hedgehog named Thistle discovered the first crack in the world's balance, a single snowdrop blooming upside down, its petals drinking moonlight where roots should be. Thistle's quills prickled with unease as she brushed a paw against the aberrant bloom. "Grandmother Moss," she called softly to the ancient tortoise whose shell bore maps of forgotten rivers, "the spring stars grow confused. The frost mantle hasn't lifted from Willowshade Hollow." From beneath a canopy of resurrection ferns unfurling their emerald scrolls, Grandmother Moss emerged, her eyes holding the patience of turning seasons. "The windweaver's loom has dropped a thread," she rumbled, breath smelling of loam and wisdom. "3 nights hence, when the starlight veil thins, you must journey to the Heartstone where earth and sky marry. But remember, paths through magic are walked on quiet paws." Thus began Thistle's pilgrimage beneath a waxing moon that painted the forest in mercury and shadow. Fireflies attended her like floating lanterns, casting jade light upon fox trails woven with the scent of crushed mint. She paused where the Nightingale River curved like a quicksilver question mark, its waters whispering of a timid rabbit trapped midstream on a crumbling island of peat. "Please," trembled the rabbit, ears flat as moth wings, "the river remembers winter's bite and won't let me pass." Thistle studied the water's song, a melody of ice lingering where thaw should reign. "We'll weave a bridge from what the river loves," she said, gnawing catkins from a hazel branch. Together they spun a raft of feathery seeds and spider silk, its threads glistening with dewdrop anchors. As the rabbit hopped to safety, the current sighed in reluctant approval, carrying their creation downstream like a forgotten promise. Deeper into the woods, where trees wore beards of lichen and owl eyes glowed like amber portals, Thistle encountered a family of pine martens dancing in desperate circles. "Our kits hear the false spring," cried the mother, her voice a frayed ribbon. "They chase frost phantom butterflies toward the hungry cliffs." Understanding bloomed in Thistle's chest like forced forsythia. She plucked a memory, a lullaby Grandmother Moss had sung when wildfires threatened the cedar groves. Humming notes that tasted of hearth smoke and resilience, she blew dandelion spores into the kit's path. Each puff became a glowing willow whisper, leading the mesmerized young safely homeward as true spring fireflies rose to guide them. On the third eve, as the starlight veil shimmered like cobwebs dipped in dream stuff, Thistle reached the Heartstone, a monolith veined with opal and ancient rainwater. There sat the windweaver, her form flickering between woman and storm, fingers bleeding from snapped threads of zephyr and gale. "The loom of season's rebels," the windweaver mourned, voice echoing with distant thunder. "Winter's spindle won't release its hold." Thistle peered into the stone's translucent depths. Images flickered, a buried valley where glacial ice clung to shadowed crevices, its cold heart nursing a wound of blackened frost. "It's not stubbornness," she realized. "The ice is afraid, the meltwater chorus hasn't sung its parting hymn." From her satchel of woven grass, Thistle produced gifts collected along her journey, a rabbit's whisker, marten milk teeth, and the upside-down snowdrop. As she arranged them atop the Heartstone, the windweaver's loom stilled. "You've brought balance in miniature," the spirit whispered. "Now let us scale it to the sky." Together they spun. Thistle's small paws patched broken threads with starlight and spiderweb, while the windweaver hummed gales to stretch the fabric taut. When the last knot tied itself with a sigh, the forest inhaled, a shuddering breath that rippled from root to crown. Dawn broke like a yolky sun over Willowshade Hollow. Where black frost had festered, snowdrops now erupted in drifts, their petals catching sunlight like prismatic sails. The ice, soothed by the renewed song of meltwater, retreated to its mountain cradle in rivulets that giggled over warmed stones. Thistle watched as winter and spring performed their dance of succession, not a battle, but a waltz of mutual yielding. Grandmother Moss found her protege asleep beneath a hawthorn tree days later, curled around a teacup-sized whirlwind the windweaver had left as thanks. "You've learned the first language," the tortoise murmured, tracing the repaired seasons with a claw. "Not domination, but dialogue, listening to the spaces between cold and warmth, fear and courage." As years turned like the pages of an illuminated manuscript, Thistle became keeper of the glade's fragile harmonies. When summer droughts parched the earth, she led badgers to buried aquifers through games of pebble and root. When autumn's melancholy thickened, she organized squirrel choirs to sing persimmon motets that sweetened the decaying air. Her greatest lesson echoed in every action: that balance isn't a wall between forces, but the loom where they intertwine. On the evening Thistle's own quills silvered with age, a young mole named Sorrel approached, bearing an oak gall that rattled with wrongness. "The acorn vaults are flooding," he fretted. "The trees drink too deep, yet the rains won't cease." Thistle smiled, recognizing the pattern of a world forever tilting and righting itself. "Come," she said, offering a paw weathered by decades of gentle mending. "Let's listen to what the storms aren't saying, and bring your flute. I've found rain clouds adore a good countermelody." As moonlight filtered through the canopy like liquid silver, the two figures disappeared down a path fringed with obedient ferns, their voices blending with the eternal murmur of the woods. Somewhere a snowdrop nodded in approval, its petals finally facing the sun. Story 13. In a village nestled between the whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a girl with eyes like freshly turned earth and a laugh that made the candle flames dance. Mira had always sensed magic in the ordinary, in the way her mother's knitting needles clicked like crickets, or how the jam jars on the pantry shelf caught the dawn light like captured sunrises. But it wasn't until the morning she found the pocket watch growing in the vegetable garden that she understood how deep wonder's roots could grow. It dangled from a pea shoot, its brass casing warm as fresh bread despite the autumn chill. 12 tiny constellations glowed where numbers should be, and when Mira held it to her ear, she didn't hear ticking, but the distant hum of a spinning wheel. That evening, as she polished it by the hearth's amber light, the watch sprang open with a sound like a sigh. Time stopped. The flames in the fireplace froze mid-flicker. Her father's snores hung in the air like woolly clouds. Even the grandfather clock's pendulum held its breath, caught between talk and tick. Only Mira could move through this silent world, her footsteps leaving glowing impressions on the floorboards like stepping stones in a starry stream. Her journey began at moonrise 3 days later, guided by a badger in a patched waistcoat who appeared at the garden gate chewing a dandelion stem. "Name's Thistle," he said, whiskers twitching as he examined the watch. "You'll be wanting the clockmaker's glade, but the path's grown over since the last winding." His claw traced the constellations. "These aren't stars, child, they're keys." They followed the brook upstream, Thistle's lantern bobbing like a captive firefly. The frozen moments grew thicker as they traveled, a trio of fawns suspended mid-leap over a log, a honeycomb dripping amber halted mid-drip. Soon they were joined by Pip, a starling who rode in Mira's pocket and spoke entirely in riddles. "Seek what ticks without hands," he'd chirp, or "Beware the hour that bites its own tail." The glade revealed itself at twilight's tender edge, a circular meadow where the trees grew in gear-tooth patterns and foxgloves chimed softly in the breeze. At its center stood a sundial with no numbers, its shadow stretching and shrinking like breathing. But the true wonder was the clockwork tree, its branches heavy with spinning orbs that chimed different seasons. "The heartstrings faltering," said a voice like grinding quartz. From the tree's hollow stepped an old tortoise, her shell etched with phases of the moon. "The last winding was 7 centuries past. We've been waiting for someone who could hear the stars sing." Mira learned the pocket watch wasn't just a key. It was a seedling from the first tree of time, planted when the world was young. The frozen moments were symptoms of the heartspring's fatigue, the celestial gears that turned existence growing stiff with disuse. Time needs tending, the tortoise explained, not just measurement. It forgets how to flow without someone to cherish its passing. The challenge came as the moon reached its zenith. To rewind the heartspring, Mira had to match her watch's constellations to shifting patterns in the clockwork tree, a dance of astronomy and memory. But the gears resisted, their songs mournful and out of tune. Thistle tinkered with his tools of acorn caps and spider silk, adjusting cogs no bigger than dewdrops. Pip flew reconnaissance, reporting on alignment issues. It's not mechanics, Mira realized as the seventh attempt failed. Her fingers hovered over the watch's starry face. You're lonely. The words slipped out like a secret. The frozen moments weren't just pauses. They were time holding its breath, waiting for someone to notice the spiderweb's jewels at dawn, the way her father's eyes crinkled when he told jokes. She placed the watch in the sundial's center. You're not meant to be kept. The constellations floated upward, slotting into the tree's branches like missing puzzle pieces. As the gears began turning again, slowly at first, then with the smooth rhythm of a sleeping cat's purr, Mira understood the deepest magic. Time loved most those who loved it back. The journey home was warmer, though no shorter. Seasons flowed properly now, crisp autumn mornings giving way to the first shy snowflakes of winter. Thistle stayed to tend the glade's smaller gears, but Pip accompanied Mira, now speaking in straightforward, if cheeky, observations. The pocket watch had dissolved into the tree's roots, but sometimes, when sunlight hit the brook just right, Mira would catch glimpses of constellations dancing in the spray. Years later, when the village children begged for stories, Mira would show them how to find magic in ordinary moments, the way bread dough sighs as it rises, how fireflies coordinate their lanterns at dusk. The grandfather clock in her cottage never missed a beat, its new pendulum carved with badger tracks and starling wings. And if sometimes, during particularly lovely sunsets, the whole village would find themselves in a shared pause, a collective breath to savor the peach-colored light on snow, well, that was simply time's way of saying thank you. Story 14. In a valley cradled between mountains that wore crowns of eternal snow, there lived a young girl named Marisol, whose hands could make flowers bloom, but whose heart clung tightly to familiar things. Her cottage, nestled beside a brook that sang lullabies over polished stones, stood at the edge of a meadow where the grass grew in emerald waves and the air hummed with the drowsy music of bees. Each morning, Marisol would tend her garden with methodical care, coaxing roses into symmetrical spirals and training ivy to climb in precise patterns along her fence. Change to Marisol was a thief that stole the comfort of sameness, and she guarded her routine as fiercely as a dragon guards its hoard. One autumn evening, as amber light pooled in the hollows of the land, an unfamiliar shade appeared on her windowsill. It was no larger than a teardrop, iridescent as a soap bubble, and warm to the touch. Against her better judgment, for new things made her palms sweat and her breath quicken, Marisol planted it in a clay pot near her hearth. That night, as wind whispered through the pines like a mother hushing a fretful child, the seed split open. What emerged was not a shoot, but a tiny tree no taller than her thumb, its branches resembling spun glass and its leaves shimmering with colors that had no name. I'm called Loomies, the tree chimed in a voice like wind chimes. I grow with the gardener's heart, not with sun or rain. Marisol's first instinct was to hide the pot in the attic. Magic, she reasoned, was as unpredictable as a storm, and she wanted no part of it. But Loomies' light cast gentle prismatic patterns on the walls, softening the rigid lines of her world, and against her stubborn resolve, she let it stay. The tree's presence coincided with peculiar occurrences. Frost painted her window panes in fractal blossoms, even in mild weather. Her shadow began to ripple like pond water when she passed the pot. Worst of all, her garden, once a model of orderly beauty, started to rebel. Vines curled into playful spirals when she wasn't looking. Tulips swapped their red petals for polka-dotted blue ones overnight. Marisol fretted, pruning and straightening with frantic hands, but the more she tried to enforce order, the wilder her garden grew. Perhaps, suggested her neighbor, an elderly clockmaker named Oren who spoke in riddles and smelled of cinnamon oil, your garden is simply growing with you instead of for you. He nodded to Lumis, whose branches now reached Marisol's waist, their glassy twigs cradling globes of light like captured stars. Marisol frowned. I don't want to grow, I want things to stay as they are. Oren chuckled, adjusting his spectacles. Ah, but even mountains grow softer, grow greener, grow wiser under the patience of time. Frustration nipped at Marisol's heels as the days shortened. One twilight, finding her roses now blooming in geometric starbursts that defied all logic, she snapped at Lumis. This is your doing, can't you see you're ruining everything? The tree's lights dimmed to a sorrowful blue. I only reflect what's already inside you, it murmured. Look closer, Marisol, the change you fear is already here. Exhausted, she sank onto her porch steps. The brook's song mingled with the scent of pine resin and damp soil, and as she breathed deeply, something unclenched in her chest. Fireflies winked above the meadow, and for the first time she noticed how their chaotic dance made the night feel alive, like a living tapestry. Perhaps, she thought reluctantly, there was beauty in the untamed. The next morning, instead of shears, Marisol brought a sketchbook to the garden. She drew the rebellious vines as they curled around her trellis in laughing loops, the mismatched flowers that bobbed like cheerful children in a game. Her hands, usually gloved and precise, brushed petals and leaves to feel their textures, velvet, silk, the faint pulse of sap beneath. Lumis, now shoulder height, hummed approvingly, its branches sprouting tiny silver buds. Winter arrived on the breath of the north wind, draping the valley in a quilt of snow. Marisol's routine shifted. Mornings once spent pruning became hours sipping mint tea by the hearth, listening to Oren's stories of seasons long past. She noticed the way frost transformed her garden into a crystal labyrinth, each icy spire a masterpiece of fleeting art. One evening, as she scattered seeds for sparrows pecking at her windowsill, Lumis spoke again. It's time to plant me where the earth remembers, it said. But you must come too and bring your unfinished heart. Guided by the tree's glow, Marisol ventured into the forest, where ancient oaks stood sentinel and the snow glowed faintly blue. Deeper they walked until they reached a clearing where the air thrummed with a deep, resonant quiet. Lumis's roots trembled as Marisol placed it into the soil, and the moment the last speck of earth settled, the tree began to grow, not upward, but inward, its glass branches plunging into the ground like radiant threads. The earth shuddered, and where the roots touched, snow melted to reveal flowers blooming in impossible colors, their petals shimmering with the same otherworldly light as Lumis's leaves. This is the garden of becoming, Lumis intoned, its voice echoing from beneath the soil. Here, what is buried grows into what must be. Marisol's breath caught. Before her stood a mirror of water, its surface as still as a held breath. Look, Lumis urged. She stepped forward. The mirror showed not her reflection, but a mosaic of moments. Marisol as a child, laughing as she chased fireflies. Marisol weeping when her mother's cottage was sold. Marisol alone in her garden, scissors in hand, cutting away anything that dared be unexpected. The visions shifted, showing what might yet be. Marisol teaching village children to paint with flower dyes. Marisol dancing barefoot in the rain. Marisol embracing Oren as he faded into the peaceful sleep of old age. Tears warmed her cheeks. I've been so afraid, she whispered. Fear is the soil where courage takes root, Loomis replied gently. Water it with kindness and see what grows. When dawn brushed the sky with watercolor hues, Marisol returned home. Her garden, once a battleground of control, had transformed. Snowdrops nodded beside summer lilacs, autumn maples cradled spring cherry blossoms in their branches. It made no sense, and yet it was perfect, a testament to life's stubborn, radiant refusal to be confined. Oren found her there at midday, her fingers buried in the soil as she transplanted violets beneath a rose bush. It's lovely, he remarked, eyes crinkling, like a hymn made of petals. Marisol smiled, and the expression felt new, as if her face had discovered a forgotten language. It's alive, she said simply. That's enough. As seasons spiraled onward, the village spoke of the garden where time curled like a contented cat, and of the woman who'd learned to hold life's threads with open hands. Loomis's flowers spread through the forest, their roots stitching the earth with luminous veins. Children left polished stones by Marisol's gate, which she arranged into winding paths for the fairies' midnight dances. On quiet nights, neighbors would glimpse her sitting beneath the stars, singing to her plants in a voice that carried the warmth of a hearth fire. When Oren's final winter came, Marisol planted a sapling from Loomis's seeds at his graveside. It grew into a tree of molten gold, its leaves chiming stories in the wind, stories of patience, of friendship, of the gentle alchemy that turns fear into wonder. Years later, travelers would ask Marisol the secret of her garden. She'd hand them a cup of lavender tea and nod to the ever-changing blooms. Nothing stays the same, she'd say. But if you listen closely, the earth will teach you how to grow with the dance instead of fighting it. And in the firelight, her eyes held the quiet glow of someone who'd learned to embrace the beautiful, temporary miracle of being alive. Story 15. In a quiet village hugged by hills that turned lavender at twilight, there lived a shy girl named Mira with ink-smudged fingers and a habit of listening to raindrops patter against her attic window. Her greatest treasure was a threadbare quilt stitched by her grandmother, its patches faded to the soft colors of forgotten things, dove-gray whispers, tea-stained memories, and the faintest blush of rose petals pressed between book pages. One drizzly evening, as Mira traced the quilt's fraying seams, she noticed something peculiar. A single patch near the corner shimmered like water catching sunlight. When she brushed her fingertip over it, the fabric rippled and a scent of honeysuckle, her grandmother's favorite, swirled through the room. The next morning, Mira discovered the quilt had changed. New patches had appeared overnight, each depicting strange glowing scenes. A fox with stars in its fur, a locked garden gate veiled in mist, a bridge made of moonlight. That night the quilt tugged at her hands like a shy friend, urging her to press her palm to the starry fox's image. The moment she did, her attic walls dissolved, and she stood in a forest where trees hummed with bioluminescent moss and fireflies strung constellations between branches. A voice, crisp as autumn leaves, spoke behind her. Took you long enough. A russet-furred badger sat atop a toadstool, knitting a scarf with needles made of icicles. I'm Bramble, he said, nodding at the quilt Mira clutched to her chest. That's no ordinary blanket, it's a memory weaver. Stitches realms together, it does, but yours is ailing. See how the edges are unraveling. He pointed to a patch where threads curled inward like withered vines. If it frays completely, the realms will drift apart. Yours too, I reckon. Mira's throat tightened. How do I fix it? Find the thread keep, Bramble said, tossing her a spool of silver thread that hummed when she touched it. She's a tricky one, hides in the between. You'll need 3 guides, me, a squirrel who forgets her own name, and an owl who remembers too much. Oh, and don't step on the talking mushrooms. They're dreadfully sarcastic. Thus began Mira's journey through the quilt's shimmering realms. In the Valley of Whispers, she met Pipit, a squirrel whose tail fizzed with static electricity. Call me Pip, she chirped, accidentally setting a dandelion aflame. I'm great at directions unless I'm not, which is often. Together they navigated rivers of liquid shadow and fields where flowers sang lullabies, each step guided by the quilt's shifting patches. In the Fogborn library they found Orlin, an owl whose spectacles were made from frozen starlight. The threadkeep guards the first stitch, he intoned, shelving books that fluttered like restless moths. But she'll test your heart, not your cleverness. The challenges were subtle and sly. A bridge of ice demanded Mira share a secret she'd never voiced aloud. I'm afraid of being forgotten, she confessed, and the ice bloomed into roses. A labyrinth of mirrors showed her reflections as a stranger, a leader, a fool, until she laughed at her own seriousness, cracking the glass. Finally, in a glade where time pooled like honey, they found the threadkeep, a girl no older than Mira, weaving tapestries from spider silk and stardust. Your quilt is a map of connections, the threadkeep said, her hands never pausing. To mend it, you must reweave a thread severed by fear. She gestured to a patch showing Mira's grandmother, frail and bedridden, handing the quilt to a younger Mira. You feared her memories would fade with the quilt, so you stopped using it, didn't you? Let it gather dust. Love isn't a thing to preserve, it's a thread to carry forward. Tears pricked Mira's eyes as she understood. That night she'd hidden the quilt after her grandmother's hands grew too shaky to sew, terrified of losing the last echo of her voice. The threadkeep handed her a needle forged from dawnlight. Mend with joy, not grief. With Bramble's steady grumbling, Pip's sparking optimism, and Orlin's quiet wisdom, Mira worked. She patched the quilt with laughter shared under apple trees, with the smell of her grandmother's gingerbread, with the courage to whisper, I miss you, to the stars. As the final stitch settled, the realms within the quilt sighed like a contented child, and the threadkeep smiled. You'll need to keep weaving, you know, every kindness, every moment of wonder, it all becomes part of the pattern. When Mira returned home, the quilt glowed softly, its patches alive with new scenes. Bramble napping in a sunbeam, Pip juggling acorns, Orlin reading to a circle of fireflies. That winter, as snow blanketed the village, Mira taught the other children to stitch their own tiny quilts, each thread spun from stories and shared secrets. And though her grandmother's voice remained a memory, Mira felt it in the quilt's embrace. Warm, enduring, and stitched through with the quiet magic of love that chooses to grow rather than cling. Years later, travelers would speak of a woman whose quilt could mend broken bones and weary hearts, who wandered with a badger, a squirrel, and an owl tucked in her pockets. But in the village, they simply smiled. Ah, you've met Mira, they'd say. Mind the mushrooms, though, they've got opinions. And somewhere in the attic, under a window where raindrops still sang, an old quilt hummed a lullaby of honeysuckle and home. Story 16. Beneath a sky the color of steeped chamomile tea, where twilight lingered like a contented sigh, there stood a forest that only appeared when the world held its breath. Its trees grew in spirals, their bark shimmering with the soft iridescence of abalone shells, and between their roots sprouted flowers that chimed like silver bells when the wind stirred. It was here, at the edge of the whispering glade, that a girl named Mira found herself one evening, clutching a lantern shaped like a dandelion puff, its light casting buttery pools on the mossy path ahead. She hadn't meant to wander so far from her village, but the afternoon had unfolded like a curious map, a lost kitten leading her past the mill stream, a trail of bioluminescent mushrooms glowing faintly in the dusky hollows, and finally this peculiar grove where the air smelled of burnt sugar and ancient parchment. Her boots sank slightly into the moss, which released puffs of lavender-scented spores with each step. Somewhere ahead water giggled over stones, though whether it was a brook or something altogether stranger, Mira couldn't yet say. The first creature appeared as she rounded a tree wider than a cottage, its trunk etched with symbols that seemed to rearrange themselves when she blinked. A hedgehog, but not quite. Its quills were translucent, filled with swirling amber liquid, and its eyes gleamed like two blackberries dipped in starlight. It trilled a greeting, a sound like a flute played underwater, and nudged a pebble toward her with its nose. The pebble unfolded like a paper lotus, revealing a tiny scroll inside. "Follow the laughter of the water," it read, in letters that hovered just above the parchment, shimmering faintly. Mira hesitated, then dipped her head in thanks. The hedgehog bowed in return, before scampering into a thicket of ferns that chimed as it passed. She pressed onward, the lantern's glow deepening to a warm apricot hue as the forest grew denser. Soon the trees arched overhead, forming a cathedral of intertwined branches, their leaves glowing faintly blue like forgotten constellations. The sound of water grew louder, playful and beckoning, until she emerged into a clearing where a river of liquid starlight coiled across the forest floor. Its surface rippled with colors unseen in any rainbow, shades of forgotten dreams and the silvery green of new ferns uncurling at dawn. A bridge spanned the river, but it was no ordinary bridge. It seemed woven from spider silk and dandelion fluff, its threads singing a barely audible hum as they vibrated in the breeze. On the far bank stood a fox made entirely of autumn leaves, its body a tapestry of crimson and gold, eyes like polished acorns. It tilted its head, and Mira heard its voice not in her ears, but in her mind, soft as the crinkle of a turning page. "Cross only if you can answer this. What grows lighter the more you carry it?" Mira bit her lip, her shadow stretching long and thoughtful across the starlit water. She thought of her grandmother's stories, of riddles spun by moonlit ponds. Then it came to her the way her heart had felt that morning when she'd helped old Mr. Bramble carry his firewood home, the warmth that had kindled in her chest despite the load. "Kindness," she said. "Kindness grows lighter the more you give it away." The fox's leaf-tail swished in approval, and the bridge solidified, its threads braiding into a path as sturdy as oak. As Mira crossed, the river's song rose around her, notes crystallizing into fireflies that brushed her cheeks like cold sparks. On the other side, the fox pressed a single maple seed into her palm. "For when the path forgets itself," it murmured before dissolving into a swirl of leaves carried off by a sudden gust. Deeper into the glade she wandered, past trees that bloomed with glass orchids, their petals refracting the lantern's light into prisms on the forest floor. She met a family of moths with wings like stained glass windows, who taught her a tune that made the thorny vines part like courtiers bowing to a queen. She encountered a rock that wept warm honey, which she collected in a hollow acorn cap, and a glade where the shadows danced in intricate patterns, telling stories of ancient forests in their silent ballet. But the heart of the whispering glade awaited. As night deepened, Mira found herself at the base of a hill crowned with a tree unlike any other, a great, twisting thing with bark like molten silver and leaves that chimed like 1,000 tiny cymbals. At its roots sat a circular door of woven willow branches, from which spilled a light that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. Her lantern dimmed, its work done, as she reached for the door, and found herself not in a room, but a meadow suspended between the roots of the great tree. Above hung a ceiling of intertwined roots glowing with bioluminescent fungi. Below, a pool so still it might have been a sheet of obsidian. At the pool's center stood a figure, a woman formed of shifting birch bark and morning mist, her hair a cascade of willow fronds, eyes like chips of glacier ice. "Welcome, little wanderer," she said, her voice the creak of noble trees in a gentle wind. "Few find their way here. What do you seek?" Mira's courage flickered like her lantern's dying flame. I don't know. I only followed the curiosity that sings in bright souls," finished the tree woman, smiling. "Tell me, does your village still tell tales of the glimmering key?" Mira nodded. The key was legend, a sliver of the first dawn, said to unlock any secret, heal any sorrow. Most dismissed it as a fireside fancy. "Look." the tree woman gestured to the pool. Its surface rippled, showing Mira's reflection, but older, wiser, standing at a crossroads as a crowd of villagers gathered, their faces etched with worry. The key isn't a thing but a choice, to carry light into dark places, even when you cannot see the path. The image shifted to show Mira placing her lantern in a crumbling wall, its light spreading like golden roots through stone. But I'm just one girl, so was the first leaf that ever unfurled, so is every seed. The tree woman touched Mira's shoulder, and suddenly she understood. The hedgehog's riddle, the fox's gift, the moth's melody, all were lessons in listening, in trusting that light follows kindness as surely as dawn follows night. When Mira stepped back through the willow door, dawn was brushing the sky with watercolor hues. The forest sighed around her, its magic retreating into daylight shadows. In her pocket, the maple seed had sprouted into a tiny sapling with leaves of glowing crystal. The walk home felt both endless and instantaneous. She found her village just stirring, dew still jeweling the thatched roofs. No one would believe where she'd been, not yet. But that evening, when old Mrs. Thorne muttered about the nonsense of lost keys and foolish dreams, Mira simply smiled. She planted the crystal sapling in the square, where its roots sank deep, and its branches arched protectively over the children playing below. And if sometimes on the edge of sleep, the villagers heard a faint chime of silver leaves or caught the scent of lavender moss on the breeze, well, perhaps they simply turned over, their dreams a little brighter, their hearts a fraction lighter, as the forest that appears when the world holds its breath kept watch through the long, starlit hours. Story 17. In the heart of the Elderglen, a forest where maple leaves whispered secrets and streams hummed lullabies, there existed a hollowed oak known as Moonshadow Hall. Its bark shimmered with lichen that glowed like trapped starlight, and within its cavernous trunk lived a community of creatures who tended the invisible threads binding season to soil and root to rain. Here resided Thistle, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, whose greatest joy was polishing dewdrops into perfect spheres before placing them carefully upon spiderweb lattices at dawn. One crisp autumn tide, as amber light filtered through the canopy in honeyed shafts, Thistle noticed the forest's breath had grown labored. The usually vibrant mosses beneath the blackberry brambles dulled to ashen gray, and the creek's song developed a wheeze, as if choking on unseen sediment. Even the air, once fragrant with pine resin and wild ginger, carried a metallic tang that made Thistle's whiskers twitch uneasily. The oldest among them, a great horned owl named Elderwin, whose feathers held the silver sheen of decades, called a gathering beneath the weeping willow's veil. "The Heartstone weakens," Elderwin intoned, her voice a rustle of parchment. High in the northern cliffs pulsed a crystalline orb forged from the first frosts and summer rains, its rhythm dictating the forest's health. Unless balance is restored, the rot will spread. She gestured with a talon toward a single curling leaf, its edge blackened and brittle. Thus began a quest woven from 4 threads, one for each season. Thistle volunteered to seek spring's essence, a petal from the everbloom, a flower that grew only where moonlight had never touched. Accompanying her was Bramble, a badger whose fur held the earthy scent of turned soil, and Sorrel, a young deer whose antlers sparkled with trapped fireflies. Their path led them through the valley of echoing mist, where fog clung like cobwebs and shadows danced just beyond sight. Winter's touch arrived early as they climbed the stony pass. Ice crystals bloomed across Thistle's quills, and Bramble's breath plumed like smoke. "Listen," Sorrel whispered, her ears flicking toward a sound like wind chimes. There, hidden in a crevice veiled by icicles, grew the everbloom, its petals translucent as ice, yet radiating warmth that melted the frost around it. Thistle carefully plucked one petal, which hummed softly in her paw like a captured sunrise. But the rot had sent guardians. Twisted vines, slick with oily residue, slithered from cracks in the stone. Sorrel stamped her hooves, scattering fireflies that burst into tiny flames, driving the vines back. Quickly. Bramble urged, his claws digging into the ice to forge a path downward. They tumbled into a meadow just as the first snowflakes began to fall, the petals safely cradled in Thistle's moss-lined satchel. Summer's trial came next, retrieving a drop of nectar from the midnight honeysuckle, whose blossoms opened only during thunderstorms. The trio waited in a fern-choked gully as clouds bruised the sky purple. Rain fell in sheets, and Bramble dug a trench to divert the floodwaters threatening to swamp them. When lightning split the sky, the honeysuckle unfurled, golden flowers glowing against the gloom. Thistle clambered up Sorrel's back to reach the blooms, the rain-soaked petals slick beneath her paws. As the nectar touched her tongue, sweet and electric, thunder shook the ground like a giant's heartbeat. Autumn's task required diplomacy. Deep within the mushroom ring grove, the mycelium queen, a being of shifting spores and bioluminescent tendrils, guarded a vial of decay's essence. "Rot is not evil," she murmured, her voice a chorus of rustling leaves. "But it must never outpace growth." She agreed to lend the vial only after Thistle presented a perfect dewdrop, its surface reflecting the queen's many-eyed visage. The final ingredient, Winter's sigh, dwelled in the cave of the ice wisp, a fragile creature of crystallized breath. They found it weeping jagged ice tears, its light dimmed by the rot's influence. "Sing to it," Elderwin had advised. Sorrel lowered her head, fireflies pulsing in rhythm to a lullaby her mother once hummed. The wisp's tears turned to glistening mist, and it gifted them a flake of eternal frost that burned cold yet tender against Thistle's paw. At the Heartstone's plinth, the creatures combined their treasures. Petal, nectar, decay, and frost swirled into a luminescent mist that seeped into the stone's cracks. The forest inhaled sharply, roots twitched, streams gasped, and every leaf shuddered as color bled back into the world. Dawn broke with the Heartstone pulsing anew, its light cascading through the canopy in prismatic waves. That evening, as the Elderglen drowsed under a quilt of stars, the creatures gathered at Moonshadow Hall. Elderwin perched atop a toadstool, recounting their tale to wide-eyed field mice. Bramble snored contentedly by the hearth moss, while Sorrel grazed on clover still glittering with revived dew. Thistle curled beside a window of sap-formed glass, watching the first snowflakes of true winter spiral downward, each one a tiny mirror reflecting the forest's restored magic. And so the Elderglen slept, its rhythms cradled once more by the quiet hands of balance, its dreams laced with the certainty that however fierce the storm, harmony could always be rediscovered, by those brave enough to listen, kind enough to cooperate, and wise enough to cherish both decay and bloom. Story 18. Beneath a velvet cloak of twilight, where ancient oaks whispered secrets to the stars, there thrived a glade known only as Silverwood Hollow. Here the air hummed with the perfume of moon-kissed jasmine, and dewdrops clung to spiderwebs like liquid diamonds. It was in this hidden realm that Fernwick, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, discovered the first troubling sign. A patch of goldenrod flowers blooming upside down, their faces pressed mournfully into the soil. Grandmama Bramble. Fernwick called, his tiny claws sinking into moss as soft as rabbit ears. From a burrow veiled by cascading, ivy emerged a tortoise whose shell bore maps of forgotten constellations. Her milky eyes gleamed with the patience of turning tides as she examined the inverted blooms. "The moonbeam oak weakens," she rasped, her voice the sound of dry leaves skittering over stone. "When roots forget the stars, the seasons lose their rhythm." So began their pilgrimage to the Heartwood, where the great moonbeam oak stood sentinel since time's first breath. Fireflies wove luminous garlands around its trunk, illuminating carvings left by long-departed wood sprites. But now fissures crawled up its bark like spider veins, and the luminous sap that once pulsed through its boughs had dwindled to faint glimmers. High in the splintered branches, Lila, a red squirrel whose tail held the russet glow of autumn's first sunset, nibbled anxiously on an acorn. The frost came too early, she fretted, showing Fernwick a leaf half encased in ice. Spring saplings wear winter's shackles. As daybreak painted the sky in watercolor lilacs, the trio encountered Rowan, a fox whose coat held the blue-gray mystery of twilight fog. He lay panting by Silver Thread Creek, where fish swam in panicked circles despite the current's song. The waters remember two melodies now, Rowan murmured, lapping at conflicting currents, one warm as sun-baked clay, the other cold as mountain breath. The oak's roots drink from confused streams. It was Thistleback, the ancient snapping turtle who slept beneath the creek's silt bed, who revealed the remedy. Emerging in a shower of iridescent bubbles, his moss-crusted beak clacked with the gravity of cracking ice. Seek the frost-fire lotus where the weeping willows make harp songs of the wind, but mind the shiver-petal veil, it mirrors the heart's hidden storms. Their journey wove through landscapes that defied reason. A copse where snowflakes bloomed into butterflies mid-fall, a meadow where dandelion clocks ticked backwards, and a thicket where shadows had weight and texture like brushed velvet. When night fell, Grandmama Bramble taught them to read the stories written in lichen patterns, while Rowan deciphered warnings in the owl's tremolo calls. The shiver-petal veil tested them with crystalline flowers that reflected not light, but memories. Fern winced as Petals showed his failure to save a drowning moth, Lila confronted her terror of empty nut stores, and Rowan relived the day his curiosity led a rabbit friend into a trapper's snare. Yet when Grandmama Bramble faced the blossoms, they showed only the endless turning of seasons, loss and renewal etched into one enduring pattern. Grief is the price of loving mortal things, she murmured, and the veil's mist cleared to reveal their prize. There, cradled in roots shaped like clasped hands, floated the frostfire lotus. Its petals burned with the blue-white fervor of midwinter stars, yet radiated warmth like a kitten's sleeping breath. As Lila gathered it in a pouch woven from milkweed silk, the ground sighed with release, and the first true snow began to fall, not from sky, but from the trembling leaves of every tree in Silverwood Hollow. Their return journey became a symphony of mending. Where Fernwick placed lotus pollen, frozen streams resumed their babbling lullabies. Rowan's breath spread shimmering spores that melted unseasonal frosts into diamond vapor. When they reached the moonbeam oak, Lila climbed to the crown, where the last healthy branch cradled a nest of twigs and thistledown. Within lay the forest's most sacred charge, a single ivory eggshell fragment from the first phoenix, still glowing with primordial warmth. As Grandmama Bramble anointed the oak's roots with lotus nectar, the hollow erupted in a chorus of waking magic. Caterpillars encased in ice cocoons burst forth as Luna moths trailing bioluminescent dust. The creek's warring currents braided into a harmonious spiral, carrying confused fish back to their proper seasons. And high above, the moonbeam oak's fissures sealed with liquid silver as its branches erupted in blossoms that were neither leaf nor flower nor snow, but something gloriously in between. At dawn's first light, the creatures gathered beneath the restored oak. Fernwick marveled at how his shadow now held a faint silver outline. Lila found her winter stash replenished with nuts bearing unfamiliar constellations, and Rowan discovered his pawprints left faint traces of stardust in soft earth. But it was young Pip, a rabbit kit who'd followed them unseen, who noticed the most wondrous change. Wherever their tears of joy had fallen, tiny crystalline flowers now grew, each petal holding a miniature aurora borealis. "Remember," rumbled Thistleback as he submerged once more into his aquatic realm, "balance isn't stillness, but the dance between what bends and what breaks." Grandmama Bramble nodded, watching a maple key spiral downward, first as a seed, then a snowflake, then a seed again before touching the forest floor. The lesson hung gentle as cobweb in the air. Endings were but preludes worn thin by time's patient hands. As seasons resumed their rightful rhythm, Silverwood Hollow thrived in its quiet alchemy. The upside-down goldenrod righted itself come spring, its blossoms ringing with contented bee song. When midsummer storms raged, the moonbeam oak's leaves transformed into living umbrellas for sheltering creatures. Autumn brought the great sigh, a day when all trees released leaves simultaneously to form a quilt for winter sleepers. And when the frost returned in its proper time, every icicle contained a tiny spark of the frostfire lotus warmth, ensuring no nest went cold. Years later, when Fernwick's own grandchildren asked about the faint silver in his quills, he'd take them to the moonbeam oak's base. There, preserved in solidified sap, lay a single petal from the frostfire lotus, alongside a thorn from Grandmama Bramble's final resting mound. The magic never left, he'd whisper as fireflies traced the contours of their awestruck faces. It simply learned to breathe through different lungs. And in the hush that followed, the wind would carry the echo of generations past, a harmony of rustles, purrs, and heartbeats, reminding them that every ending nourishes some hidden beginning, patiently waiting its turn to unfurl. Story 19. The Keeper of Whispering Woods. Beneath a quilt of twilight stars, where the last amber rays of sunset clung to rolling hills like golden cobwebs, there nestled a village where chimney smoke danced with fireflies. Here in this valley cradled by ancient oaks lived a girl named Lila, whose hands always smelled of rosemary and whose laughter carried the melody of wind chimes. She tended her grandmother's garden, where pumpkins glowed like captive moons and sunflowers bowed their heavy heads to passing butterflies. But it was the forest bordering their cottage, the whispering woods, that called to her most, its pines murmuring secrets when the wind stirred their needles. One crisp autumn morning, as Lila collected fallen chestnuts in her apron, a glint of copper caught her eye beneath a carpet of crimson leaves. Brushing away the foliage, she uncovered a locket shaped like a teardrop, its surface etched with vines and a single word, remember. When she pressed the clasp, the locket sprang open to reveal not a portrait, but a tiny swirling storm of stardust. A voice like creaking branches and rustling paper whispered, 3 trials await where shadows play, to mend the rift 'fore moonlight fades. The stardust spiraled upward, forming a luminous path that vanished into the heart of the whispering woods. Layla hesitated, her breath frosting in the air, before tightening her woolen scarf and stepping into the trees. The first trial, the Bridge of Roots. The woods transformed as she followed the stardust trail. Moss-covered stones pulsed faintly blue beneath her boots, and willows dipped their branches in greeting. Soon she reached a ravine where a river roared hungrily below. The only crossing was a bridge woven from living roots, its twisted strands groaning in the wind. "Mind the gaps," chirped a voice. Perched on a nearby rock sat a fox with fur the color of burnt caramel, one ear tipped with silver. "The bridge tests not your feet but your heart. It grows fragile when fed by fear." Lila knelt, eyeing the fox. "You speak." "Only when listeners truly hear," it replied, whiskers twitching. "I am Tindra, you seek the glimmering veil, yes, cross wisely, child. The roots remember every step taken in anger or haste." As Lila placed her foot on the first root, the bridge shuddered. Visions flashed before her, a quarrel with her grandmother over spilled milk, snapping at a friend who'd trampled her marigolds. The roots beneath her feet began to fray. "Breathe," she told herself, recalling her grandmother's advice during thunderstorms. "Stillness reveals the path." She closed her eyes, letting the river's roar fade into a distant hum. When she opened them again, the roots had knit themselves into solid steps wherever she focused her gaze. "Clever," Tindra remarked as Lila reached the other side. "You mended the bridge by mending your thoughts, but take care, the veil's magic is fading. What once healed with a song now requires a symphony." The second trial, the Garden of Echoes. Deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with the scent of petrichor and something sweeter, ripe blackberries and crushed mint. The stardust path led to a circular clearing where flowers bloomed in impossible colors. Indigo daisies, silver poppies, roses with petals like stained glass. Yet all was eerily silent. No bees buzzed, no birds sang. In the clearing's center stood a stone pedestal holding an empty hourglass. As Lila approached, the flowers trembled and the air filled with whispers. I shouldn't have taken her ribbon. Why did I laugh when he fell? I never thanked her. The regrets of countless souls swirled around her, each confession causing a flower to wilt. Tindra nudged her ankle. The garden thrives on truths left unspoken. To pass, you must water it with a regret you've carried like a stone in your shoe. Lila's throat tightened. She thought of the porcelain dove she'd broken while dusting her grandmother's shelf, hidden beneath her bed for weeks. I let my sister take the blame, she whispered. The moment the words left her lips, a shower of emerald light rained down. Where droplets touched the soil, new flowers erupted, velvety purple blossoms that chimed like bells. The hourglass flipped, its upper bulb filling with iridescent sand. Regret is fertilizer, not poison, Tindra said gently. But speak your next truth carefully, Lila. The final trial demands not what you've done, but who you are. The third trial, the mirror pool. Moonlight silvered the path as they reached a pool so still, it seemed a portal to another sky. The water reflected not stars, but memories, Lila bandaging a sparrow's wing, sharing her lunch with a lonely classmate, humming lullabies to her grandmother's tomatoes. To enter the glimmering veil, Tindra said, you must face your reflection and name your deepest fear. Lila knelt at the water's edge. The pool darkened, showing new images, her garden withering, the village ignoring her warnings of a coming frost, standing alone as others turned away. Her breath hitched. I'm afraid no one will remember me, that I'll fade like a footprint in the snow. The pool rippled. From its depths rose a figure made of liquid shadow, its voice the scrape of dead leaves. Why struggle, the world forgets, build walls, stay safe. Tindra growled low in her throat, but Lila shook her head. No, she said, rising. If I'm forgotten, I'll plant new memories. If walls crumble, I'll build bridges. I choose to trust even when afraid. The shadow recoiled, dissolving into mist. The pool erupted in light, revealing a staircase of glowing stones leading underground. The glimmering veil. The cavern took her breath away. Bioluminescent mushrooms lined paths of crushed quartz, their glow reflecting in underground rivers where fish sparkled like living jewels. But something was wrong. Patches of the ceiling had gone dark, and withered vines hung like cobwebs. At the cavern's heart stood a tree unlike any other, its trunk shimmering mother of pearl, branches heavy with crystalline fruit. A woman emerged from behind the tree, her hair woven with lichen, eyes the green of sunlit ferns. Welcome, Lila, she said, voice resonating with the cavern's echoes. I am the warden. The veil's light dims because fewer believe in magic's quiet song. The locket chose you to rekindle the light, but only if you're willing to leave something precious behind. Lila touched the locket. What must I give? Your final memory of this place. Carry its light within, but never speak of it. The magic that sustains worlds like mine thrives in mystery. Tindra brushed against her leg. It's a lonely price, the fox said softly, but see how the veil already brightens at your presence. Indeed, where Lila's shadow fell, new mushrooms sprouted, their caps glowing gold. She thought of her grandmother's stories about the northern lights, how sharing them made the colors seem brighter. I'll pay the price, Lila decided. But may I leave something extra, a memory of my grandmother's laughter. The veil should know joy, not just sacrifice. The warden's stern expression softened. She pressed a hand to Lila's chest, and a wisp of silver light drifted into the tree. Instantly, the cavern blazed with color. Rivers sang in harmonies that made Lila's bones hum. The crystalline fruit pulsed like heartbeats. Return. Dawn painted the sky peach and lavender as Lila emerged from the woods, the locket now empty. She couldn't recall the veil's location or the warden's face, but her chest warmed when she spied the first snowdrops pushing through frost. That night, as she helped her grandmother shell peas by the fire, the old woman paused. "Your eyes sparkled differently, little wren. Did something happen today?" Layla opened her mouth, but the memory slipped away like water through fingers. Instead, she described the chestnuts she'd gathered, the fox she'd glimpsed, the way the autumn air smelled like cinnamon and hope. "Ah," her grandmother smiled, squeezing her hand. "That's the wood's oldest magic. It gives us stories to carry, even when we forget why." Years later, when Lila became a botanist who talked to seedlings and children flocked to her garden, she'd sometimes pause while pruning roses, certain she heard a fox's chuckle in the wind. Though she never understood why, she always left an extra row of carrots by the tree line and took special care of any locket-shaped leaves that sprouted among her herbs. And in the deepest heart of the Whispering Woods, where no mortal foot ever tread, a mother-of-pearl tree grew a single crystalline fruit that glowed brightest on nights when laughter drifted up from the village, a light no shadow could ever dim. Story 20. In the amber-hued village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping cats and the cobblestones sparkled with embedded moon quartz, there came a week when the tea kettles refused to boil. Not in their usual merry whistling way, nor even in sullen bubbles. They simply sat cold as the autumnal ponds, despite the fires crackling beneath them. 12-year-old Lila noticed it first while tending old Mrs. Bramble's apothecary shop, where the copper kettle above the hearthstone developed an unusual pattern of frost across its belly. "It's the third strange chill this month," the white-haired woman murmured, tracing the icy spirals with a wrinkled finger. First the bread ovens baking snow instead of loaves, then the candle flames burning blue and cold, and now this. As Lila walked home that twilight, her woolen cloak brushing against hedges of slumbering fire ferns, she observed other peculiarities. A family of stone garden gnomes had migrated from the Butterworth's yard to perch atop the blacksmith's roof, their chubby cheeks puffed in silent laughter. The weather-vane crow at St. Hesper's Chapel kept pointing resolutely downward, though no wind blew. Most curious of all were the faint silvery tracks glimmering on certain pathways, visible only when the lamplight struck them just so, like snail trails woven from stardust. Her friend Tobias met her at the crossroads, his spectacles fogged with haste. "You'll never guess what's happened at the mill," he panted, adjusting the strap of his ever-present sketchbook. "Father opened the grain stores this morning to find every sack tied shut with living ivy. The leaves keep growing back faster than we can cut them." Layla knelt to examine one of the silver trails near Tobias's boot. It hummed faintly beneath her fingertips, a vibration like plucked harp strings. "There's a pattern," she murmured. "The coldness, the moving objects, the living plants, it's as if—" A soft hoot interrupted her. Above them in a maple tree, its branches heavy with crimson leaves, perched a tawny owl with eyes like liquid amber. It dropped a single feather that spiraled down to land at Lila's feet, except when she picked it up, it wasn't a feather at all, but a folded paper so thin it seemed woven from moonlight. "Meet where the three bridges whisper," Tobias read over her shoulder as the words shimmered into view. His breath made the paper ripple like water. What in the name of the starry shepherd does that mean? Lila's heart quickened. The Trindlefoot Crossing, where the stone bridge, the wooden bridge, and the rope bridge all meet over Silver Thread Brook. Gran used to say that's where the world's seams are loosely stitched. She pocketed the mysterious message, the paper cool against her palm. "We need to." A chorus of alarmed clucking interrupted them as Mrs. Penhallow's prize chickens came streaking down the lane, their feathers puffed out like dandelion clocks. Perched atop the lead hen's back rode a tiny figure no taller than Lila's hand, a moss-covered sprite with acorn-capped boots, ringing a miniature bell frantically. "Beware the frost-hearted wanderer," it chimed in a voice like wind through reeds. "Seek the keeper of forgotten warmth." Before either child could respond, the sprite and its poultry steed vanished around a corner in a flurry of feathers and fading laughter. That night, by the light of a stubbornly cold lantern filled with captive fireflies, Lila and Tobias pored over his sketches of the strange occurrences. The silver trails formed spirals centered around the village square. The displaced objects all faced northeast. The cold spots coincided with areas where Tobias had drawn peculiar symbols in the margins of his notes, a crescent moon cradling a flame, a teardrop with roots. "We need help," Lila concluded, tracing the symbols with a hazel twig she always carried. "Someone who understands old magic." As if summoned, 3 soft knocks sounded at the window. There perched the amber-eyed owl, now wearing a tiny pair of spectacles balanced precariously on its beak. It dropped a walnut shell into Tobias's ink-stained hand. When pried open, the shell released a curl of fragrant smoke that formed words above their desk. "Bring a cup of unanswered questions, a spoonful of courage, and the memory of summer's warmth, to where the bridges sing." The first stars were still blinking awake when the children crept through silent streets, past shop windows where dough rose in glacial waves beneath linen cloths, and caged songbirds slept with heads tucked under wings of frost. Lila carried Gran's old thermos filled with ginger tea for unanswered questions. Tobias clutched his mother's strawberry preserve jar, summer's warmth captured in glass, and both wore thick mittens knit with threads of braided courage. At Trindlefoot Crossing, the 3 bridges arched over mist-shrouded waters, ancient stone worn smooth by centuries, weathered wood singing with the memory of forests, and a rope bridge that swayed to some unfelt breeze. The owl awaited them on the stone parapet, beside a figure draped in a cloak of shifting constellations. "Welcome, little observers," spoke the Star Child, though its mouth never moved beneath the shimmering veil. "You followed the trail of winter's sigh." As it raised a hand sparkling with cosmic dust, the silver trails throughout Willowmere ignited like mercury rivers, all flowing toward the abandoned clock tower at Village Edge, a place where time itself had stopped when its great brass gears froze decades past. The Starchieel's voice rippled with gentle urgency. "There sleeps one who has forgotten fire's song. Help them remember ere the first snow falls." Dawn found the children standing before the clock tower's rusted gates, its hands perpetually stuck at 3 minutes to midnight. The silvery trails pooled at their feet, swirling like liquid moonlight. From her satchel, Lila withdrew the tools of their trade, a magnifying glass that revealed hidden fingerprints, currently showing tiny, crystalline marks, a compass that pointed toward mysteries instead of north, spinning wildly, and Tobias's sketches spread across frost-rimed grass. "Look," Tobias breathed, adjusting his spectacles. "The ivy, it's not attacking the tower, it's trying to get in." Indeed, the vibrant green vines twisted urgently around sealed windows, their leaves pressing against grimy glass like tiny hands. A sudden warmth against Lila's chest made her gasp. The hazel twig snapped from Gran's walking staff, glowed softly, its tip pointing toward a barely visible crack in the tower's foundation. As they crouched to investigate, a shiver of movement caught their eyes, not silver trails now, but faint golden flickers darting through the rubble like frightened fireflies. "Wait," Lila called as the lights retreated. She uncorked the strawberry preserve, its summery sweetness perfuming the chilly air. One golden spark ventured closer, then another, until a cluster hovered above the open jar, not insects but tiny flame spirits no bigger than thimbles, their warmth immediately melting the frost at the children's feet. The keeper of forgotten warmth, Tobias realized aloud. They've been trapped. Their investigation became a dance of delicate persuasion, using the preserves to gain the flames' trust, following their flickering guidance to a boarded-up cellar door long sealed by fear and ivy. As Lila's hazel twig brushed the rusted padlock, memories flooded her mind, Gran's voice saying all locks answer to truth, and the realization that this door hadn't been closed out of malice but protectiveness. "It's not keeping us out," she whispered. "It's keeping something in." The padlock fell away with a sigh. Within the dust-choked tower, frozen in time, they found the source of the mystery, a young frost phoenix, its crystalline feathers dulled by centuries of solitude, talons fused to the frozen clock mechanism. The creature's ice-blue eyes opened slowly, releasing tears that tinkled like wind chimes as they fell. Around its neck glowed a pendant of obsidian, a prison not for the phoenix, but for its firebird soul, separated long ago by well-meaning villagers fearing its fiery nature. "Look," Tobias pointed his charcoal nub at ancient murals peeling from the walls. "They thought containing the heat would protect the village, but—" His sketchbook flipped pages on its own, showing their recent mysteries, the cold flames, the migrating objects, even the sprite's warning, all manifestations of the phoenix's trapped energy seeking balance. Working by the light of their liberated flame spirits, the children combined Lila's knowledge of herbal bonds, mistletoe paste dissolves enchanted ice, with Tobias's knack for mechanical puzzles, if we redirect the mainspring here. As the great clock gears began creaking into motion, something magical happened. The frozen phoenix's form started glowing with inner fire, melting its icy prison but not the tower itself. Outside, villagers emerged to find their hearth fires blooming in proper hues again, bread ovens releasing clouds of rosemary-scented steam, and every displaced garden gnome bowing toward the clock tower. In the final moment, as the reborn firebird, now a glorious creature of molten gold and cool sapphire flames, soared upward to reunite with its starry flock, the starchiel appeared one last time. "Remember," it whispered through the joyful tears of the crowd, "warmth and cold are dance partners, not enemies. To deny one is to lose the music." That winter, Willowmere's new clock tower became a place of dual flames, a hearth of golden fire and a fountain of liquid starlight, tended by children and flame spirits alike. The frost phoenix's visits became legend, its shadow bringing the first delicate snowflakes each year, its song thawing the last icicle in spring. And on particularly quiet evenings, if you left a cup of spiced cider by your window, you might glimpse tiny ice and fire sprites waltzing in the moonlight, their laughter sounding like crackling logs and tinkling sleigh bells woven together, a lullaby of balance found, and friendships forged in the gentle crucible of understanding. Story 21. The Amber Key. In a valley cradled by ancient, snow-dusted mountains, there existed a village where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy silver threads. The cobblestone streets smelled of cinnamon and hearth-baked bread, and every doorstep bore pots of moonflowers that glowed softly at dusk. It was here, in a cottage with ivy-laced walls, that a quiet girl named Mira tended to her grandmother's honeybees. Her hands were often speckled with pollen, and her hair carried the scent of lavender, but Mira's heart ached for something she couldn't name. While others chattered at market stalls or danced at harvest festivals, she preferred the company of her bees, whose humming songs seemed to whisper secrets only she could hear. One crisp autumn morning, as Mira brushed frost from the hives, she discovered a peculiar object half buried in the roots of an oak tree, a key, warm to the touch and carved from amber. Its bow twisted into the shape of a sleeping fox, and when she held it to the light, veins of gold pulsed within like a heartbeat. That night the key glowed on her windowsill, casting honeyed shadows that danced to the rhythm of the wind. In her dreams, a voice like rustling leaves murmured, "Find the door where the willows weep." The journey began at dawn. Mira packed a satchel with blackberry jam sandwiches, a jar of clover honey, and her thickest woolen scarf. She followed the river east, where silver-trunked willows trailed their branches in the water. The air grew thick with magic. Dragonflies hovered in place like stained glass ornaments, and stones hummed when she stepped on them. At midday she found it, an arched door woven from living willow branches, its keyhole shaped like a fox's eye. The amber key fit perfectly. Beyond the door lay the gloaming wood, a twilight realm where trees bore lantern-like fruits that flickered between colors, and streams flowed upward into misty pools suspended in air. But the wood was silent. No birds sang. The lantern fruits dimmed as Mira walked deeper, and she noticed cracks splitting the earth, leaching darkness like ink into soil. "It's the withering," said a voice. Mira turned to find a red fox sitting atop a mossy boulder, his fur tipped with frost despite the mild air. His eyes were two shards of citrine, sharp and sorrowful. "The gloaming wood is fading," he said, "and the withering will spread to your world next." The fox introduced himself as Fen, last guardian of the wood. Long ago, he explained, the realm had been sustained by a Heartstone, a crystal forged from starlight and stories, but it had shattered centuries past. Fragments were hidden across the land, guarded by spirits who'd long since vanished. "The withering grows where hope is forgotten," Fen said quietly. "To heal the wood, we must restore the Heartstone." Their quest led them through valleys where time pooled like rainwater, and over hills that shifted shape when blinked at. They encountered a badger who wept diamonds. "Tears are heavy things," Fen mused, collecting them in a leaf-shaped vial, and a river spirit who demanded a song in exchange for passage. Mira, who'd never sung aloud before, offered a lullaby her grandmother had hummed to the bees. The spirit, pleased, spun a bridge of moonbeams for them to cross. The first Heartstone fragment lay in the Cavern of Echoes, a place where every footstep rippled into whispers of the past. Mira heard her mother's laughter gone too soon, her father's fiddle tunes faded when he remarried, and her own voice, small and uncertain, "What if I'm not brave enough?" "Courage isn't the absence of fear," Fen said, nudging her forward. "It's moving forward with it." The fragment glowed atop a pedestal of ice. But as Mira reached for it, shadowy tendrils erupted from the ground, coiling around her wrists. The withering had taken physical form, a creature of smoke and fractured glass, hissing like 1,000 dying embers. "Think of something joyful." Fen barked, leaping beside her. Mira closed her eyes. She thought of bees settling into hives at dusk, of her grandmother's hands, wrinkled but steady, guiding hers as they planted seeds. She thought of Fen's dry jokes during their travels, and the way the lantern fruits brightened when she smiled. Warmth surged through her, and the amber key blazed like a tiny sun. The shadows recoiled, dissolving into mist. 3 fragments remained. The next was kept by the Nightingale Queen, ruler of a floating garden where flowers bloomed in midair. She agreed to surrender her shard only if they solved a riddle. "I am born in worry, fed on silence, and broken by a whispered word. What am I?" "Loneliness," Mira answered softly. The queen, touched, gifted them a feather that glowed in the dark. The 3rd fragment required repairing a broken friendship between 2 mountain spirits, a gruff old stag and a mischievous otter who'd quarreled over a stolen constellation. Mira, recalling how Fen had patiently untangled her hair from thorns the previous night, brokered peace by suggesting they share the stars. The final fragment lay in the withering's core. By now, the cracks had spread to Mira's world. Villagers spoke of crops wilting overnight and springs running dry. Her father's new wife, once cold and distant, pressed a lucky charm into Mira's palm before she left. "Come home safe." The withering's heart was a cavern of jagged obsidian, pulsing with sickly green light. At its center floated the last fragment, but guarding it was a monstrous amalgam of all the wood's fears, a towering beast with glowing cracks splintering its body. "It's made of despair," Fen realized. We can't fight it with force. Mira stepped forward, trembling. Let me try. She spoke to the creature, not with words, but with memories. She shared the ache of her mother's absence, the sting of feeling unseen, the nights she'd cried into her pillow. The beast shuddered, cracks widening, but she pressed on. But there's light too. The bees never left me. Fen found me. You don't have to hold all this alone. The amber key flared. One by one, the Heartstone fragments floated from her satchel, merging into a radiant crystal. The beast crumbled, not in anger but relief, its darkness dispersing like smoke in the wind. In the restored glowing wood, lantern fruits blushed pink as dawn. Fen nuzzled Mira's hand. You'll visit, won't you? Always, she promised. Returning home, Mira planted moonflowers around the village well. They bloomed unnaturally fast, their glow warding off the lingering chill of the withering. She still talked to her bees, but now she also joined festivals, teaching children how to waltz with fireflies. Years later, when a shy boy with a pet crow asked about the amber key around her neck, Mira smiled. It's a reminder, she said, that even broken things can mend, and that the quietest voices often hold the bravest songs. And in the gloaming wood, if you know where to look, you'll find a fox and a girl laughing beneath willow trees, their friendship etched into the roots of the world. Story 22. In a quiet corner of a village where chimney smoke curled like cat's tails against the twilight, there lived a shy girl named Lila, whose greatest joy was collecting lost things. Her pockets bulged with bottle caps polished by time, keys without locks, and pebbles shaped like crescent moons. But her most cherished treasure was a small, rusted compass she'd found nestled in the roots of an oak tree. Its needle trembled perpetually, not pointing north, but towards something no map could name, a secret that hummed in her palm like a trapped bee. One crisp autumn evening, as Lila sorted her findings by candlelight, the compass grew warm. Its glass fogged and the needle spun wildly before settling, unwavering, toward the attic hatch in her ceiling. Heart fluttering, she climbed the creaking ladder, pushed open the hatch, and found herself breathless before an old trunk draped in cobwebs. Inside lay a cloak the color of midnight, its hem embroidered with constellations that glimmered faintly, and beneath it, a note in spidery script, for the one who listens to what the world leaves behind. When Lila fastened the cloak around her shoulders, the attic dissolved. The walls became a tapestry of swirling mist, and the compass needle blazed gold, pulling her forward into a forest where trees whispered in voices like rustling parchment. "You've come at last, little keeper," said a voice, and from the shadows emerged a creature with eyes like twin lanterns, a marmalade cat as large as a wolf, his fur tipped with frost. "I am Marlowe," he purred, "and you'll need my guidance if you're to mend what's been fractured." The compass, Marlowe explained, led not to places, but to needs, unseen tears in the fabric of the world. Their first journey brought them to a valley where rivers flowed upward and birds sang in reverse. A badger in a waistcoat, balancing an hourglass on his snout, hurried toward them. "Thimble's the name," he puffed. "The Chronohaven's gears are jammed, time's unraveling." True enough, the great clock tower at the valley's heart groaned as its pendulums froze mid-swing. Lila's compass glowed, directing her to a single cracked cog hidden under ivy. But how to fix it without tools? Wisdom often wears the guise of simplicity, Marlowe mused, swishing his tail. Remembering the pebbles in her pocket, Lila slotted a smooth, moon-shaped stone into the clock's heart. With a shuddering click, time rippled backward, just enough to mend the cog. The rivers righted themselves, birds trilled sweetly, and Thimble bowed, offering her a vial of starlight. For remembering, he winked, that even broken things hold the right shape somewhere. As seasons turned in the blink of an eye, Lila's cloak collected stories. A patch of lichen from a mountain that dreamed of being a cloud, a tear from a bridge who missed the weight of footsteps, a thimbleful of silence from a windstorm calmed by kindness. Yet the compass grew heavier, its pull leading them deeper into the whispering wolds, where the air tasted of burnt sugar and shadows clung like cobwebs. Here they found the source of the world's growing fragility, a great, crystalline tree of equilibrium, its branches cracked and leafless. At its base knelt a figure robed in ash, his hands pressed to the roots. Salus, Marlowe sighed. Once the guardian of balance, now consumed by sorrow. The guardian turned, his face a mosaic of shattered light. I sought to stop pain by stilling all change, he whispered. But a world without seasons grows frail. The tree's roots pulsed faintly, choked by his fear. Layla's compass trembled, not with urgency, but sadness. She knelt beside Salus, placing the vial of starlight, the lichen, and the pebble cog into the earth. Change isn't something to stop, she said softly. It's a song that needs all its notes, even the sorrowful ones. Salus's hands uncurled. As the relics sank into the soil, the tree shuddered. New branches sprouted, bearing leaves of silver and copper, and the guardian's form softened into dappled sunlight. You've reminded me that balance is not control, he said, voice blooming with warmth. It's trust. With a sweep of his hand, the whispering wolds sighed back into harmony, and Lila's compass quieted, its needle resting at last. Returning home, Lila found her attic unchanged, yet everything different. The cloak's constellations now shimmered in her mortal world, a reminder that wonder walks hand in hand with ordinary days. She still collected lost things, but now she listened deeper, mended fences with whispers of gratitude, reunited orphaned mittens, and left bowls of milk for Marlowe, who sometimes appeared on her windowsill to recount tales of mended worlds. And on nights when the wind carried the scent of burnt sugar, she'd smile, knowing that fragility is not weakness. It's the necessary crack where light gets in, the space between heartbeats where courage grows, and the quiet truth that even the smallest hands can hold the universe together. Story 23. The Song of the Whispering Brook. In a valley cradled by ancient hills, where willows dipped their fingers into silver streams and fireflies painted the dusk with gold, there lived a girl named Lila with eyes the color of storm clouds and a laugh that chimed like wind through chimes. Her home, a cottage with a mossy roof and walls of honey-colored stone, stood at the edge of a forest so old the trees seemed to hum with forgotten secrets. But Lila's favorite place was the brook that curled behind her garden, a ribbon of water that sang as it flowed, its voice shifting with the seasons. One crisp autumn afternoon, while skipping stones across the brook's glassy surface, Lila noticed something glimmering beneath the water, a small, pearlescent shell no larger than her thumb. When she plucked it from the pebbles, it pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat trapped in mother of pearl. As she turned it over, the shell began to whisper. Not in words, but in melodies, notes that danced like sunlight on water, weaving a tune that made her think of frosted ferns and starlit snow. Entranced, she tucked the shell into her pocket, unaware that its song had awakened something far deeper than the brook's bed. That night, as moonlight pooled on her quilt, the shell's whispers grew louder. They tugged at her dreams, drawing her to the window where the forest loomed, its shadows alive with flickering blue lights. Pulling on her boots and a cloak lined with rabbit fur, Layla followed the melody into the woods. The trees parted for her, their branches arching into a corridor lined with luminescent mushrooms and ivy that glowed faintly silver. The air smelled of pine resin and crushed mint, and beneath her feet the earth felt soft and warm, as though the ground itself was breathing. Deep in the forest she found the source of the blue lights, a circle of stones, each carved with symbols that shimmered like liquid mercury. At their center stood a boy, or something like a boy, with antlers crowning his dark curls and skin that shifted between moss green and twilight purple. His eyes, wide and startled, were the gold of dandelion pollen. You shouldn't be here, he said, his voice a blend of rustling leaves and distant thunder. The stone singers only wake for the solstice. The stone singers, Lila whispered, clutching the shell. He nodded at the circle. Guardians of the Veil, they've been silent for 100 years, but you brought a key. He pointed at the shell, now glowing fiercely in her hand. That's a piece of the first song, the music that spun the world into being. Where did you find it? Before Lila could answer, the stones began to hum. The cymbals flared and the ground trembled as a crack split the earth, revealing a staircase spiraling into darkness. The boy, introducing himself as Rowan, explained that the veil separated their world from the Hollow, a realm where ancient spirits dwelled. The first song had once kept the veil strong, but its fragments had been scattered long ago, stolen by a sorcerer who'd sought to silence the world's magic. Without the song, the veil was fraying, and shadows had begun slipping through, draining life from the forest. The shell led me here, Layla said, determination hardening her voice. Maybe it wants us to mend the song. Rowan hesitated. The Hollow is perilous, its path's twist lies into truth, and hunger follows you like a second shadow, but if the song's pieces still exist. He studied her, antlers trembling. You'd risk becoming lost. Layla thought of the brook's weakening murmur, the way the willows had begun shedding leaves too early. Yes. Their journey began at dawn. The Hollow's staircase opened into a cavern where stalactites dripped liquid moonlight, and bioluminescent moths fluttered around them like living constellations. Rowan produced a lantern from his satchel, a glass orb filled with captive fireflies, and led her through tunnels that echoed with phantom whispers. The first trial came quickly, a bridge of roots spanning a chasm, its far end hidden in mist. As Lila stepped onto it, the roots moved, slithering like serpents. Rowan gripped her hand. Don't look down, the bridge feeds on fear. Below them, the darkness yawned, but Lila focused on the shell's melody, now threading through her mind like a lifeline. She hummed along and the roots stilled, allowing them to cross. Deeper in, they encountered a river of ink-black water. A ferryman cloaked in reeds awaited them, his boat carved from a single bone. Payment, he rasped, extending a hand blooming with lichen. Rowan offered a vial of maple sap, but the ferryman shook his head. A memory. Lila's chest tightened. What kind? One that aches. She thought of her mother, who'd vanished into the mist years ago while foraging for herbs. The memory of her face, smiling, freckled, framed by wild black curls, had grown foggy at the edges. Swallowing tears, Lila let the ferryman press his mossy palm to her temple. The memory slipped away like a dropped ribbon, and the ferryman nodded, ushering them aboard. You gave up something precious, Rowan said as the boat glided forward. Lila touched the shell. The song is worth more. Days blurred in the Hollow's timeless glow. They battled shadow creatures with teeth like cracked porcelain, solved riddles etched into living crystal, and trekked through valleys where flowers bloomed into ephemeral faces that sang warnings. Along the way they collected fragments of the song, a petal that chimed like bells, a feather that hummed a lullaby, a drop of dew holding the sound of a sunrise. Each piece merged with the shell, expanding its melody into a symphony that made the air shiver. Yet the final fragment eluded them. Rowan grew quieter, his antlers shedding leaves. The sorcerer's curse lingers here, he confessed one night as they camped beneath a tree with bark like stained glass. He bound his own soul to the last fragment, fearing its power. To reclaim it we must face him, or what's left of him. The sorcerer's lair lay in a citadel of petrified wood, its spires clawing at a sky choked with ash. Inside, shadows writhed across walls carved with scenes of decay, forests reduced to stumps, rivers running black, creatures crumbling to dust. At the heart of the citadel, atop a dais of yellowed bones, hovered the final fragment, a shard of obsidian ringing with a discordant shriek. The sorcerer materialized as a wraith, his form a swirl of smoke and embers. "Fools," he hissed. "The song's unity will undo me, but I will not fade alone." He lunged, his claws raking toward Rowan. Lila threw herself between them, the shell blazing in her hands. "You're wrong," she shouted. "The song isn't about power, it's about connection." She poured every note they'd gathered into the shell. The music swelled, luminous as a supernova, weaving through the sorcerer's smoke. His screams softened to whispers, then to sighs, as the melody unspooled his bitterness, leaving only a tired, lonely man who'd forgotten the world's beauty. With a final breath he dissolved, and the obsidian shard melted into the shell, completing the song. The veil mended as they emerged, the forest sighing in relief. Willows burst into bloom, brooks laughed louder than ever, and the stone's hum settled into a contented drone. Rowan led Lila to the circle, where he pressed his palm to hers. "The hollow won't forget your courage." But as the shell's song spread, something unexpected happened. Lila's lost memory returned. Not as a phantom, but as a warmth in her chest, her mother's voice, clear and bright, singing a lullaby that matched the shell's tune. She hadn't vanished, she'd changed, her spirit merging with the forest when illness claimed her. "She's here," Rowan said gently. "In every leaf and ripple, love doesn't fade, it transforms." Lila wept, but her tears were sweet, like rain after a long drought. Years later, Lila became the valley's storyteller, her hair streaked with silver, but her laugh still bright. Children gathered by her fireplace as she recounted her tale, the shell now resting on her mantle, its song quiet but alive. Rowan visited often, his antlers twined with wildflowers, and together they taught the villagers to listen, to the wind's ballads, the brook's sonatas, the silent music woven into the world's roots. And on quiet nights, when the moon hung low, Lila would kneel by the whispering brook and sing. Some say the water sang back, its voice blending with another's, a melody of homecoming, tender and eternal, carried on the notes of the first song. Story 24. In the velvety folds of the Twinklewood Valley, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and the rivers sang lullabies against smooth stones, there bloomed a peculiar mystery. It began on an amber-tinted afternoon when young Milo, whose freckles held whispers of forgotten constellations, noticed the bread dough in Widow Hemsley's bakery refused to rise. Not in the ordinary way of tired yeast or chilly kitchens, but in great heaving sighs, as if the loaves themselves were mourning. By twilight, 3 more oddities unfolded. The creek behind the mill wheel flowed upward in silver ribbons. The ceramic owls in the town square turned their heads westward, though no wind blew, and every single firefly in Mossgrove Meadow forgot how to glow. The villagers gathered under the ancient weather oak, its branches hung with chimes made of seashells and moonstone, murmuring about forgotten spells and unsettled spirits. "It's the work of the shiver folk," said old Mr. Bracken, adjusting his spectacles carved from iceberry sap. "Mischievous snow spirits who melt into puddles come spring. Must have lingered too long and got cross about the thaw." But 12-year-old Layla, whose braids smelled perpetually of cinnamon due to her work at the spice mill, noticed something others hadn't. Kneeling by the backward-flowing creek, she spied tiny footprints pressed into the mud, not hooved or clawed, but shaped like 5-petaled flowers. "Whatever's causing this isn't angry," she murmured, catching the scent of rain-soaked novels drifting from her satchel. "It's asking." Her observation summoned a rustle from the cattails. Out waddled Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills shimmered with trapped starlight, a habit from his nightly conversations with the moon. "Clever eyes, cinnamon child," he grumbled in a voice like a cello played through a honeycomb. "The valley's heartbeat skips. Follow the bread sighing, the waters climb, the lights retreat. They point like compass needles. so began their moonlit investigation. They traced the sorrowful dough to the bakery's brick oven, where embers pulsed in time with distant thunder. Lila noticed the fire's core held not logs, but a cluster of glowing blue stones. "Star coals," gasped Bramble. "Mined from meteorites in the northern wastes, but see how they dim." Indeed, the stone's light flickered weakly, their heat insufficient to bake even a crumpet. The westward-facing owls led them next to the abandoned observatory atop Clovereyes Hill, its copper dome verdigris green. Inside, cobwebs glittered with trapped dewdrops, and a great brass telescope pointed not at the stars, but at the valley below. Through its lens, Lila spied threads of silvery mist connecting all the troubled spots: bakery, creek, meadow, converging on the hollow trunk of the weeping willow at forest's edge. "Oh," Lila breathed. "It's not one creature, but many. Tiny ones. See how the mist trembles when they move." She plucked a hair from Bramble's starry quill, held it up to catch the moonlight, and watched it float eastward against the breeze. "They're pulling magic out of things instead of letting it flow, but why?" Their answer came in the form of whimpers, high, soft, like tea kettles beginning to sing. Beneath the willow's curtain of leaves crouched 3 mushroom-capped creatures, no taller than butter knives, their bodies woven from dandelion fluff and worry. Lila named them Puff, Tuft, and Flurry for the anxious way they huddled together. Through a chorus of hiccuping sobs translated by Bramble, the tale unfolded. "We're cloud spinners from the cumulus peaks," wept Puff, twisting its cap nervously. "Our elders weave morning fog, but we wanted to make something grander, so we took star coals for power, taught water to climb like vines, tried to bake clouds into solid shapes. But the magic," it gestured to its ragged, spark-spitting form, "it bites when forced. Now we're tangled in our own spell, and the valley's magic is unraveling." Lila sat cross-legged, offering her cinnamon-dusted handkerchief as a tissue. "You tried to build a castle before learning to stack blocks," she said gently. Bramble nodded, producing a thimble-sized kettle from his quills to brew marshmallow root tea. The solution unfolded like origami. One returned the star coals to the meteorite caves, escorted by fireproof salamanders who sang volcanic lullabies. 2 teach the cloud spinners proper cloud stitching using thistledown needles and moonbeam thread, supervised by a strict but grandmotherly cirrus sprite named Madame Nimbus. 3 restore the valley's rhythm through a collaborative ritual. Lila baked honeycakes infused with apology, the secret ingredient being a pinch of humility. Bramble conducted an orchestra of crickets and bullfrogs, and every villager contributed a whispered memory of their first magic, planting seeds, mending socks, kindling friendship. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, the reversed creek tumbled happily downhill again. Fireflies relit their lanterns in a synchronized dance, and the bread rose so enthusiastically it floated like balloons until properly baked. The cloud spinners, now apprentices to Madame Nimbus, left behind a farewell gift: permanent constellations over Twinklewood Valley shaped like a hedgehog, a spice mill, and a steaming teacup visible only when one laughed until their ribs tickled. That night, as villagers drifted to sleep with windows open to the chuckling breeze, Lila whispered to Bramble perched on her windowsill, "The best magic isn't taken, is it? It's tended, like soup shared between friends." The hedgehog's quills twinkled in agreement. "And occasionally," he added, nibbling a leftover honeycake, "it requires admitting you've bitten off more than you can chew, preferably before the bread starts sobbing." And so peace settled deeper into the valley's bones, flavored with the understanding that even mysteries have soft centers beneath their crunchy shells, waiting for gentle hands to crack them open. Story 25. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honeyed rays of sun dipped behind the whispering peaks, the villagers of Bramble Hollow noticed the first strange signs. Lanterns along the cobblestone paths would flicker blue without warning, their flames dancing like captured starlight. Garden gates swung open of their own accord, revealing trails of bioluminescent moss leading into the shadowed woods. And every morning without fail, the townsfolk found their freshly baked pies still warm on windowsills to cool, mysteriously missing their top crusts, as if some tiny creature had nibbled a perfect circle from each. 12-year-old Mira, whose cinnamon-brown curls perpetually smelled of parchment and pine resin from helping in the bindery, first discovered the curious clues during her evening walk. A pocket of cold air brushed her cheek near the old stone bridge, though the September evening was mild. When she crouched to inspect a shimmering smudge on a mossy rock, a faint chime echoed through the air, the sound of distant icicles tapping in a breeze that didn't exist. "You hear it too, don't you?" came a voice like rustling autumn leaves. Mira turned to find old Nessa, the woodsap witch, leaning on her walking stick carved with runes. Her cloak shifted colors as she moved deep forest green to twilight purple, and in the basket crook of her arm nestled 3 hedgehogs, their quills dusted with what looked like powdered moonlight. "The frost sprites are restless," Nessa continued, nodding to where Mira's breath now misted in the air. "Something's disturbed their season sleep beneath the glacier lakes. We'll have cracked butter churns and upside-down rainbows by week's end if it continues." Mira's pulse quickened as the witch explained. Frost sprites, normally dormant until winter's first snow, were ethereal beings of delicate magic. When awakened prematurely, their confusion manifested in harmless but peculiar disruptions. The missing pie crusts. Likely sprite nibbles, they craved baked goods, but were too shy to take whole portions. The blue lanterns. Their icy breath playing with fire. But why now? Mira asked, watching her words make little clouds. A hedgehog in Nessa's basket sneezed, sending up a miniature snow flurry that melted before touching the ground. Nessa's amber eyes grew serious. "Their glacier home must be threatened. We'll need to journey to Crystal Hollow at dawn, but mind the twilight hours, child. Wakened sprites grow bolder in darkness." The next morning, as peach gold light spilled over dew-kissed ferns, Mira and Nessa set out with provisions. A thermos of peppermint chocolate tea, raisin scones wrapped in beeswax cloth, and at Mira's insistence, a miniature cherry pie saved from the bakery's window. The hedgehogs, whose names turned out to be Thistle, Pippin, and Wisp, trundled alongside, their tiny paws leaving sparkly prints in the dirt. As they ascended fern-carpeted slopes, the air grew crisp with the scent of frost and far-away snow. Strange phenomena multiplied. A brook flowed upward in glimmering spirals, snowflakes bloomed like crystalline flowers on summer-weathered oaks, and twice they passed the same cluster of tiger lilies, though Mira swore the second time. The flowers had tiny frosty faces winking among their petals. "We're close," Nessa murmured as the path narrowed to a lichen-etched staircase, winding into a mist-shrouded ravine. Mira's fingers brushed the cold stone wall, coming away dusted with iridescent powder that tingled against her skin. Somewhere ahead, a crystalline chiming echoed, dozens of tiny voices overlapping like wind chimes in a storm. The sight that greeted them in Crystal Hollow stole Mira's breath. The glacier cave's mouth yawned wide, its icicle teeth dripping strangely brown-tinged meltwater. Dozens of frost sprites fluttered about in distress, translucent creatures, no taller than Mira's hand, their moth-like wings shedding diamond dust. They darted in frantic patterns, their usual pearly glow dimmed to a sickly yellow. "Oh dear," Nessa breathed, crouching to examine the cave's runoff. The hedgehog sniffed the discolored ice, sneezing out tiny snowstorms. "The glacier's been tainted. See how the ice weeps." Mira knelt, noticing what she'd first mistaken for dirt. Tiny flecks of burnt umber swirled in the melting ice. When she touched a droplet, her fingertip came away stained sepia and smelling faintly of ink. Recognition lit Nessa's face. The midnight squid, their ink seeps up through underground rivers when their caves flood, harmless to most, but toxic to frost magic. She gestured to the cave's ceiling, where bioluminescent moss usually glowed blue. now it hung limp and darkened. Without that light, the sprites can't properly hibernate. They're half asleep, confused, hence the mischief. Mira unwrapped the miniature pie, setting it on a flat rock. Within moments, 3 sprites descended, their tiny teeth making clockwork ticks against the crust. As they ate, their glow brightened fractionally. Could we restore the cave's light somehow, give them enough energy to migrate to a new glacier? Nessa's smile crinkled like parchment. Clever girl, but bioluminescent moss takes decades to grow, unless... She turned to the hedgehogs, now rolling in a patch of normal moss. Wisp, show us your stardust. The smallest hedgehog huffed, then sneezed violently. A galaxy of silver specks exploded into the air, settling on the cave walls where they shone like trapped starlight. The sprites chimed excitedly, zipping through the sudden glow. Temporary, Nessa said, but enough to let them recover. We'll need every speck of stardust these little ones can muster and help from the village. By moonrise, Bramble Hollow's cobblestones buzzed with purpose. Baker Hazel needed dough infused with glow lichen for sprite strength. The blacksmith's twins collected jars of fireflies. And old Mr. Tanner, who'd whittled weather vanes for 50 years, crafted tiny lanterns from acorn caps and silver leaf. Through the frost-etched night, they worked villagers and sprites side by side. Mira smiled as a sprite no bigger than her thumb struggled to hold a paintbrush, daubing luminous mushrooms along the cave walls. Wisp the hedgehog became a living paint roller, his stardust-coated quills brightening entire swaths of stone as he waddled. By dawn, the glacier cave shimmered like a fallen constellation. The final touch came unexpectedly. As the first sunbeams pierced the valley, Mira noticed the inked ice had stopped melting. The sprite's renewed magic was stabilizing the glacier. But something still felt incomplete, until she remembered the stained droplet on her finger. The squid, she realized. If their caves are flooded, they're in trouble too. Nessa's laughter rang like sleigh bells. Well spotted, little sage. The circle of Bramble Hollow protects all creatures. And so that afternoon, when the last sprite had curled into its newly glowing nest, the villagers followed the underground rivers downstream. They built stone channels to divert floodwaters from the squid caves, using Mr. Tanner's weather vanes to sense air currents and avoid collapses. By week's end, both sprites and squid thrived in their restored homes. On the first frost-kissed morning of winter, Mira found a gift outside the bindery, a perfect ice crystal containing swirling galaxies of blue and sepia, forever entwined. That night, as she drifted to sleep, the village lanterns burned steady in gold, though if one looked very closely, they might spot a cheeky sprite silhouette dancing in the flame, belly round with stolen pie crust, winking before vanishing into sweet, silent snow. Story 26. The amber light of late afternoon poured through the attic's cobwebbed window, dust motes swirling around the girl as she pushed aside a moth-eaten curtain of velvet. 12-year-old Mira had always been told the old oak chest at the foot of the dormer was empty, just great-aunt Thalia's winter linens, her grandmother would say. But today, the iron latch gave way beneath her curious fingers with a sigh that sounded almost like invitation. Inside, folded beneath a cloak embroidered with constellations, lay a book bound in bark paper, its pages whispering of pressed wildflowers and forgotten ink. Nestled in its spine rested a copper key shaped like a maple seed, warm to the touch even in the chill air. That evening, as crickets began their twilight song beyond the farmhouse, Mira's grandmother traced the key's etched spirals with work-roughened fingers. "This belonged to your 7th great-grandmother," she murmured, the firelight catching the silver in her braid. "They say she could sing the apple trees into bloom after frost, but the stories..." Her voice softened like bread in milk. "The stories sleep deeper than roots now." The key led Mira westward at dawn, guided not by maps, but by the way shadows pooled around certain stones in the forest, stones carved with the same spirals that danced across the key's surface. By midday, she found herself at the base of a granite slope where a brook laughed over quartz veins. There, half hidden behind a curtain of maidenhair ferns, a door no taller than a wine barrel stood embedded in the rock. The key fit perfectly. What unfolded beyond was not a cave, but a grove suspended in perpetual autumn. Amber leaves spiraled downward without ever touching the moss-carpeted ground. At its heart stood a tree that seemed woven from both wood and starlight, its branches heavy with glass orbs containing flickering scenes, a woman weaving crowns of ivy, children painting stories on birch bark, elders trading laughter with red foxes. Between the roots lay a loom strung with threads of spider silk and dandelion fluff, and beside it, a clay teapot still steaming though no fire burned beneath it. Ah! The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, sweet as wild honey. A figure emerged from the tree's dappled shadow, not quite human, her hair a cascade of milkweed down, her eyes reflecting the grove's golden hour. The keeper's blood returns. She gestured to the orbs. Each holds a memory your family tended, not grand histories but small truths, how to mend a sparrow's wing, which mushrooms ease fever dreams, the song that calms storms. As the being spoke, Mira realized the tree's roots formed shelves holding humble artifacts, a chipped bowl filled with acorn caps, a flute carved from elderwood, a cloak patched with 100 different fabrics. Your ancestors were bridge builders, the spirit said, placing a hand where the tree's bark swirled into the shape of clasped hands. Not of stone and mortar, but between heartbeats, between human and forest, stranger and neighbor, past and present. For 3 days and nights that passed like a single held breath, Mira wandered the grove. She drank tea that tasted of frost-kissed persimmons and learned to weave on the enchanted loom, her fingers threading stories into cloth. The tree showed her visions, a great-great-uncle teaching village children to read using pebble alphabets, a cousin who'd convinced warring towns to share their wells during drought. Always the lessons wove back to the same truth. True legacy lived not in monuments, but in the quiet art of listening. When Mira emerged, the key now a living maple sapling in her palms, she found her grandmother waiting at the forest's edge. Together they planted the tree in the family orchard, where the old well had long ago run dry. By morning, the sapling had grown into a towering maple, its roots cradling a new spring that bubbled up clear and cold. Villagers marveled at how its water seemed to soften grudges poured into wooden cups, how children who napped beneath its branches awoke reciting poems in languages they'd never learned. Years later, travelers would come to study the miracle maple, scribbling notes about its ever-changing carvings, a blend of ancestral spirals and new markings added by townsfolk. But Mira, now silver-braided herself, would simply smile and offer them tea from that long-ago clay pot, now filled with water from the spring. The magic wasn't in the tree, she'd say, watching grandchildren chase fireflies through the orchard. It was in remembering that every hand that tends, every voice that comforts, every heart that bridges, that's the root that never dies. As the stars blinked awake above the village, mothers would point to a new constellation, a maple seed drifting near the Milky Way, and whisper that on still nights, if you pressed your ear to an ancient oak, you might hear the echo of laughter from a grove where time danced in circles, and every kindness ever sown bloomed eternal. Story 27. In the quiet valley of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and fireflies danced above dew-kissed meadows, there lived a girl named Lila, whose pockets were always full of interesting things. Acorn caps polished smooth by creek stones, feathers that shimmered with oil-slick colors, and once, memorably, a caterpillar who built its chrysalis in her woolen mitten. But the most extraordinary thing she ever found appeared on the eve of her 10th birthday, when the first frost painted the world in crystal lace. While searching for her grandmother's lost pruning shears in the old glass house, Layla noticed an unusual gleam beneath a tangle of ivy. Brushing aside the heart-shaped leaves, she uncovered a seed the size of a quail's egg, its surface swirling with colors that shifted like liquid starlight. When she breathed on it, the seed pulsed warmly against her palm, filling the greenhouse with the scent of rain-soaked earth and something sweet she couldn't name, like the memory of a lullaby half-remembered. That night, as moonlight pooled on her quilt, the seed began to hum. Lila sat up, watching in wonder as it floated above her bedside table, trailing silvery dust that smelled of toasted cinnamon. It drifted toward her window, beckoning. Without stopping to fetch her boots, she followed it into the moon-washed garden, where frost crunched like sugar beneath her bare feet. The seed led her to the ancient hawthorn tree that marked the forest's edge, its gnarled branches rattling in the breeze. With a soft click, a hidden door opened in the trunk, revealing a tunnel lined with glowing amber moss. "Well now," murmured a voice like wind through sun-warmed grass. "It's been an age since the seed chose someone." Perched on a knotty root was an owl with plumage the color of storm clouds, her eyes twin moons. "Thalia, keeper of thresholds," she introduced herself with a bow. "You've been invited, child, though whether you'll reach the grove before winter's bite." Her gaze drifted to Lila's bare toes, already pink with cold. Before Lila could speak, something russet and quick darted from the shadows. A fox with a crooked ear dropped a pair of tiny boots at her feet, lace-lined and stitched with spider silk. "Bramble's work," Thalia said, as the fox grinned around a mouthful of birch twigs. "He fancies himself a cobbler." The boots fit perfectly, warm as a hug. Bramble yipped triumphantly, tail sweeping pine needles into spirals. Thalia sighed. "He'll insist on coming now. Do try to keep up." Thus began their descent into the roots of the world, where glowing mushrooms bobbed like lanterns and underground rivers sang in voices clearer than church bells. The seed's light waxed and waned, responding to some hidden tide. Bramble scampered ahead, dislodging bioluminescent snails that stuck to his tail like living constellations. "The grove of echoing saplings is fading," Thalia explained as they walked. "Each seedling there contains the memory of a kindness, the first smile between enemies, bread shared during famine, a song sung to ease loneliness. But the guardian tree grows weary and without new memories." A mournful creaking echoed through the tunnel. The seed dimmed. They emerged into a valley where trees wore bark like molten copper, their canopies filtering sunlight into honeyed pools. But the vibrant greens Lila expected were tinged with gray. Leaves fell too soon, crumbling mid-descent. The air tasted thin, like the last sip of a forgotten drink. "It's worse each season," Thalia said, landing on a lichen-crusted boulder. Bramble nudged a wilted bluebell with his nose, ears drooping. The seed suddenly tugged Lila toward a clearing where the earth breathed in shallow rasps. There stood the guardian tree, or what remained of it. Its once glossy bark was ashen and cracked, sap oozing sluggishly like congealed starlight. At its base lay a circle of saplings, their leaves translucent as old parchment. "The seed must be planted here," Thalia said, "but only when the memory within is fully awakened." She tilted her head. "What does it show you, child?" Layla cradled the seed, which had grown almost too warm to hold. Images flickered behind her eyes, a woman with laugh-lined eyes planting rowan saplings along a crumbling cliffside, children building a driftwood raft to rescue a stranded seal, her own hands, smaller and clumsier, carefully wrapping a sparrow's broken wing with dandelion fluff and twine. "It's every time someone chose kindness even when it was hard," she realized aloud. The seed pulsed in agreement. Bramble sneezed. Thalia's feathers ruffled. "The ritual requires 3 trials: memory of water, memory of stone, memory of wind. Ancient magic, dangerous if..." A thunderous crack split the air. The guardian tree shuddered, a branch the size of a wagon wheel crashing where they'd stood moments before. Bramble herded Lila backward with frantic nudges as the ground buckled. No time for caution now, Thalia declared. To the Whispering Caves. Their journey became a race against decay. They forded rivers where fish swam upside down, their silver bellies reflecting a sky that hadn't existed in centuries. Bramble proved invaluable, digging up edible tubers that tasted of caramelized sunlight, and once, diverting Lila seconds before a patch of innocent-looking moss tried to swallow her foot. By the time they reached the caves of echoing tides, Lila's leaf boots were fraying, and the seed's light had dulled to a sullen ember. The trial began with silence. Not ordinary quiet, but a smothering absence that made Lila's ears ache. Thalia mouthed instructions she couldn't hear. Bramble pressed against her leg, trembling. Lila knelt, pressing her palm to the cave's glass-smooth floor. The seed's warmth seeped into the stone. Gradually faint vibrations emerged, not sound but something deeper. The cave began to hum with memories of water, monsoon rains kissing parched earth, a tear rolling down a weathered cheek to water new-grown hope, the rhythmic lap of waves rocking a cradle carved from driftwood. The seed brightened. A spring bubbled up where Lila's hand met stone, its water clear and singing. Bramble lapped at it eagerly, his fur regaining its burnt-orange luster. Thalia dipped her beak, sighing. One trial passed, two remain. Next came the cavern of unspoken names, where jagged crystals jutted like fossilized light. The air smelled of struck flint and forgotten birthdays. Stone remembers what words cannot, Thalia warned. Shadows slithered across the walls, a child hiding stolen sweets, a lie that festered like rot, Lila herself pretending not to see her mother's tired eyes when she claimed she'd already eaten. The seed grew heavy. Lila's throat tightened. Bramble whined, pawing at her sleeve. "I'm sorry," she whispered to the shadows. The words echoed endlessly. "I should have shared my apple, should have said thank you, should have told Papa his stories matter." The crystals vibrated, sharp edges softening. One by one, the shadows dissolved into dust motes that settled like forgiveness. When the largest crystal, black as guilt, shattered to reveal a geode sparkling with self-compassion, the seed blazed like a miniature sun. Thalia hooted approval. Well navigated, little sapling. The final trial found them on a windswept cliff, where petrified trees clawed at a bruise-colored sky. The memory of wind wasn't a place but a moment, the breath between action and consequence, the pause before courage. "It must be you," Thalia said, preening Bramble's fur with maternal fussiness. "We'll hold the space." Alone at the cliff's edge, Lila faced the storm. Wind ripped at her clothes, howling with voices from her deepest fears. "You're too small. Too late. Not enough." The seed trembled in her cupped hands. "Maybe," she admitted, knees shaking. "But I'm here anyway." She stepped into the gale. The winds gentled, carrying instead the whispers of those who dared before her. Inventors humming over half-formed ideas, migrants singing homeland lullabies to foreign stars, her grandmother planting tulip bulbs the spring after the flood. The seed's light merged with the rising sun, burning away the storm's remnants. They returned to the guardian tree at dawn. Where gray had reigned, now gold-edged decay shimmered with dignified beauty, the kind earned through weathering. Lila placed the seed in the hollow Thalia indicated. As she covered it with soil, Bramble dropped an acorn beside it. Thalia added a feather. The sapling that sprouted grew faster than fireweed, bark shimmering like water under moonlight. Its branches stretched wide, showering the grove with leaves that sang as they fell. The guardian tree sighed, its remaining leaves flushing emerald. New saplings sprang up, each bearing fruits that glowed with captured memories. "They'll need tending," Thalia said, though her eyes sparkled. Bramble yipped, presenting Lila with a new pair of boots, these ones threaded with hawthorn blossoms. Journey homeward was sweet with the scent of unfurling ferns. At the hawthorn door, Thalia nuzzled Lila's hair. The grove thrives on lived kindness, not perfection. Remember that. Bramble sneezed into her pocket, leaving a maple seed beside the acorn caps and feathers. Years later, when townsfolk wondered why the valley's crops flourished despite droughts, or why quarrelers often softened mid-argument near Lila's cottage, she'd simply smile and stir her moonflower tea. On quiet nights, if you pressed your ear to the hawthorn's bark, you might hear laughter like wind chimes and the contented rumble of a fox's purr, reminders that while not all magic is loud, the best kind grows deep, tended by gentle hands and courageous hearts. Story 28. The soft hum of the alien forest wrapped around the crashed escape pod like a lullaby, its bioluminescent trees swaying in hues of periwinkle and sage. Beneath the fractured windshield, a small furry creature with iridescent whiskers trembled, her 6 paws tucked beneath a cloak woven from stardust silk. Lyra hadn't meant to steal the crystalline power core, she'd only wanted to study its shimmering patterns. But when the Zypharian guards had come clattering down the corridor, she'd panicked. Now here she was, stranded on a forgotten moon, clutching the very thing that might get her arrested across 3 solar systems. Across the valley, where the air smelled of burnt sugar and ozone, a towering being of living quartz stumbled through the ash fields. Kale's geometric form refracted the twin moon's light into prismatic shards across the ground, each footstep leaving temporary stained glass patterns in the ashen soil. The diplomatic mission had gone catastrophically wrong, a mistranslation, a perceived insult, and suddenly he'd been ejected from the negotiations. His internal crystals still vibrated with the shame frequency, casting faint pink shadows around him as he walked. The collision happened where the bioluminescent forest met the ash plains. Lyra, sniffing for edible moonblooms, rounded a tree trunk just as Kale stepped over a fallen log. They froze nose to crystal, the forest holding its breath. Lyra's whiskers twitched in alarm patterns, while Kale's core crystal pulsed rapid amber warnings. Thief creature. Kale boomed, recognizing the stolen power core clutched in Lyra's paws. His voice echoed like struck chimes. Monster. Lyra chirped back in her fluting native tongue, spines rising along her back. She mistook his outstretched crystalline hand for an attack. The chase that followed would have been comical to any observers. Lyra scrambled up trees that bent like rubber, leaping between canopies, while Kale's prismatic light show confused her trajectory. He followed doggedly, leaving glowing geometric shapes where he passed through ferns. When Lyra finally tripped over an exposed root, tumbling into a bed of glowing moss, Kale loomed over her, then froze as his translation matrix finally decoded her frightened chirps. Wait, his voice softened to wind chime tones. You thought I... The revelation that she'd perceived him as the aggressor made his facets dim with remorse. Carefully he extended a hand, projecting soothing indigo light patterns. Lyra's spines gradually flattened. Up close she realized his crystalline structure contained swirling galaxies of light, not the harsh glare of Zypharian weapons. Tentatively she reached out a paw. Where their surfaces met, a warm vibration hummed between them, carrying wordless apologies. Night fell with a symphony of alien crickets singing in 7-note harmonies. They built a shelter together in the crook of a massive tree, whose bark peeled upward like cinnamon scrolls. Kale heated water using focused light beams, while Lyra gathered sweet tart berries that popped with electric zest. As they shared food, their halting conversation revealed deeper truths: Lyra's desperation to save her colony's failing energy grid, Kale's lifelong struggle to be heard beyond his imposing form. These light patterns, Lyra marveled, watching Kale's crystals shift through emotions. It's like Your whole body speaks. And your scent markings, Kale rumbled gently. They change with your mood. I've been misinterpreting them as threats. The moon's dangers force them closer. When razor-winged dusk predators dove at Lyra's light-emitting moss bed, Kale surrounded her with protective light-refracting shields. When acidic rains began melting Kale's outer layers, Lyra built a resin shelter using her knowledge of adhesive plants. They discovered Kale could recharge the stolen power core by humming at specific frequencies, while Lyra's nimble paws could realign its fractured energy channels. Their greatest test came at the Glass Canyon, a jagged scar across the moon's surface filled with unstable energy vortices. The only path to Lyra's hidden ship required crossing it. Kale's heavy form risked shattering the fragile bridges, while Lyra's light weight made her vulnerable to the updrafts. We go together, Lyra decided, tying stardust silk around them both. You anchor me, I'll guide your steps. Kale's nervous vibrations made the canyon sing as they inched across. When a bridge collapsed beneath them, Lyra's quick thinking had them swinging to safety using silk ropes. When energy vortices threatened to disorient Kale, Lyra climbed his crystalline form to whisper navigation cues directly into his auditory sensors. Halfway across, they realized the power core was reacting to the canyon's energy, not just a battery, but a key. It's a terraforming device, Lyra breathed as symbols aligned. The Zypharians weren't hoarding energy, they were trying to revive dead worlds. Kale's crystals rippled with revelation. And my people, we thought they were building weapons. Their final collaboration unfolded like a dance. Kale modified his light projections to stabilize the vortices, while Lyra recalibrated the core. As the device activated, the canyon bloomed glass turning to soil, energy storms becoming gentle rains. Where their joined hands touched the device, a new hybrid plant sprouted, crystalline stems with silken flowers. The rescue ships arrived to an unexpected sight, the two fugitives, surrounded by newborn ecosystems, sharing stories through light and scent. When the Zypharian captain demanded the core's return, Kale stepped forward, projecting the truth in radiant holograms. When Kale's superiors accused him of treason, Lyra released a pheromone blend so potently peaceful that negotiations became inevitable. In the end, Lyra's colony received a sustainable energy matrix. Kale's people gained a seat at the Galactic Council. The moon they'd transformed was designated a sanctuary world, its canyon gardens tended by both their species. On their last night before parting, they sat beneath the now familiar bioluminescent trees. Kale's crystals mirrored the star patterns above, while Lyra's scent markings released contented lavender swirls. You taught me, Kale resonated softly, that light finds its meaning in what it illuminates. Lyra brushed a paw against his facet, releasing a chime-like laugh. And you showed me even the smallest voice can echo through the universe. As twin moons rose, their friendship hummed in the space between words and light, a quiet, unshakable truth that would guide both their peoples toward dawn. Story 29. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Leora's favorite time to wander the moss-carpeted trails of Willowmere. At 11 years old, she knew every twist of the brook's silver tongue, every oak whose roots cradled pockets of bluebells, every stone in the village square warmed by the sun like fresh bread. But this year the familiar felt fragile. Leaves fell too quickly from the maple outside her window. The river's song carried a new, restless rhythm. Change hung in the crisp air like the scent of impending frost, and Leora clutched her patchwork satchel tighter as she walked, as if its weight could anchor the world from shifting. Her hands brushed the satchel's contents, a feather from the first robin she'd ever befriended, a vial of summer rainwater, a sketchbook filled with drawings of the valley exactly as it had always been. These were her treasures, her proof that some things stayed. But today something unfamiliar nestled among them, a letter sealed with wax the color of storm clouds. It had appeared that morning on her windowsill, addressed in swirling ink that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. "Seek the grove of whispering bark when the moon wears her silver crown," it read. No signature, only the faint imprint of a leaf veined with gold. Leora's breath fogged the twilight air as she hesitated at the forest's edge. The trees here grew close, their trunks etched with symbols that shimmered when touched by starlight. She'd never ventured beyond this point alone. But the letter had stirred something in her chest, a flicker of curiosity that burned brighter than her unease. The grove revealed itself suddenly, as if stepping out from behind a curtain of shadows. Moonlight dappled the clearing, illuminating trees whose bark rippled like liquid silk. At its center stood a figure cloaked in moss and twilight, their face hidden beneath a hood woven from willow fronds. "You've carried autumn in your heart too long, little keeper," the figure murmured, their voice a symphony of rustling leaves and distant wind chimes. They gestured to Leora's satchel. Even the earth knows when to release what it clings to. Before Leora could protest, the air hummed. Her treasures floated upward, the feather molted into a shower of amber sparks, the rainwater vial sprouted vines that bloomed with winter jasmine, her drawings fluttered like restless birds. Panic tightened her throat. "Stop, those are mine." "Are they?" The figure's hood tilted. "Or are they anchors?" A warm presence brushed Leora's shoulder. She turned to find a fox with fur like smoldering embers sitting beside her, its eyes twin pools of molten gold. "Breathe, child," it said, its voice softer than dandelion fluff. "The grove guardian means to help, though their methods taste of burnt honey." The guardian sighed, a sound like wind through barren branches. "Forgive my haste, let me show you." They swept a hand across the air. Moonbeams wove themselves into a tapestry of light, depicting a girl who looked remarkably like Leora, but younger, her hands cupped around a trembling sparrow with a bent wing. As the girl sang, her breath swirled with gold dust, mending the bird's feathers. The scene shifted, the same girl older now, pressing palms to a frost-bitten apple tree, coaxing life back into its roots with tears that sparkled like dew. "You've always been a weaver of small magics," the guardian said. "But magic grows like roots. It cannot thrive in soil that refuses new seasons." Leora's eyes stung. "I don't want new seasons. I want things to stay as they are." The fox nudged her hand with its nose. "What if what comes next is more wondrous than what's been?" That night, Leora dreamt of her mother's voice. Not as it was now, weary from long days tending the village infirmary, but as it had been years ago, singing lullabies while braiding Leora's hair with sprigs of lavender. "Remember," the dream mother whispered, tracing the scar on Leora's palm from when she'd first learned to climb trees. Even wounds become maps with time. When dawn painted the sky in watercolor hues, Leora found her satchel transformed. The frayed straps had become braided vines studded with opal dewdrops. Inside, her remaining treasures glowed with soft light. Nestled among them lay a new item, a key forged from acorn caps and spider silk. The fox reappeared as she examined it, morning light gilding its fur. "The key opens what already wishes to be free," it said. "But the turning must be your choice." Over the following days, Leora noticed subtle shifts. Her robin friend began shedding autumn-brown feathers for winter-white ones. The river's voice deepened, practicing its ice-laden winter song. And everywhere, tucked in flower beds, balanced on fence posts, she found tiny glass bottles filled with swirling mist that hummed when held to her ear. "Memory preserves," explained old Tomas when she brought one to the village's ancient librarian. His spectacles caught the firelight as he warmed his knotted hands by the hearth. The forest offers them when someone's heart aches between yesterday and tomorrow. Open it, but mind you listen with more than ears. Leora uncorked a bottle by her bedroom window. The mist curled into the shape of her younger self, laughing as she spun in circles beneath the first snowfall. The memory wisp dissolved against her skin, leaving behind the scent of pine and a lingering sense of peace. She understood then the past wasn't lost. It became part of the soil from which new joys grew. The grove called her back on the winter solstice. Frost flowers bloomed crystalline on every branch, and the guardian stood waiting beside a door carved into an ancient yew tree. No ordinary door, this one had frames made of interlocking maple keys, its handle a crescent moon cradling a star. "Your magic has ripened," the guardian said, their cloak now dusted with snowflakes that never melted. "But to step into your fullness, you must trust the journey inward." Leora's fingers trembled as she fit the acorn key into the lock. The fox pressed against her leg. "I'll be here when you return," it promised. Inside the tree, darkness gave way to a corridor of mirrors, except these didn't show reflections. They revealed moments, Leora comforting a friend after a scraped knee, her hands glowing faintly as the cut healed. Leora planting marigold seeds in cracked clay pots, whispering encouragement as green shoots emerged. Leora sitting very still as a wounded hedgehog sniffed her palm, then allowed her to tend its paw. The last mirror showed not the past, but a possible future. A young woman with storm-cloud hair and eyes like bottled sunlight stood in a meadow where seasons danced together, blossoms unfurling beside frost-tipped grasses, fireflies waltzing with snowflakes. Creatures flocked to her, birds with feathers of living flame, deer whose antlers bloomed with orchids, butterflies trailing stardust. "Is that me?" Leora whispered. The vision shifted. Now the future Leora knelt in the village square, hands pressed to cobblestones as glowing roots spread beneath them. Where they traveled, cracks sealed themselves. Where they surfaced, flowers burst forth in explosions of color. Children gathered, their laughter rising like music as they wove the blossoms into crowns. When Leora emerged from the tree, dawn was breaking. The guardian's hood had fallen back, revealing a face both ancient and young, with eyes that held entire forests in their depths. "Well," they asked, though their smile suggested they already knew. She opened her palm. Where the scar had been, a tiny tree now grew, its trunk the brown of rich soil, leaves shimmering through autumn crimson, spring green, and winter silver in constant rotation. The fox yipped in delight, chasing its own tail. "It seems," the guardian said, plucking a leaf from the tree that melted into a snowflake, then a rose petal, "you've discovered the secret all wise hearts learn. To hold life's rhythm is not to resist change, but to dance with it." That spring, the village children found a new wonder. Along the forest's edge grew a hedge of flowers that changed color when touched by someone's mood, pale blue for contemplation, gold for joy, soft pink for affection. At its center stood a gate shaped like intertwining seasons, and those who passed through with kindness in their hearts often returned with pockets full of strange gifts. Seeds that sang when planted, stones that stayed warm through frosts, feathers that tickled like laughter. And if sometimes, on nights when the northern lights danced particularly low, villagers glimpsed a young woman walking with a fox whose coat mirrored the aurora's glow, well, they simply smiled and left an extra honey cake by the window. For they knew their little keeper of seasons was still weaving her magic, one gentle transformation at a time. Story 30. In the velvet hush of twilight, where the last amber rays of sunlight kissed the rooftops of Willowmere village, something peculiar began occurring in the cobblestone lanes. Every evening at precisely 7 bells, when the lamplighters finished their rounds and the scent of misses, Thornberry's cinnamon apple tarts drifted through the air, the village's constellation of paper lanterns would flicker out. Not all at once, but in a delicate wave, like dominoes falling in reverse, until the streets lay bathed in silvery moonlight alone. 12-year-old Juniper, whose freckles seemed to glow in the dark and whose overall pockets always carried crumbs for the ducks, noticed it first. "It's like the lights are bowing to something," she whispered to her best friend, a bookish boy named Milo who could fix broken clocks but couldn't tie his shoes properly. They stood at her attic window, watching the seventh lantern from the bakery dim, as if exhaling. But what? The mystery deepened 3 nights later when old Mr. Bramble's prize roses began blooming midnight blue instead of crimson. "It's not natural," the gardener grumbled, though the flowers shimmered with dewdrops that tasted of starlight when Juniper dared a lick. Then came the whispers in the willow grove, not the usual wind's song, but proper words, murmuring, "Find the threads, mend the weave." "We need advice from someone who speaks fluent strange," Milo decided, adjusting his spectacles. Which is how they found themselves knocking on the carved oak door of Professor Figwart's carriage house, though knocking was generous, as the door-knocker was currently a polished hedgehog who yawned at them. The professor herself answered, a woman with hair like storm clouds threaded with lightning bolt white. Her study smelled of bergamot and patience. "Ah," she said, examining a blue rose under a jeweler's loop, the gloaming curdle, caused when moonlight becomes tangled, you see, like yarn round a kitten's paws. "But how do we curdle it?" Juniper asked, watching the professor's teapot pour itself into 3 cups. "By following the snags," came the reply, accompanied by the gift of a thimble-sized lantern filled with fireflies. "And listening better than you've ever listened before." Their first clue came from the ducks. As Juniper scattered crumbs at dusk, the mallards quacked urgently towards the riverbank. There, caught in a bramble, lay a scrap of fabric that wasn't fabric at all, a swatch of twilight sky, its edges fraying. When Milo touched it, the world buzzed like a plucked violin string. "The veil between evening and night is unraveling," breathed Milo, suddenly understanding. "That's why the lanterns dim, they're mirroring the stars going out." Guided by the firefly's pulsing light, the children trekked into the Whisperwood, where trees hummed lullabies and badgers carried pocket watches. The deeper they went, the stranger the snags, an owl's cry frozen in a soap bubble. A patch of shadow shaped like a missing puzzle piece. Juniper's braids began unweaving themselves, though whether from magic or sheer bewilderment, she couldn't tell. At the mossy heart of the forest, they found the source and gasped. A great loom stood woven from moonbeams and spider silk, its threads glimmering gold and indigo. But across its tapestry of twilight, dark gaps yawned where stars should be. Round it fluttered anxious loomlings, tiny creatures with moth wings and needle fingers, trying desperately to repair the fraying veil. "They are weavers of dusk," Milo realized. "But why can't they fix it?" As Juniper stepped closer, the answer became tragically clear. A baby loomling no bigger than a thimble was trapped under a fallen spool of starlight thread, its tiny leg pinned. The others kept abandoning repairs to peep worriedly at their stranded friend. "Oh, you poor dear." Juniper crouched, her hands softer than dandelion fluff. With Milo's clever fingers and Juniper's hair ribbon as a sling, they freed the creature, its wings chiming like wind chimes in gratitude. The moment it rejoined the others, the loom's rhythm changed the whispers in the woods, becoming a song, the shuttles darting with renewed purpose. But the tapestry still had holes. "There's not enough starlight," Milo frowned, watching the loomling's dwindling thread. Juniper gazed up through the forest canopy and gasped. "The missing stars, they're here." Above them, the trapped starlight winked from where it had snagged in the trees, like wayward kites. Now came the true test, climbing a sycamore that leaned like a curious old man, navigating branches that tickled, persuading each star to return. Milo solved the riddles of stubborn constellations. "I'm not a teapot," argued Orion, while Juniper sang lullabies to shy stars until they floated free. As the last star slotted into the loom, the forest inhaled sharply. The tapestry blazed to life, a spill of galaxies across the loom, and the world shifted. Back in Willowmere, lanterns bloomed golden once more. Mr. Bramble's roses turned crimson with embarrassed poofs of glitter, and the willow grove's whispers softened to contented sighs. In the carriage house next morning, Professor Figwort served them star-shaped shortbread. "You've learned," she said, not as a question. Juniper nodded, still marveling at how the rescued loomling now napped in her buttonhole. "That things unravel sometimes, and that's okay if you mend them together." Milo, who'd been scribbling notes, added, "And that help can come from unexpected places, even ducks." The professor's eyes twinkled like the restored night sky. "Remember this, my dears, every dusk holds the promise of repair. Now, who wants to learn how to brew starlight tea?" As autumn leaves began painting the village copper, Juniper and Milo could often be found at twilight's edge, pockets full of cookies and kindness, helping the loomlings keep the veil snug. And if sometimes, just before sleep, children in Willowmere glimpsed constellations winking at them with particular warmth, well, that's simply how proper stories linger. Story 31. Once upon a twilight brushed in periwinkle and gold, there existed a village called Wickerlight Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into lullabies and every cobblestone had a story to tell. Here, nestled between a brook that hummed show tunes and an orchard of peach trees that dropped fruit shaped like tiny crowns, lived a young inventor named Milo. Milo wore goggles made of crystallized honey, which tasted marvelous in a pinch, and carried a toolbox that chimed like wind chimes when opened. His best friend was a seven-legged spider named Seraphina, who knitted scarves from moonlight and sneezed glitter when nervous. One crisp autumn evening, as pumpkin lanterns blinked awake and the air smelled of burnt sugar and possibility, the duo discovered a peculiar problem. The village's whispering windmill, whose sails spun stories to lull children to sleep, had gone utterly silent. The stories had leaked out overnight, leaving the windmill's sails sagging like deflated balloons. Without its tales, the children of Wickerlight couldn't sleep, the grown-ups yawned through their tea, and even the village's talking clock began reciting gibberish instead of the time. "This won't do," said Seraphina, her legs knitting a net of concern. "Why, just yesterday, Mrs. Thimblewick's cat tried to recite a recipe for tuna soufflé. We must fix the windmill before the nonsense spreads." So Milo and Seraphina set off, following a trail of half-finished story snippets that fluttered in the breeze like torn book pages. The trail led them to the Glimmer Grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling starlight, and rabbits wore waistcoats pocketed with time. There, beneath a mushroom cap the size of a soup tureen, they found the culprit, a soggy, blue-nosed story gremlin named Grumblepin, who'd accidentally swallowed all the windmill's tails while searching for a snack. "I only wanted a crumb of plot twist." Grumblepin wailed, hiccuping a cloud of misplaced adjectives. The dragon Achu wore polka-dotted pajamas. "Now the stories are stuck in my tummy, and everything's all jumbled." Milo adjusted his honey goggles thoughtfully. "What if we help you untangle the stories? Seraphina's excellent at sorting threads. Maybe she can sort syllables, too." And so, with Seraphina's glitter-sneezed glue, excellent for binding runaway clauses, and Milo's syllable sieve, a contraption that strained metaphors from hyperboles, they spent the night disentangling Grumblepin's stomachache of stories. They laughed as a tale about a dancing teapot pirouetted out, followed by a saga of a sock puppet king who ruled a laundry line empire. By dawn the gremlin's belly was empty, and the stories soared back to the windmill, its sails spinning once more with adventures. But just as the trio celebrated with maple syrup tarts, a Glimmer Grove specialty, a new problem arose. The tales had returned out of order. Knights now dueled with soufflés before finding dragons, and princesses traded their crowns for accordions. "Oh, crumbs," groaned Grumblepin. "I've scrambled the timelines." Milo snapped his fingers. We'll host a story soiree. If everyone in the village tells their favorite tale aloud, the windmill will remember how to sequence them. That evening, Wickerlight Square buzzed with warmth. Farmers recounted legends of carrot-shaped constellations, toddlers babbled epics about their missing mittens, and even the brook contributed a ballad about a particularly melodious pebble. Seraphina knitted the stories into a shimmering tapestry, which Milo fed into the windmill's gears. With a creak and a whir, the sails began spinning tales properly again, though now every 10th story featured a blue-nosed gremlin as a reluctant hero. Grumblepin, touched by his new role, vowed to guard the windmill forever, nibbling only on properly punctuated snacks. The children drifted to sleep to tales of upside-down forests and honey-goggled inventors, while the village clock resumed ticking with contented sighs. And so Wickerlight Hollow learned that even scrambled stories could be remade with patience, friendship, and a dash of glitter. Seraphina's sneezes became less nervous, Milo's toolbox chimed a little sweeter, and Grumblepin. He eventually wrote a best-selling memoir titled How to Survive a Plot Twist with Dignity and Maple Tarts. As the moon dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in lavender and cream, the windmill whispered one last story, a quiet tale about a boy, a spider, and a gremlin who discovered that every ending is just a beginning wearing a disguise. And somewhere in the Glimmer Grove, a certain mushroom cap glowed a little brighter, keeping the secret safe until the next adventure. Story 32. The Whispering Music Box. Beneath the velvet cloak of twilight, where the last amber streaks of sunset clung to the clouds like molten honey, a narrow cobblestone path wound its way from the village of Willowmere into the ancient obsidian woods. It was here, on the cusp of her 12th birthday, that a flaxen-haired girl named Lila discovered the first secret her grandmother had left behind. The old woman's cottage perched at the forest's edge, its cedarwood walls steeped in the scent of dried lavender and memories. Lila had come to sort through belongings, her fingers trembling as she opened a carved oak chest in the attic. Beneath moth-eaten quilts lay a music box no larger than her palm, its surface inlaid with mother-of-pearl constellations. When she lifted the lid, a melody unfurled, a lullaby of plucked silver strings and distant chimes that made the air shimmer like heat over summer stones. And then the woods outside the window changed. Where gnarled oaks had stood moments before, now arched a gateway of intertwined branches glowing with bioluminescent moss. The music box's song swelled, and Lila's shadow stretched toward the threshold, pulled as if by tidal force. She slipped through, the cobwebs of ordinary reality tearing around her, and stepped into a forest that breathed. The hidden grove. Moonflowers bloomed where her feet touched the moss, their petals radiating soft blue light. Trees towered like cathedral pillars, their canopies filtering starlight into liquid gold. Yet beneath the beauty hummed a discordant note. A vine-strangled oak wept amber sap, its leaves crumbling to ash mid-fall. A twig snapped. "You shouldn't wander here after dark," said a voice like wind through ryegrass. Lila whirled. Perched on a fern-cushioned rock was a fox, its fur the russet of autumn hillsides and eyes twin pools of molten citrine. Unlike any fox she'd known, it wore a tiny satchel woven from willow fronds across its chest. "I'm Sorrel," it said, tail flicking toward the dying oak. "And you've brought that." Its nose pointed at the music box still chiming in Lila's hand. It was my grandmother's. A harmonist's keystone, rare since the fracturing. Sorrel leaped down, paws leaving faint imprints of light. Come, the grove's heart weakens, and dusk is no time for unanswered questions. The fracturing. As they walked, Sorrel explained in fragments. The obsidian woods existed in two mirrored realms, the ordinary world and this hidden grove where seasons danced to older rhythms. Long ago, harmonists, human stewards gifted with keystones like Lila's music box, maintained the balance. But generations past, fear had splintered the pact. Some villagers, distrusting the grove's magic, burned the sacred heart tree. The realms began fraying, creatures fading into half-existence. Your grandmother was the last full harmonist, Sorrel said, pausing where a creek sang over quartz stones. She tried to mend the heart tree's roots, but the damage was too deep. Now the blight spreads. It nodded to the sickly oak they'd passed earlier. Unless the heart is restored by the solstice. When's that? Lila asked. 3 nights hence. The Council of Beasts. Dawn found them at the moonlit glade, where creatures Lila had thought mythical gathered beneath a weeping willow's curtain. A badger with quartz-encrusted claws, a heron whose feathers held constellations, a hedgehog bristling with living wildflowers, all turned as one when Sorrel pushed through the fronds. The harmonist's air, rumbled the badger. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. Can she reignite the heart tree? Asked the heron, beak clattering like castanets. Sorrel's ear twitched. She's untrained. The keystone song is still foreign to her. Lila clutched the music box, its melody now a faint pulse against her palm. What happens if we fail? The glade stilled. The realms will unravel, said the hedgehog softly. Your world and ours torn like old cloth. The weight of the keystone. That night, as fireflies strung emerald lights through the camp, Sorrel taught Lila the keystone's language. It's not just a song, the fox said, paw resting on the music box. Listen deeper. Lila closed her eyes. Beyond the melody's surface, she sensed layers, a thrumming bass line of roots drinking deep, staccato bursts of budburst, the mournful cry of the blighted oak. Her grandmother's voice whispered at the edges. True harmony listens as much as it guides. The heart tree's roots are poisoned, Sorrel said. To heal them, you must brew a salve from 3 ingredients: starlight crystallized in spider silk, the tear of a creature bound to both realms, and a memory of unbroken trust. First ingredient, starlight in silk. Dew still jeweled the grass when they sought the dreamweavers, spiders who spun lattices between maple branches. Their queen, a jeweled tarantula with a body like black opal, regarded Lila through 8 mirrored eyes. Starlight cannot be caught, only borrowed, she hummed, legs plucking harp-like strands of web. We'll spin you a vial's worth for a story. A story. New patterns are born from new tales. So Lila sang the music box's melody, and as she sang, the spiders danced. Their silks wove a vial that glowed with captured constellations. Second ingredient, a tear between realms. The tear must come from one who exists in both worlds, Sorrel said, as twilight bled into the grove. Like me. Lila started. You're half human. A long tail. The fox's gaze shadowed. My mother was a harmonist who loved a grove guardian. I inherited her keystone and his curse. We're bridges, but bridges can be walked both ways. Why would that make you cry? Sorrel's laugh was bitter. To be neither fully of the grove nor the human world, it's a lonely thing. A breeze stirred the leaves. Lila hesitated, then hugged the fox, her hands sinking into sun-warmed fur. For a heartbeat, Sorrel stiffened, then a single tear, diamond bright, fell into the vial. Third ingredient, memory of trust. The hardest ingredient, Sorrel warned. It must be a moment when trust overcame fear, given frailly. Lila thought of her grandmother's last letter. When the path darkens, listen to the quiet voice. She'd been 8 when the village elders called the harmonists dangerous, their magic unnatural. The mob had gathered with torches. Grandmother stood on the porch, Lila whispered, and sang the blight from their crops. They dropped their torches. One man apologized. That's your memory. No. she touched the music box. Hers, she told me, true trust isn't just given once, it's a choice we remake. The vial blazed white. The poisoned roots. Beneath the heart tree's skeletal remains, the earth groaned. Lila poured the salve onto withered roots, the mixture seeping into cracks like liquid light. For a breath, hope glimmered, then the ground convulsed, black tendrils lashing upward. The blight fights back. Sorrel barked, dodging a venomous root. Lila stumbled, the music box slipping from her grasp. Its song warped, discordant, the keystone's power faltering. Shadows coiled around her ankles, dragging her toward a fissure in the earth. Listen deeper, her grandmother's voice urged. Gritting her teeth, Lila pressed her palm to the mud. Beyond the blight's snarls, she sensed the heart tree's pain, not malice but fear. Centuries of distrust had festered in its roots. "We're here to help," she whispered. "You're not alone anymore." The roots hesitated. Harmony's price. It needs more than medicine, Lila realized. It needs a new pact. Sorrel's ears flattened. Without a heart tree, that's impossible. Then we grow a new one. She opened the music box, its melody weaving through the grove's anguish. "Take my keystone." "Lila, no, without it you'll be trapped here. And if both realms die, what then?" She placed the music box in the heart tree's ashes. Harmony isn't about keeping things separate, it's letting them grow together. The keystone dissolved into silver mist, seeping into the soil. A sapling pierced the earth, leaves unfurling with the sound of 1,000 overlapping heartbeats. Light exploded. Epilogue, 2 worlds, 1 song. When Lila awoke, she lay in her grandmother's cottage, dawn painting the walls peach gold. Had it been a dream? Then she noticed her boots caked with glowing moss and the fox-shaped shadow lingering by the window. In town, the baker marveled at his suddenly fertile fields. The weaver found her yarn dyed in impossible hues. And in the obsidian woods, if one knew where to look, a young fox with citrine eyes sometimes led travelers away from poisoned mushrooms toward clearings where the stars sang. Lila visited often, her pockets full of stories for the spiders and laughter for the council. The new heart tree thrived, its branches cradling both realms. She never regained the music box, but in quiet moments its melody hummed in her bones, a reminder that the strongest magic grows not from separation, but from roots entwined. And on winter nights, when the villagers gathered around their hearths, they spoke of the harmonist Erhud, woven 2 worlds back together with nothing but a memory of trust and the courage to plant hope in broken soil. Story 33. The first frost came late to the Willowmere Valley that year, lingering in the crooked branches of ancient oaks like a guest overstaying their welcome. In a cottage shaped like a teapot with a chimney puffing vanilla-scented smoke, a young baker named Thalia stared at her reflection in a mixing bowl full of unbaked dough. Her cinnamon-dusted fingers trembled around the wooden spoon. Outside, the autumn leaves clung stubbornly to their trees, though the calendar whispered it should be winter's turn to paint the world in silver and white. "The frost festival begins tomorrow," murmured Thalia, watching her breath make little clouds in the chilly kitchen air. Her chestnut braids seemed to droop like the willow branches overhanging the village pond. But how can we celebrate winter's arrival when winter herself refuses to come? A knock at the cottage door startled her. Through the frosted glass emerged the silhouette of someone holding what appeared to be a small tree, wearing a scarf. Thalia opened the door to find her oldest friend, a lanky gardener named Corin, wrestling with a potted pine sapling wrapped in striped wool. "Thought your kitchen could use some winter cheer," Corin said, his breath forming a merry cloud around his freckled nose. He set the tree on the hearth, where it immediately began shedding pine-scented shadows that danced with the firelight. The village councils asked me to grow evergreens for the festival, but he gestured helplessly at the sapling, whose needles were turning a peculiar shade of gold. Everything I plant keeps thinking it's still autumn. Thalia brushed a finger against the gilded needles. They chimed like tiny bells, releasing the scent of caramel apples. It's not just the plants, she sighed. My gingerbread won't rise unless I use maple syrup instead of honey. The cinnamon sticks sing autumn carols when I grind them. Even the fireplace smoke keeps forming oak leaf shapes. Corin studied the stubborn dough on the table. Perhaps the valley isn't ready to say goodbye to autumn, he mused, tapping a clay pot hanging from his belt where his best gardening seeds slept. Or perhaps someone isn't. The words settled over Thalia like the first snowfall she'd been waiting for. She turned to the window where her favorite maple tree stood, its scarlet leaves still blazing defiantly against the gray sky. It had been her constant companion since childhood, the tree where she'd built her first playhouse, wept her first heartache, and buried her mother's favorite recipes in a tin box years ago. The thought of its branches becoming bare made her chest ache like an overrisen loaf collapsing in the oven. That night, as Thalia lay listening to the north wind nudge at her window shutters, a peculiar glow caught her eye. The sapling Corin had brought was shimmering, its golden needles casting buttery light across the ceiling. When she approached, the tree shivered, and from its branches rained a single crystallized leaf that melted on her palm, filling the air with the taste of spiced cider and the sound of rustling parchment. Follow the syrup moon, whispered the dissolving leaf. Find what clings and release what binds. Thalia's boots crunched through frost-kissed grass as she stepped into the silvered night. The moon hung low and amber as maple candy, casting long shadows that pointed toward the whispering woods. She'd never ventured beyond the first line of trees after dark, but the crystallized leaf's message pulsed in her veins like yeast bubbling in warm milk. Deep in the woods, she found a clearing where seasons collided. Spring crocuses poked through autumn's crimson quilt, summer fireflies waltzed with winter's first snowflakes, and at the center stood a tree unlike any other. Its trunk shimmered like layered hourglasses, each containing swirling sands of different colors. Emerald spring, golden summer, russet autumn, pearl winter. Ah, the dough has finally come to the oven. The voice rustled like pages turning in an ancient book. From behind the tree stepped an elderly woman with hair like sugar-spun silk and a cloak stitched from twilight. In her hands glowed a lantern containing not flame, but a miniature aurora borealis. I've been waiting for you, little baker. Thalia's mittened hands flew to her mouth. You're the keeper of turnings from the festival stories. The old woman chuckled, sending a shower of glittering frost from her sleeves. And you're the reason autumn's overstayed her welcome. Come, child, let's knead this matter properly. As they walked, the keeper's lantern cast shifting patterns that made time itself seem pliable. Every 7 years, she explained, the seasons choose an anchor, someone whose heart rhythm matches their own. This cycle, autumn chose you. She paused where a frozen stream bisected the path, its ice marbled with veins of gold. But autumn's song has become a lament. Your fear of winter's changes has trapped the valley between chapters. Thalia hugged herself, watching her breath form little clouds that took shapes. A leaf, a snowflake, a question mark. I'm not afraid of winter. I just my maple tree, the recipes mother left, the way the village smells of wood smoke and possibility every autumn. What if winter changes everything beyond recognition? The keeper's smile held the patience of centuries. What does your baker's heart say happens to dough that refuses to be shaped? It becomes hard, unusable. Precisely. The keeper pressed a hand against the seasoned tree, making its sands swirl faster. But dough properly kneaded, allowed to rest and rise in its own time. She opened her palm to reveal a perfect roll steaming with promise. Transformation requires both courage to change and trust in what remains. Your mother's recipes still exist, do they not, even as you add your own ingredients? The truth rose in Thalia like perfectly whipped cream. She thought of her mother's notebook, its pages stained with vanilla and tears, where she'd recently begun scribbling new recipes in the margins. Of Corin's garden, where pumpkins and poinsettias now grew side by side in confused splendor. Of the villagers' faces, trying to celebrate winter festivals under autumn's lingering gaze. "How do I fix it?" Thalia whispered. The keeper touched Thalia's chest where her heart fluttered like a bird, unsure whether to migrate. "Bake for me," she said simply. "Not autumn's treats nor winter's feast, but something that honors both." In the moonlit clearing, Thalia built a makeshift oven from stones and starlight. Her hands moved with the certainty of sunrise, measuring not in cups and spoons, but in handfuls of memory and pinches of hope. She used last autumn's walnuts and the first winter's mint, stirred with a sprig of pine Corin had given her, sweetened with syrup from her beloved maple. As she worked, the season tree's sands slowed their frantic swirling, until at last she pulled from the oven a dozen pastries glazed with honeyed snow. The keeper bit into one, and her eyes became twin moons. Ah, the taste of endings embraced and beginnings anticipated. Well done, little baker. As the first pastry vanished, real snow began falling, fat, lacy flakes that melted on Thalia's nose and clung to her eyelashes. The season tree's autumn sand settled into its hourglass as the winter portion bubbled up like champagne. In the distance, Thalia heard her maple tree sigh, not in sorrow but contentment, as it finally released its leaves in a shower of crimson and gold. Dawn found Thalia back in her cottage, Corin snoring by the embers with the enchanted sapling now dusted in frost. Through the window, she watched villagers emerge to marvel at snowflakes stitching silver embroidery across the valley. Her maple tree stood proud and bare, its branches cradling nests of snow like promises waiting to be kept. At the frost festival that evening, Thalia served her new creation, maple moon puffs they called them, with autumn's warmth wrapped in winter's crispness. Children chased snowflakes that tasted of cinnamon when caught on tongues, while elders smiled at the season tree now visible in the town square, its four sections glowing in harmonious balance. When the keeper appeared to light the Yule lantern, she pressed something into Thalia's flower-dusted palm, a tiny hourglass pendant filled with swirling season sands. For remembering, she winked, that all good things must transform, but nothing precious is ever truly lost. Years later, when Thalia taught her own daughter to bake while Corin's evergreens bloomed summer roses outside, the valley understood that change wasn't an ending but a recipe, one that required equal parts memory and courage, measured always with a generous heart. And on especially clear winter nights, if you left a maple moon puff by your window, you might glimpse the season tree dancing through the northern lights, its branches heavy with the sweet fruit of time's patient turning. Story 34. In the quiet village of Larkspur Hollow, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like lazy question marks, there lived a curious child named Milo, whose pockets were always full of acorn caps and questions. One twilight, while chasing the silvery trail of a firefly along the mossy edge of the enchanted bracken, a thicket every adult warned was best left to moonlight and moths, Milo discovered a path woven from cobweb threads and dandelion fluff, glowing faintly as if someone had trapped starlight in spider silk. The moment Milo's boot touched the path, the ordinary night peeled away like old wallpaper. Trees stretched taller, their bark etched with spirals that pulsed like sleepy heartbeats. Luminescent mushrooms unfurled velvet caps in peacock blues and ambers, casting pools of light that revealed a world where the air smelled of cinnamon and whispered secrets. This was the Glimmer Strand, a hidden corridor between realms, and it hummed a tune that made Milo's bones feel like they'd been filled with fireflies. Three peculiar things happened in quick succession. First, a cluster of birch trees bent their branches into an archway strewn with living confetti, tiny winged creatures no larger than thumbprints, with wings like stained glass. Second, a river appeared not of water, but of liquid shadow that rippled with constellations when disturbed. Third, and most importantly, a creature emerged from the river's depths, a rabbit-sized being with fur like molten silver and eyes that held entire galaxies. It shook itself dry, sending sparks dancing into the air, and spoke in a voice like wind chimes. "You're smaller than the last traveler," it observed, tilting its head. "But your curiosity is louder. I'm Nettle. Care to see where the Glimmerstrand leads?" Thus began Milo's journey into the Vale of Elsewhere, where every step brought wonders that tickled the senses. They crossed a bridge made of interlocking maple keys, guarded by a moss-bearded troll who demanded not a toll, but a story. "Make it a good one," he rumbled, his voice like stones rolling downhill. "I've heard every tale about princesses and dragons twice over." Milo told him about the time they'd helped a family of hedgehogs cross the village square during the Great Pumpkin Parade, improvising a tiny raft from walnut shells. The troll's laughter shook dewdrops from the ferns. "Cleverness wrapped in kindness," he boomed, handing them a lantern powered by a captured sunset. "For the Murk-mires ahead, they are fond of swallowing light." The Murk-mires proved to be valleys where the ground breathed, exhaling mist that clung like cold syrup. Nettle's fur flared brighter, pushing back the gloom as Milo's lantern painted golden circles on the fog. Here they encountered the wisp wailers, shy, translucent beings who trailed them, mimicking their voices in hollow echoes. When Milo knelt and offered a melody hummed at their grandmother's knee, the wisp wailers transformed. Their mournful mimicry became a chorus, harmonizing until the fog itself shimmered and parted, revealing a hill crowned with a tree whose branches grew upward and downward simultaneously, its roots cradling a pool of liquid moonlight. "The Twinwood," Nettle murmured. "It only appears to those who have faced a fear without flinching." Beneath the tree's mirrored branches sat a trio of creatures arguing fiercely, a frog wearing a waistcoat of lily pads, a stoat with a monocle made of ice, and an owl whose feathers shifted patterns like a kaleidoscope. They were trying to reach a key floating in the moonlight pool, but their efforts, jumping, stretching, flapping, only pushed it further away. "It's the Moonwell's riddle," explained the frog, adjusting his leafy collar. "The key unlocks the Chamber of Wise, where all unanswered questions are kept, but it slips away like a soap bubble whenever we near it." Milo studied the pool, noticing how the key's reflection stayed perfectly still while the real key drifted. Without hesitation, they scooped up a handful of the liquid moonlight and poured it into Nettle's woven grass satchel, creating a mirror. Holding it beneath the key, the reflection and reality touched, and the key floated gently into Milo's palm, cool and humming with possibility. "Marvelous," hooted the owl, her wing patterns blooming into stars. "You've the sense to bend the world instead of wrestling it." The Chamber of Wise turned out to be a cozy cave behind a waterfall of liquid starlight, filled with floating orbs containing everything from "Why do stars twinkle?" to "Where do lost socks go?" Milo deposited their own unanswered question, "Why does the wind sometimes sound like it's laughing?" into an empty orb, watching it rise to join thousands of others twinkling like a firmament of mysteries. As dawn's first blush crept into the sky, Nettle led them to the Glimmerstrand's end, a meadow where the grass sang when walked upon, and flowers bloomed into tiny fireworks. "Most visitors take a souvenir," the creature said, gesturing to a collection of stones carved with symbols. "Choose wisely, they're not baubles but truths." Milo selected a stone marked with a spiral encircling a star. Instantly warmth spread through their palm, and the world seemed to sharpen, as if they'd been given glasses that revealed hidden patterns in everything. "Ah, the Curiosity Stone," Nettle approved. "It won't answer questions, but it'll remind you how to ask better ones." The journey home was swifter, the glimmer strand retracting like a ribbon. Milo emerged into Larkspur Hollow just as the village clock struck 7, their pockets now holding a maple key from the bridge, a vial of singing mist from the Myers, and the stone that pulsed gently against their heartbeat. That night, as Milo drifted to sleep, the firefly from earlier alighted on their windowsill. Its glow pulsed once, twice, a secret signal. Outside, the enchanted bracken rustled approvingly, while somewhere beyond the veil, a mossy troll chuckled over a new story, and a moonwell key turned slowly in its liquid cradle, waiting for the next curious soul. And though Milo couldn't yet know it, the symbols on their stone began to glow faintly whenever they asked a question. A soft, blue-white light that mirrored the exact shade of Nettle's galaxy eyes, guiding them toward wonders yet unseen. Story 35. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels guarding ancient secrets, there existed a glen bathed in perpetual twilight. Here the moss grew in emerald spirals that pulsed faintly when moonlight touched them, and the streams carried not just water but fragments of half-remembered songs. It was in this place of soft shadows and dappled sunbeams that a young red fox named Corwin first noticed the frost flowers blooming out of season. The air should have carried the honeyed warmth of late summer, thick with the drone of cicadas and the sticky resin scent of pine. Yet each morning now revealed delicate ice crystals curling like fern fronds across the meadow grass, their edges glinting with prismatic light even as they melted under the sun's touch. Corwin's paws left faint indents in the frosted ground as he trotted to the Elder Hollow, where the oldest living creature in the forest dwelled beneath the gnarled roots of 1,000-year oak. Grandmother Wren, he called softly into the hollow's entrance, woven from interlocking branches and spider silk curtains. The scent of dried lavender and aged parchment drifted out as a small, feathered figure emerged, a tawny owl whose plumage shimmered with flecks of gold no owl ought to possess. Her eyes held the deep patience of turned soil and sprouting seeds. "Ah, little flame pelt," she clucked, preening a wing feather that glinted in the peculiar way of forest magic. "You've come about the unseasonal frosts." When Corwin blinked in surprise, she hooted softly. "The wind carries whispers through my roots. Come, let us consult the memory pool." They walked, and in Grandmother Wren's case, hopped to a clearing where water gathered in a stone basin carved by forgotten hands. Corwin watched as the owl dipped a talon into the pool, sending ripples that rearranged the reflected stars into patterns. The water showed images, a family of badgers sleeping too close to the frost vein that ran deep beneath the forest, their warm breath accidentally melting a crucial ice formation. The delicate balance between surface seasons and underground magic had been disrupted. But how do we mend it? Corwin asked, his breath making little clouds in the suddenly chill air. The memory pool's surface now showed the frost vein's path, a glowing blue line stretching from the crystal caverns to the heartwood thicket. 3 guardians must work in concert, Grandmother Wren intoned. The keeper of roots to tend the earth, the singer of dew to mend the waters, and the weaver of light to balance warmth and cold. She tilted her head, moonlight catching in her feathery ear tufts. "You'll need to wake the dusk bats from their autumn slumber. Only their echolocation can map the shifting frost vein." Thus began Corwin's journey through landscapes that seemed to breathe in time with some great, slumbering heartbeat. He first visited the clay warrens where earthworms as thick as his tail churned the soil, their iridescent segments catching rainbows in the dim light. Their leader, a venerable worm named Marn with a cap of dried oak leaves, agreed to be keeper of roots. "The ground must sing," Marn hummed in a voice like shifting gravel. "We shall teach the soil new vibrations to stabilize the frost paths." Next, Corwin navigated the misty shallows, where water striders danced across liquid mercury pools. Here he found Thalia, a frog whose throat pulsed with bioluminescent patterns, her webbed feet leaving trails of glowing algae. She bowed her speckled head as singer of dew. "The waters remember every touch," she croaked, "will rewrite the frost's melody note by note." The weaver of light proved most challenging. In the ember glade where fireflies hibernated in hollowed acorns, Corwin persuaded a scarred old firefly named Glint to emerge. His damaged wing casing bore the fractal patterns of a lightning strike. "Warmth must argue with cold," Glint buzzed, his abdomen flickering weakly. "Not conquer, but converse." As the moon reached its zenith 3 nights later, the unlikely quartet gathered at the Crystal Caverns. Marn's earthworm sent pulsing waves through the soil, while Thalia's chorus of frogs sang counterpoint to the dripping stalactites. Glint's reconstructed firefly swarm traced glowing latticework in the air, their light refracting through ice formations to paint the walls in fleeting rainbows. Corwin felt the frost on his whiskers shift from biting cold to something kinder, like the refreshing chill of spring water on a summer day. Deep in the caverns, the dusk bats awoke in a rustle of velvety wings, their sonar clicks mapping the fractured frost vein. With each precise vibration from Marn's earthworms, a crack in the subterranean ice sealed. Thalia's water songs coaxed errant frost crystals back into alignment, while Glint's lights provided just enough warmth to prevent the fragile structures from shattering. Corwin darted between them, relaying messages when the cavern echoes distorted their communications, his bushy tail brushing away debris from critical ice junctions. When dawn's first light filtered through the cavern's quartz ceiling, the frost vein pulsed steady and blue once more. The assembled creatures emerged to find the forest transformed not abruptly, but in that subtle way magic often works. Maple leaves beginning their gradual blush from green to amber, spiderwebs glistening with normal morning dew rather than ice crystals, the air carrying the crisp promise of approaching autumn rather than winter's sharp bite. At the edge of the glen, Grandmother Wren watched the badger family, now relocated, to a den safely distant from magical ley lines tumbling playfully in the morning light. "Balance isn't stillness," she murmured to Corwin as they observed the revitalized forest. "It's the art of graceful adjustment. Remember that when your muzzle turns silver, little flame pelt." As seasons turned in their proper rhythm, the Whispering Woods thrived with renewed harmony. The earthworm's tunnels now followed sacred geometric patterns that strengthened the forest's magical bones. Thalia's frog chorus developed new refrains to prevent water stagnation, their songs carrying further on the backs of cooperative dragonflies. Glint's fireflies adopted a migratory pattern between the Ember Glade and Frost Caverns, their light moderating temperatures in delicate areas. On chill evenings when the northern winds tried to bite too eagerly, forest creatures would find Corwin padding along the frost-kissed paths, his red fur a flickering warmth against the blue shadows. Sometimes he'd pause at the Crystal Caverns, listening to the dusk bat sonata of clicks and echoes, or share stories with Grandmother Wren as she sorted dried herbs in her hollow. The frost flowers eventually returned, but only in their proper season, blooming delicate and transient as breath on a cold morning. They served as reminders that even broken things could be mended through patient collaboration, that every creature from the mightiest oak to the humblest earthworm had a part in the forest's endless, whispering dance. As the first true snow of winter finally began to fall, blanketing the woods in hushed serenity, the animals gathered at the memory pool. Their combined breath rose in grateful plumes above the water, where the reflection showed not just what was, but what might yet be a future of small paws pattering over resilient moss, of roots drinking deep from balanced springs, of countless tiny magics weaving together like threads in nature's eternal tapestry. And in that moment, beneath the silent dance of snowflakes and the distant hoot of a certain golden-feathered owl, the forest breathed as one living thing wounded, healed, and endlessly, gently wise. Story 36. In the velvet-hued valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into constellations and cobblestone paths glittered with embedded moonstones, there existed a mystery as delicate as cobwebs. For 3 nights the village's luminous fireflies had begun vanishing mid-dance, their golden trails winking out like snuffed candle flames. The children noticed first, their noses pressed to frost-kissed windows, watching the twilight skies grow stiller each evening. 12-year-old Mara, whose freckles mirrored the night sky's star patterns, discovered the first clue while gathering chamomile at the forest's edge. Beneath a hawthorn tree lay a tiny silver bell, still humming with a note that made her teeth tingle. Its sound reminded her of the wind chimes in old Bramble's workshop, where the reclusive woodcarver shaped singing timber into clocks that chimed in harmony with the seasons. "It's no ordinary bell," Bramble murmured later, his beard twitching as he held the trinket to his ear. His workshop smelled of cedar resin and patience. "This rings with starlight sylph magic. They're forest keepers, shy as shadows but fiercely protective, if they're leaving traces in our valley." He trailed off, polishing the bell with a cloth that shimmered like dragonfly wings. That night Mara kept vigil by her attic window, wrapped in a quilt stitched with warming spells. When the 12th owl hoot echoed across the valley, she saw it, a flicker of cerulean light darting behind the mill house. Slipping downstairs with socks muffling her footsteps, she followed the glimmer to the old stone well. There, curled atop the mossy bucket, slept a creature no larger than her palm, a hedgehog with quills like frosted ferns, breathing clouds of silvery mist. "You're not supposed to hibernate yet," Mara whispered, recognizing the magic in its frost-rimed paws. The hedgehog sneezed, releasing a miniature snow flurry, and blinked up at her with eyes like liquid amber. It trilled a sound halfway between a purr and a brook's chuckle, then scampered up her sleeve to nestle in her scarf's woolen folds. Thus began their partnership. The hedgehog, who communicated through weather patterns manifesting above its head, guided Mara to peculiar disturbances, a patch of daisies blooming backward, their petals whispering in reverse, a section of the brook flowing upward into a floating soap bubble, a walnut shell containing an entire miniature storm. Each anomaly hummed with the same silvery resonance as the bell. "They're messages," Bramble realized when Mara brought him the storm-filled walnut. His gnarled hands cradled it gently. Starlight sylphs weave magic into natural objects when something disrupts the balance. These aren't mere tricks, they're warnings. The mystery deepened when they found the frost hedgehog trembling before the ancient clockwood tree, its hollow trunk usually home to the fireflies. Now the tree's bark shone mirror-bright, reflecting not the forest but a star-strewn void. From its roots spilled water colder than winter, pooling into shapes that melted before fully forming. "It's a bridge," Mara realized, watching the hedgehog sketch ice patterns in the air, between our world and somewhere else. She remembered Bramble's tales of the sylph's realm, where time rippled like pond water and memories grew visible as vines. The fireflies are guardians of the threshold, if they've disappeared. A sudden gust scattered oak leaves into the shape of an arrow pointing northeast. The hedgehog sneezed urgently, its quills chiming like wind-blown glass. Their journey led them to Moonshadow Hollow, where twilight lingered eternally and the air tasted of peppermint and secrets. There, beneath an archway of interlocked birch trees, they found the missing fireflies, thousands of them motionless in midair, their light dimmed to faint ember glow. Between them drifted translucent figures with wings like stained glass, their faces shifting through countless expressions. The sylphs, Mara breathed. One detached from the shimmering host, its form solidifying into a woman woven from starlight and sorrow. Through a cascade of chiming notes, the story unfolded. A young sylph, curious about the human world, had accidentally mirrored the clockwood tree's portal, trapping both fireflies and herself between realms. With each passing hour, the unstable bridge drained vitality from both worlds. The solution came through 3 acts of kindness. Mara gifted the sylph a vial containing laughter's echo, captured in a soap bubble during the village children's first snowball fight. The hedgehog offered a whisker-thin icicle forged from winter's first frost. Bramble contributed a carved owl with eyes made from the silver bell, its chime now attuned to both realms. Together, these elements formed a key. As the sylph guide sang a note that made the stars tremble, Mara placed the owl at the portal's epicenter. The fireflies stirred like embers blown upon, their light cascading through the carved wood to create a double helix of gold and silver sparks. With a sound like 100 sighs of relief, the mirrored portal dissolved. Fireflies streamed homeward, their trails painting the sky in bioluminescent poetry. Dawn found Mara asleep by Bramble's hearth, the frost hedgehog curled on her chest like a living pendant. When she awoke, 2 gifts remained, a new constellation above Willowbrook shaped like a hedgehog and owl dancing, and a music box in the clockwood tree's hollow. Its turning gears played a lullaby that healed backward blossoming flowers and warmed chilled brooks wherever its melody reached. Years later, villagers would speak of how firefly patterns now sketch stories in the night sky, and how those who listened to the music box's song could briefly understand the language of frost patterns on windows. But Mara kept the deepest secret, that in her scarf's deepest fold remained a single quill that shimmered with rhyme, ready to summon a friend when the world needed gentle magic most. And in the hush between midnight and morning, if one stood very still by Moonshadow Hollow, they might hear twin laughter, one bright and human, the other like icicles singing, still echoing through the vale. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. The Whispering Woods, a tale of friendship and magic. Once upon a time, nestled on the edge of a sleepy village, lay a forest unlike any other. Known as the Whispering Woods, it was a place where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching towards the heavens. The forest floor was a soft carpet of moss, dotted with clusters of wildflowers that released a sweet fragrance into the air. A narrow, winding path cut through the woods, inviting those with curious hearts to explore its mysteries. In the village lived a young girl named Lily. With hair the color of chestnuts and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she was known for her inquisitive nature and a heart that brimmed with kindness. Though she was beloved by her village, Lily longed for adventure beyond the familiar cobblestone streets and quaint cottages. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lily stood at the edge of the Whispering Woods. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation, for she had decided that today would be the day she ventured into the forest. Her friends often spoke of the woods with a mix of fear and awe, claiming it was enchanted, with secrets beyond human understanding. Clutching her small satchel filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a well-loved book of fairy tales, Lily took a deep breath and stepped onto the path. As she walked, the rustling leaves seemed to whisper secrets in her ears, their words just out of reach, yet strangely comforting. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook, creating a symphony that accompanied her every step. The deeper she ventured, the more the woods enveloped her in their embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the ground that danced with the breeze. Lily felt a sense of wonder and peace as the path wound its way deeper into the heart of the forest. After walking for what felt like hours, Lily came upon a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and strong, with branches that spread out like a protective canopy. At the base of the tree was a small wooden door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle, inviting light. Curiosity piqued, Lily approached the door. She traced her fingers over the carvings, feeling the warmth they radiated. As if sensing her presence, the door creaked open, revealing a spiral staircase that wound down into the earth. Hesitant but intrigued, Lily descended the steps, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. At the bottom of the staircase, she emerged into a hidden world that took her breath away. The underground chamber was vast, its walls lined with shelves filled with books, trinkets, and curiosities from lands unknown. In the center of the room stood a round table, upon which lay a shimmering crystal orb that glowed softly in the dim light. As Lily approached the table, she was greeted by a soft, melodic voice. "Welcome, dear traveler," it said. "I am Eliana, the guardian of the Whispering Woods." Startled, Lily looked around, searching for the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a small, ethereal creature appeared before her, its form shifting like a wisp of smoke. Eliana had eyes that sparkled like stars and wings that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. "Do not be afraid," Eliana continued, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have watched over these woods for centuries, and I have awaited someone with a pure heart to unravel the secrets hidden here." Lily, though initially taken aback, felt a sense of calm wash over her. "I am honored to meet you, Eliana," she replied, her voice steady. "What secrets do you speak of?" Eliana fluttered closer, her wings leaving trails of light in the air. "Within this orb lies the memory of the forest, a tapestry woven from the stories of those who have walked these paths before you. It is said that those who possess the courage and kindness to listen to these tales will gain wisdom beyond their years." Enchanted by the prospect, Lily reached for the orb. As her fingers brushed its surface, it pulsed with warmth, and a gentle hum filled the air. The room faded away, and Lily found herself standing in a meadow filled with vibrant wildflowers and the sound of laughter echoing in the breeze. In this vision, she saw two children, a boy and a girl, playing a game of hide-and-seek among the flowers. Their joy was infectious, and Lily couldn't help but smile as she watched them. As the vision unfolded, she realized that the children were none other than the founders of her village, their friendship the seed from which the community had grown. The scene shifted, revealing a young woman standing at the edge of a cliff, her face turned towards a stormy sea. Despite the tumultuous waves, her expression was one of determination and hope. Lily understood that this woman had once faced a great challenge, her courage and resilience serving as an inspiration for generations to come. As the visions continued, Lily felt her heart swell with understanding and compassion. Each story revealed to her the interconnectedness of life, the importance of friendship and courage, and the beauty of embracing the unknown. When the last vision faded, Lily found herself back in the chamber, the orb resting quietly on the table. Eliana hovered nearby, her eyes filled with warmth and approval. "You have seen the wisdom of the forest," Eliana said softly. "Hold these lessons close to your heart, for they will guide you on your journey." Lily nodded, feeling a newfound sense of purpose. "Thank you, Eliana. I will cherish these stories and share them with others, so their wisdom may continue to grow." With a knowing smile, Eliana gestured towards the staircase. "Go now, dear Lily, and let the light of your heart guide you." As Lily ascended the steps, she felt the gentle embrace of the woods around her. The path home seemed brighter, the whispers of the forest more harmonious than ever before. By the time she reached the edge of the woods, the stars were beginning to twinkle in the evening sky, casting a gentle glow over the village. Lily's heart was full as she stepped onto the cobblestone streets, her mind alive with the tales she had witnessed. She knew that her journey had only just begun, and that the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her with its timeless wisdom. In the days and weeks that followed, Lily shared the stories of the forest with her friends and neighbors. She spoke of the strength found in friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the beauty of life's interconnected tapestry. Her words inspired those around her, planting seeds of kindness and understanding that blossomed into a stronger, more compassionate community. As the seasons passed, the Whispering Woods continued to stand as a silent guardian over the village, its secrets shared with those who dared to listen. And Lily, with her heart full of wonder and wisdom, knew that the magic of the forest would forever be a part of her story. And so, Beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars above, the whispering woods and its tales lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the ever-turning wheel of life. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer. drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The Lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the Lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the Lantern of Luminar as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 62. Story 63. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the Whispering Woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow. Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious and imaginative child, but struggled with the changes that seemed to swirl all around her. As Willow grew older, she found herself feeling more and more out of place. The world seemed to be moving at a dizzying pace, leaving her feeling lost and unsure. Her friends were embracing new interests and making new connections, while Willow clung tightly to the familiar comforts of her childhood. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow sat alone in her favorite spot by the old willow tree, she noticed a peculiar sight. A tiny glowing orb, no bigger than a firefly, danced before her eyes. Willow watched in wonder as the orb pulsed and flickered, its light seeming to beckon her closer. Overcome by curiosity, Willow reached out her hand, and the orb landed gently in her palm. In an instant, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her body, and she felt a sudden rush of energy and clarity. From that moment on, Willow's world began to transform in the most extraordinary way. Whenever she felt uncertain or afraid, the orb would appear, its gentle light guiding her forward. She soon realized that the orb was a manifestation of her own inner strength and resilience, helping her navigate the challenges of growth and change. As time passed, Willow met two extraordinary friends who would become her constant companions on this journey of self-discovery. First, there was Luna, a wise old owl with eyes that shone like the moon itself. Luna's soothing hoots and gentle wisdom helped Willow understand that change was not something to fear, but rather an opportunity for growth and renewal. Then there was Zephyr, a playful and mischievous wind sprite who delighted in whisking Willow away on unexpected adventures. Zephyr taught her to embrace the unpredictable and to find joy in the present moment, no matter how turbulent the winds of change might be. Together, Willow, Luna, and Zephyr embarked on countless magical escapades, each one revealing a new lesson about the beauty and necessity of personal growth. They soared over breathtaking landscapes, explored enchanted forests, and even danced among the stars, all the while strengthening the bonds of their friendship. Through her adventures, Willow learned to let go of her fears and embrace the unknown. She discovered that true growth often comes from stepping outside of our comfort zones and embracing new experiences with an open heart and mind. As she blossomed into a confident and resilient young woman, the orb's light grew brighter and more vibrant, reflecting the radiance of her newfound inner strength. Willow realized that the magic she had sought was not something external, but rather the power within herself to navigate life's ever-changing currents with grace and wisdom. And so, with Luna's gentle guidance, Zephyr's playful spirit, and the unwavering light of her own inner strength, Willow embarked on a lifelong journey of personal growth and magical transformation, forever embracing the beauty and wonder of life's endless possibilities. Story 67. In the heart of the sleepy village of Willow Hollow, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a peculiar little cottage. It sat at the edge of the village, where cobblestone paths met the silver stream that wound its way through the countryside. This cottage belonged to a kind-hearted fellow named Finnegan, who was known throughout the village for his gentle nature and his knack for crafting the most delightful herbal teas. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the cool breeze and shadows grew long under the setting sun, Finnegan noticed something unusual. As he sat by his window, sipping a steaming cup of chamomile, he saw a flickering light deep within the forest. It bobbed and weaved like a lantern carried by an unseen hand before disappearing entirely. Intrigued by this strange occurrence, Finnegan decided to investigate. He donned his favorite woolen scarf, slipped on his sturdy boots, and set out along the moonlit path that led into the forest. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant hoot of an owl, creating a symphony of autumnal peace. The deeper Finnegan ventured into the woods, the more the shadows seemed to come alive. Yet there was something comforting about the forest's embrace, as if it held secrets waiting to be discovered. As he followed the path, the mysterious light reappeared, flickering just beyond the reach of his lantern. It beckoned him to follow, leading him to a small, hidden glade. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like wise old arms. At its base, nestled between the roots, was a tiny door. It was intricately carved with symbols and patterns, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Finnegan knelt down, his curiosity piqued, and gently knocked. To his amazement, the door creaked open, revealing a diminutive creature with twinkling eyes and a warm smile. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Lila, the guardian of this glade." Finnegan introduced himself and explained the mysterious light that had guided him there. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, the light. It is a guide for those who seek answers to the questions they didn't know they had." Intrigued by her words, Finnegan asked if Lila knew why the light had appeared to him. The little guardian pondered for a moment, then gestured for him to sit beside the oak tree. "There have been whispers among the creatures of the forest," she began, "of a disturbance in the magical harmony. It seems that something has been misplaced, and the balance needs to be restored." Finnegan listened intently, his heart full of a gentle determination to help. "How do I find what is lost?" he asked. Lila smiled, a twinkle in her eyes. "The forest will guide you, if you are willing to listen. Open your heart and mind to its wisdom, and the path will reveal itself." With these words, Lila handed Finnegan a small polished stone, smooth and cool to the touch. "This will help you see what is hidden," she said before disappearing back into her tiny abode. Armed with the stone and a newfound sense of purpose, Finnegan set off deeper into the forest. He walked for what felt like hours, listening to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the night. It was then he noticed something peculiar. The gentle hum of the stream sounded different, as if singing a tune he couldn't quite place. Following the melody, Finnegan arrived at a small clearing where the stream pooled into a tranquil pond. Above the water, fireflies danced in mesmerizing patterns, their glow reflecting in the still surface. He knelt by the pond, holding the stone Lila had given him, and peered into its depths. As if by magic, the stone illuminated the water, revealing an image of a tiny, missing moonstone that had slipped from its resting place in the heart of a nearby willow tree. This moonstone was a key component in maintaining the forest's magical balance, ensuring harmony between the elements. Finnegan knew what he had to do. He thanked the fireflies with a nod, then hurried to the willow tree, guided by the faint glow of the moonstone that now seemed to call out to him. Upon reaching the tree, he carefully retrieved the moonstone from where it had nestled between the roots and placed it back into the hollow of the tree. As soon as the moonstone was returned, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it a sense of peace and completion. The fireflies shimmered with renewed vigor, and the forest seemed to hum with a harmonious melody once more. When Finnegan made his way back to the glade, Lila was waiting for him, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "You have restored the balance, dear Finnegan," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "The forest is in your debt." Finnegan smiled, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. "It was the forest that guided me. I merely listened." With a farewell and a promise to visit again, Finnegan made his way home, the path lit by the soft glow of the moon and the gentle rustling of leaves. As he returned to his cozy cottage, he felt the contentment of knowing he had played a part in preserving the magic of the world around him. That night, as he sipped his tea by the crackling fire, Finnegan reflected on the day's adventure. He knew that sometimes the most extraordinary moments began with a simple curiosity and a willingness to follow where the light might lead. And so, in the heart of Willow Hollow, beneath a blanket of twinkling stars, Finnegan drifted into a peaceful slumber, reassured by the knowledge that magic and mystery often lay just beyond the familiar, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls. Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lyra quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lyra was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lyra for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Lyra by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lyra standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lyra perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. "I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide." Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. "We make a good team, don't we?" Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Once upon a time, in a forest brimming with secrets, there lived a curious young squirrel named Nutkin. Though small in stature, Nutkin possessed a heart filled with boundless wonder and an insatiable thirst for adventure. Deep within the heart of the ancient woodlands lay a hidden glade, where the soft light of the moon seemed to dance upon the emerald grass. It was here that Nutkin first discovered the enchanting gift that would forever change his life. As he scampered through the undergrowth, gathering acorns for the winter, a peculiar glimmer caught his eye. Nestled among the vibrant wildflowers was a radiant gemstone, its facets sparkling with a mesmerizing azure hue. Nutkin's paws trembled as he grasped the ethereal treasure, and in that instant a warmth spread through his tiny body, igniting a spark of magic within. From that day forward, Nutkin possessed the extraordinary ability to communicate with the creatures of the forest. Their voices, once muted, now sang in perfect harmony, revealing a realm of secrets hidden from ordinary eyes. Emboldened by his newfound power, Nutkin ventured deeper into the heart of the woodlands, eager to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the familiar paths. His journey led him to encounter beings he had only heard whispers of in the tales of his elders. First, he met Willow, a gentle doe whose graceful steps left no trace upon the mossy ground. She welcomed Nutkin into her secret glen, a realm of tranquility where the trees seemed to whisper ancient melodies. Under Willow's guidance, Nutkin learned the art of patience and the importance of cherishing the simple beauties of the natural world. Next, Nutkin stumbled upon a colony of industrious ants, led by the wise and formidable Queen Formica. Though initially intimidated by their unwavering discipline, Nutkin soon discovered the value of unity and teamwork, as the ants worked tirelessly to fortify their subterranean kingdom. As the seasons turned, Nutkin's journeys took him to the deepest recesses of the forest, where he encountered beings of myth and legend. He befriended a majestic stag, whose antlers seemed to scrape the very heavens, and learned the ways of courage and resilience from the mighty beast. Yet, amidst his wondrous adventures, Nutkin never forgot the true essence of his gift, the ability to forge bonds of friendship that transcended the boundaries of species. It was this quality that led him to forge an unexpected alliance with a cunning fox named Russet. At first, their encounter was one of mistrust and suspicion, for foxes were known to prey upon creatures as small as Nutkin. However, through patient understanding and a willingness to see beyond appearances, the two formed an unbreakable bond. Together, Nutkin and Russet embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of the enchanted gemstone that had bestowed upon the squirrel his extraordinary abilities. Their search led them to the heart of the forest, where an ancient oak stood as a silent sentinel, its branches cradling the whispers of ages past. It was here that they encountered the wise old owl, Gaia, whose piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the very depths of their souls. Gaia revealed that the gemstone was a remnant of a long-forgotten era, a time when the balance between the natural world and the realm of magic was in perfect harmony. Alas, the greed and disregard of humankind had severed this delicate equilibrium, and the gemstone's power had faded, scattered among the creatures of the forest. Nutkin's gift, Gaia explained, was a glimmer of hope, a chance to restore the balance and heal the rift between the two realms. Emboldened by this revelation, Nutkin and his companions embarked on a perilous quest, seeking out the remaining fragments of the gemstone's power. Their journey took them through treacherous terrain, from the icy peaks of the mountains to the depths of the sunless caves. Along the way, they faced formidable foes and overcame daunting challenges, their bond of friendship growing ever stronger with each obstacle they conquered. Nutkin learned the true meaning of bravery from Russet's unwavering loyalty, and the fox, in turn, discovered the beauty of compassion through the squirrel's gentle heart. At last, after a journey that tested the limits of their courage and endurance, they uncovered the final shard of the gemstone's power, hidden deep within the hollow of an ancient redwood. As the shards were reunited, a blinding radiance engulfed the forest, and the harmony between the natural and magical realms was restored. In that moment, Nutkin understood the true significance of his gift. It was a reminder that friendship, love, and understanding could transcend even the most formidable barriers. As the forest rejoiced in its newfound balance, Nutkin knew that his journey had forever transformed him, opening his eyes to the wonders that lay beyond the familiar paths. From that day forward, Nutkin became a guardian of the forest, using his ability to communicate with all creatures to foster understanding and preserve the delicate equilibrium. His tale was passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. And so as the moon casts its silvery glow upon the ancient woodlands, the whispers of Nutkin's legacy echo through the rustling leaves, reminding all who listen that true magic lies not in gemstones or enchantments, but in the bonds we forge and the journeys that shape our souls. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 91. Once upon a time, in a far-flung corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like tiny diamonds scattered across a velvet sky, there existed a peculiar planet known as Luminara. Luminara glowed with a gentle, ethereal light, its surface a shimmering tapestry of luminescent forests and crystalline lakes. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust flowers, and the gentle hum of life resonated through every leaf and stone. On this planet, a young being named Nyx lived. Nyx was a Luminian, a creature of light and air, with skin that shimmered like the morning dew, and eyes that glowed softly like the moonlit seas. Nyx was as curious as they were kind, always eager to explore and learn about the universe beyond their radiant home. One day, as Nyx wandered through the glowing groves, a strange object fell from the sky, creating a gentle ripple through the air and a soft thud upon the ground. Nyx approached cautiously, their heart fluttering with both excitement and apprehension. The object, sleek and metallic, was a small spacecraft, and from its door emerged a being unlike any Nyx had ever seen. This newcomer was Ryle, a traveler from the distant and shadowy planet of Tenebrae. Ryle's form was cloaked in shades of deep indigo, and their eyes gleamed like twin stars in the night. They were a Tenebran, beings known for their wisdom and their connection to the shadows that cradled their world. Nyx and Ryle stared at each other, each a mystery to the other. The Luminarian saw the Tenebran as a figure of dark mystery, while Ryle viewed Nyx as a dazzling apparition of light. For a moment, they stood in silence, the air between them buzzing with the potential of new beginnings. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Nyx's bright gestures and melodic voice seemed incomprehensible to Ryle, who was used to the quiet, subtle language of shadows. Likewise, Ryle's whispered words and gentle, flowing movements were a puzzle to Nyx, accustomed to the vibrant expressions of their own kind. Despite these challenges, a shared determination to understand each other slowly began to build a bridge between them. With patience and creativity, they found common ground in the universal language of kindness and curiosity. Nyx showed Ryle the wonders of Luminara, the way the stardust flowers opened to the moonlight, the soft glow of the firefly-like creatures that danced through the night. Ryle, in turn, shared stories of Tenebrae, tales of shadowed valleys and skies filled with swirling nebulae. As they explored the planet together, they encountered many challenges. In the deep woods, where the light was dim and the path uncertain, they relied on each other. Nyx's glowing presence illuminated the way, while Ryle's keen senses guided them through the hidden dangers of the forest floor. One evening, as they sat by a gentle stream that sparkled under the twin moons, Nyx asked Ryle about their journey. Ryle explained that they had been seeking a place where light and shadow could coexist, a world where differences were celebrated rather than feared. Nyx listened intently, their heart warmed by the Tenebran's dream. It was then that Ryle shared a secret, a device they carried that could harness light and shadow, a tool meant to bring balance and harmony. However, it had been damaged during their landing. Without hesitation, Nyx offered to help repair it, using the luminescent energy that flowed through everything on Luminara. Together, they worked through the night, their efforts illuminated by the gentle glow of stardust. As dawn broke, the device flickered to life, casting a harmonious blend of light and shadow across the clearing. In that moment, they realized the true strength of their friendship, the ability to embrace their differences and create something beautiful together. As the sun rose, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Nyx and Ryle stood side by side, their bonds stronger than ever. They had discovered that friendship was not about being the same, but about appreciating and supporting each other despite their differences. With a renewed sense of purpose, Ryle prepared to continue their journey, but not without a promise to return. Nyx watched as the Tenebran spacecraft lifted into the sky, a trail of light and shadow intertwined in its wake. And so, under the vast, starlit expanse of the universe, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, proving that even in the most unexpected of places, light and shadow could dance together in perfect harmony. Story 92. Story 93. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the Enchanted Forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. In a small, sleepy village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was always fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees, lived a young girl named Ada. Her home, a quaint cottage with a thatched roof and weathered stone walls, stood at the edge of the village, where the forest began and secrets lingered in the shadows of ancient trees. Ada was known for her bright eyes and curious spirit, always eager to uncover the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves or the babbling of the brook that wound its way through the village. Yet, despite her love for tales of yore, Ada knew little of her own family's past. Her grandmother, the village's storyteller, had always hinted at a legacy rich with wonder, but Ada had never heard the full tale. One serene autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced in the crisp breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, Ada found herself drawn towards the attic of her cottage, a place she seldom ventured. The attic was a realm of dust and shadows, filled with treasures and trinkets from generations past, each with its own story to tell. There, hidden beneath an old quilt, she discovered a wooden chest engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. The chest, she knew, had belonged to her grandmother's grandmother, a woman whispered to have been wise beyond her years. With a heart full of anticipation, Ada opened the chest and uncovered a collection of artifacts, a delicate amulet of silver and turquoise, a bundle of letters bound with a faded ribbon, and a small, intricately carved flute. Each item seemed to hum with a quiet magic, and Ada felt a strange warmth spreading through her fingers as she touched them. Her grandmother, hearing the gentle creak of the attic door, climbed the stairs and joined Ada, her eyes soft with memories. "Ah, you found it," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "Our family's legacy." As they sat together in the fading light, her grandmother began to weave the story of their ancestors. She spoke of a time long ago when their family had been the keepers of an ancient tradition, tasked with preserving the harmony between the village and the forest. The amulet, she explained, was a symbol of their bond with nature, its turquoise stone a gift from the river spirits. The letters written by their ancestors contained wisdom and tales of courage and kindness. The flute, with its sweet, haunting melody, was used to call upon the forest creatures in times of need. Ada listened, her heart swelling with pride and wonder. She realized that the legacy she had uncovered was not just a tale of the past, but a guiding light for her own journey. The artifacts were not merely relics. They were symbols of the values her family cherished: wisdom, harmony, and a deep connection to the natural world. With newfound understanding, Ada felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She saw herself as part of a greater tapestry, woven with threads of love and tradition. The lessons from her ancestors resonated with her, teaching her that true strength lay in gentleness, and that the bonds we share with others and with the world around us are the greatest treasures of all. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety night sky, casting a soft glow over the village, Ada and her grandmother descended the stairs from the attic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where the flames danced and crackled, casting a warm, comforting light. Ada took the flute in her hands and played a simple, sweet tune. The music flowed through the open window, mingling with the night breeze, and for a moment, it seemed as if the entire forest paused to listen. In that serene moment, Ada felt the presence of her ancestors, their love and wisdom enveloping her like a warm embrace. From that day forward, Ada cherished her family's legacy, not as a burden, but as a gift. She shared the stories and the music with the villagers, fostering a renewed appreciation for the bonds that connected them all. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Ada became the village's storyteller, a gentle guardian of the tales that had shaped her life and the lives of those who came before. In the quiet of the night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Ada knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, rooted in her heritage, enveloped in love, and forever connected to the ancient legacy that whispered through the leaves and sang in the heart of the forest. Story 99. Once upon a time, in a galaxy teeming with countless stars and planets, there existed a quaint little world known as Luminara, where the skies were forever brushed with hues of lavender, and the rivers shimmered like liquid silver under the twin moons. Luminara was a planet of peace, where its inhabitants, the gentle lumens, lived in harmony with the lush landscapes, tending to the bioluminescent flora that glowed softly through the night. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Luminara, there lived a lumen named Taro. Taro was known for his kind heart and gentle spirit, always finding joy in the simple act of nurturing the glowing gardens that illuminated his village. His silvery skin glistened like the dewdrops that adorned the leaves each morning, and his eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. One starry evening, as Taro tended to the radiant flowers in his garden, a strange, metallic sound echoed through the skies. Looking up, Taro saw a small spaceship, unlike any he had seen before, descending through the lavender clouds. It landed with a soft thud in the clearing just beyond the village. Curiosity twinkling in his eyes, Taro made his way to the clearing, where he found a peculiar being emerging from the spaceship. This newcomer was unlike any creature of Luminara. With scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the being looked around with a mixture of confusion and awe. It was a traveler from a distant planet called Etheria, where the skies were perpetually dark and the stars themselves were said to be alive. The Etherian introduced itself as Nira, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within Taro's heart. But where Taro saw an opportunity for friendship, the villagers saw an intruder, and their usual warmth was replaced by caution and misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves, wary of the newcomer who seemed so different from them. Sensing the unease, Nira felt a pang of loneliness, a feeling that was all too familiar. Back on Etheria, Nira had often felt out of place among its own kind, who were more interested in the mysteries of the cosmos than in forming bonds of friendship. Here on Luminara, it seemed that the stars had played a cruel trick, bringing it to a world where it was once again an outsider. But Taro, with his heart full of compassion, approached Nira with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," he said warmly, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "I am Taro, and I would be honored to show you our world." Nira nodded, grateful for the kindness in Taro's eyes, and together they walked through the village, with Taro pointing out the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flora, the crystal-clear streams, and the vibrant creatures that roamed the land. As they wandered, Taro shared stories of the Lumens' traditions and the history of their peaceful planet. Despite the initial misunderstandings, Taro and Nira found themselves drawn to one another's company, discovering a shared love for the beauty of the universe. As days turned into weeks, they spent their time exploring the hidden corners of Luminara, each adventure bringing them closer together. One day, while venturing into the heart of the luminescent forest, Taro and Nira stumbled upon an ancient tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a gentle, golden light. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and those who sat beneath its boughs could hear the whispers of time itself. Feeling a sense of reverence, Taro and Nira sat beneath the tree, and as they listened to the soft rustling of leaves, they shared their deepest hopes and fears. Taro spoke of his dream to one day plant a garden so magnificent that it would light up the entire village, while Nira shared its longing to find a place where it truly belonged. In that moment, beneath the ancient tree, they realized that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits, both searching for a place in the universe where they could be themselves. They understood that friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and celebrating each other's uniqueness. Soon after, a challenge arose that would test the strength of their newfound friendship. A powerful storm swept across Luminara, threatening to destroy the village and the glowing gardens that Taro cherished. The villagers, caught in the storm's fury, struggled to protect their homes and livelihoods. Seeing the fear in the villagers' eyes, Nira knew it had to help. Drawing upon the celestial energy of its home planet, Nira conjured a protective barrier around the village, using its own strength to shield the lumens from the storm's wrath. But the effort was draining, and Nira's light began to flicker and fade. Without hesitation, Taro rushed to Nira's side, offering words of encouragement and support. "You are not alone, my friend," he whispered, taking Nira's hands in his own. "Together, we can weather any storm." With Taro's unwavering faith and the villagers' newfound trust, Nira found the strength to hold the barrier until the storm passed. When the skies finally cleared, the villagers emerged from their homes, grateful for Nira's selfless act of bravery. The storm had brought them closer, and the villagers, realizing their previous misunderstanding, welcomed Nira with open arms, embracing it as one of their own. Taro's garden, though battered by the storm, was saved, and as he replanted the glowing flowers, Nira was there by his side, their shared laughter echoing through the rolling hills. In the days that followed, Taro's dream came to life. Together with Nira and the villagers, they planted a garden so radiant that it lit up the entire village, a symbol of unity and friendship that shone brightly under the twin moons of Luminara. As the two friends sat beneath the ancient tree once more, surrounded by the blossoms of their labor, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of challenge and strengthened by the light of understanding. And though their journey had begun with misunderstanding and uncertainty, it had blossomed into a friendship that transcended the stars. In the gentle glow of the garden, Taro and Nira found what they had been searching for all along, a place where they truly belonged, not defined by where they came from, but by the love and acceptance they shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, they knew they would never be alone again. And thus, the tale of Taro and Nira became a cherished story on Luminara, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in the most unexpected of places. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the Keeper of Waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, There was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit, with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity, was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young sapling named Willow. Willow was a sprightly little tree, her slender trunk stretching eagerly towards the sun, her vibrant green leaves shimmering in the gentle breeze. Yet despite her outward beauty, Willow often felt restless and uncertain within. As the seasons changed and the world around her transformed, Willow couldn't help but envy the graceful oaks and stately pines that seemed so self-assured in their growth. She longed to blossom into her truest self, but the path forward remained a mystery, hidden beneath the rich soil. One crisp autumn evening, as Willow's leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, she was visited by a wise old oak named Narla. Narla's bark was weathered and her branches gnarled, but her eyes shone with a kindly warmth. "Little sapling," Narla said softly, "I sense your yearning for growth, yet you resist the very changes that will guide you there." Willow felt a tremor run through her roots. "But how can I embrace change when I'm so uncertain of what I'll become?" she asked, her leaves quivering. Narla chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "That is the beauty of growth, dear one. We cannot know our destined forms until we surrender to the journey." As if summoned by Narla's words, a shimmering light began to coalesce among the fallen leaves at their roots. From this radiant glow emerged a tiny fairy, her gossamer wings beating rapidly as she hovered before them. "I am Lyra, keeper of the woodland magic," the fairy announced in a tinkling voice. "I have been sent to aid you, Willow, in your transformation." Willow's eyes widened, and she felt a fluttering of hope within her slender trunk. "You'll help me grow?" she asked breathlessly. Lyra nodded, and with a wave of her delicate hand, a shower of glittering dust rained down upon Willow. "This enchanted pollen will nurture your growth from within," the fairy explained. "But you must open yourself to the magic and trust in the wisdom of change." As the pollen settled upon her leaves and sank into her bark, Willow felt a warmth blossoming deep within her core. Tendrils of energy unfurled through her branches, and she could sense the stirrings of something wondrous taking shape. Over the coming moons, Willow underwent a remarkable transformation. Her trunk thickened and grew sturdy, her branches reaching higher and stronger with each passing day. Vibrant blossoms burst forth in a riot of color, their delicate petals releasing a sweet, intoxicating fragrance. Yet the most profound change occurred within Willow's spirit. As she embraced the magic of growth, she found herself shedding her former insecurities, her roots drinking deep of the earth's ancient wisdom. She learned to trust in the eternal cycle of life, to revel in the beauty of each fleeting moment, and to honor the unique path that nature had set before her. Narla and Lyra remained by Willow's side throughout her journey, offering guidance and encouragement when her faith wavered. The wise old oak shared tales of her own growth, reminding Willow that even the mightiest trees had once been but tender saplings. And Lyra's magical presence was a constant reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to bloom. As the seasons turned once more, Willow stood tall and resplendent, her blossoms giving way to a bountiful harvest of fruit. She had blossomed into a magnificent tree, her branches providing shelter and sustenance to all who sought refuge in her welcoming embrace. And though the path of growth had been challenging, Willow now understood that true transformation came not from emulating others, but from embracing one's truest essence. For within each seed lay the potential for boundless beauty, waiting to unfurl beneath the nurturing light of faith and acceptance. From that day forth, Willow resolved to share her hard-won wisdom with all who crossed her path, inspiring others to embark upon their own journeys of growth and self-discovery. And as the woodland magic danced upon the breeze, she knew that she had finally found her place in the eternal rhythm of nature's grand embrace. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. A wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. In the heart of a sleepy little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn had a spectacular imagination and a heart full of wonder, always eager to discover what lay beyond the familiar cobblestone paths and the cozy, thatched roofs of his home. One crisp autumn morning, when the sun was just beginning to cast its golden light over the dew-kissed fields, Finn decided to follow the path less traveled, a narrow trail that wound its way into the dense, mysterious woodlands at the edge of the village. The villagers often spoke of this forest with hushed voices, as if it were a place of secrets and stories waiting to be unveiled. As Finn stepped into the woods, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunbeams filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled patterns of light and shadow. The trees, ancient and wise, stood tall like silent guardians, their leaves whispering secrets to the breeze. Finn walked deeper into the forest, his eyes wide with wonder. He soon came upon a clearing where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, violets, blues, and yellows, each petal glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels. In the center of the clearing stood an enormous mushroom, its cap as wide as a dinner table, with a stem that shimmered softly in the sunlight. Perched atop this magical mushroom was a peculiar little creature, no taller than a squirrel, with skin that glowed like moonlight and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," the creature chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Lyra, the keeper of the forest's dreams." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "I've never seen anything like you before," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Lyra laughed, a sound like tinkling bells. "Few have, for I am the guardian of wonders unseen by most. Tell me, young traveler, what brings you to this enchanted part of the world?" Finn paused, considering his answer. "I seek adventure and new stories to tell," he replied earnestly, his heart swelling with excitement. "Then you have come to the right place," Lyra said with a knowing smile. "But be warned, this forest holds both beauty and challenge. You must be brave and kind to uncover its secrets." With that, Lyra hopped down from the mushroom and beckoned Finn to follow. They ventured deeper into the forest, where the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. Along the way, they encountered a shimmering brook that sang a gentle, soothing melody as it danced over smooth stones. Finn knelt beside it, cupping his hands to drink the crisp, refreshing water, feeling invigorated by its magic. As they continued their journey, the pair came across a peculiar sight, an ancient tree with a trunk that twisted and turned like a spiral staircase. Its bark was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of old. Lyra explained that this was the Tree of Echoes, and if Finn listened closely, he might hear the whispers of those who had walked the forest before him. Finn pressed his ear against the cool bark and closed his eyes. Faintly at first, then clearer, he heard a chorus of voices, each one sharing tales of courage, friendship, and discovery. The stories filled him with warmth, reminding him that he was not alone on his journey. As dusk began to settle, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange, Finn and Lyra reached a glade bathed in soft, golden light. Here the forest seemed to hold its breath, as if waiting for something magical to happen. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal orb that glowed with an inner light. "This," Lyra said softly, "is the heart of the forest. It holds the dreams and hopes of all who enter these woods. It is said that those who touch it with pure intent will find the courage they seek." Finn stepped forward, his heart beating with anticipation. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cool surface of the orb. A gentle warmth spread through him, filling him with a sense of peace and strength. He realized then that true courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to explore the unknown with an open heart. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Finn knew it was time to return home. He thanked Lyra for the wondrous journey and promised to share the stories of the magical forest with his village. Lyra waved goodbye, her form shimmering in the twilight as Finn retraced his steps through the woods. When Finn emerged from the forest, the village lights glowed warmly in the distance, welcoming him back. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for the adventure, for the friends he had made, and for the newfound courage that would guide him on many more journeys. And so, with the stories of the forest whispering in his heart, Finn returned home, ready to dream of new adventures beneath the starlit sky. And as he drifted off to sleep, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight filled his dreams with wonder and magic, reminding him that the world was full of enchantment, waiting to be discovered. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance. Know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story. With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more. The stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, she carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. In the velvet hush hour between twilight and true night, where fireflies scribble secrets across the air, there existed a village called Bramble Hollow. Its cobblestone streets wound like cinnamon threads between cottages with roofs of living time, windows glowing with lanterns shaped like tulip blossoms. Yet something peculiar had begun unfolding beneath the crescent moon's silver nail. Every morning, villagers awoke to find their doorknobs frosted with salt, their milk pitchers filled with lavender instead of cream, and their weather vanes pointing insistently toward Whispering Wood despite the absence of wind. Young Tansy, whose freckles held the exact pattern of the Orion constellation, first noticed the pattern. While her neighbors tutted about mischievous pixies, she observed the salt-formed tiny arrowheads pointing north, the lavender milk never soured, and the weather vanes trembled like compass needles near something magnetic. On the third night, armed with a pocketful of blackberry tarts and her late grandmother's magnifying glass, whose lens revealed the fingerprints of magic, Tansy followed the clues toward the wood's edge. Beneath ancient oaks wearing beards of lichen, she found a badger in a waistcoat pacing between toadstools. "Late," he muttered, polishing his monocle. "Dreadfully late." His name was Professor Thistledown, scholar of celestial mechanics and part-time keeper of twilight harmonies. When Tansy showed him the magnifying glass, its handle carved with the same spiral symbol on his pocket watch, the badger's whiskers quivered. "Ah, you're Matilda Weatherby's descendant. She and I once calibrated the village dream clock after the great snooze of 1723. The mystery deepened as Thistledown revealed the salt was stardust, the lavender a remedy for nightmares, and the weather vanes detecting a rip in the quiet fabric between realms. Together they trekked to the Chronoglade, a clearing where time pooled in amber puddles and fireflies carried tiny hourglasses in their tails. There they discovered the source, a young nightingale, her feathers shimmering with trapped starlight, caught in a web of fractured moments. "She's a tempest singer," Thistledown breathed. "Her song stitched tomorrow to yesterday, but see how her wings are tangled in snapped timelines." Tansy, recalling her grandmother's stories, gathered four things: spider silk for mending, dewdrops from dawn's first hour for clarity, a thimble of shadow borrowed politely from a passing moth, and laughter stored in an acorn cap. As Thistledown conducted the moonbeams like golden violin strings, Tansy carefully wove the materials into a glimmering net. The nightingale's fearful chirps softened as the net lifted her gently, untangling the knotted hours. With a triumphant trill, she soared upward, trailing ribbons of mended time. The village awoke next morning to ordinary doorknobs and creamy milk, but also to something new. Every garden bore a night-blooming flower whose petals shifted colors like a twilight palette, and children found their dreams lightly embroidered with helpful clues for the day ahead. In the square, a sundial now graced the fountain, its shadow shaped like a bird in flight. Years later, when thunderstorms growled at the horizon, villagers would smile at the salt patterns appearing on their windowsills, not arrows now, but spirals, the ancient symbol of time's gentle unfolding. And if you walk through Whispering Wood when the clocks strike 13, you might hear two voices, one bright and curious, one gruff but kind, discussing the best way to brew starlight tea, or how to politely ask autumn to arrive a week early for the apple festival. But that, my dear listener, is a story woven from tomorrow's threads, and tonight's tale is complete. Let the scent of time and the hum of mended time carry you to dreams where badgers quote poetry and cookies never crumble. All is well in Bramble Hollow. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the Enchanted Grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked, and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea. A soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the Whispering Woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. nestled amidst blooming wildflowers and the gentle laughter of babbling brooks. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world's worries melted away like morning mist. Every evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the villagers would gather around the great old oak in the village square. It was here that stories were shared, laughter echoed, and the bonds of community grew ever stronger. One such evening, as the villagers settled beneath the oak's sprawling branches, a peculiar thing happened. A series of soft, shimmering lights began to dance above them, weaving intricate patterns in the air. At first, they thought it might be fireflies, but these lights were different, more vibrant, more alive. Among the villagers was a gentle soul named Mira. With her chestnut curls and warm hazel eyes, Mira was known for her kindness and her curiosity. She watched the lights with fascination, noticing how they flickered and swirled as if they were trying to communicate something. Intrigued by the mysterious display, Mira decided to investigate. The next morning, she set out into the woods, where the lights seemed to have originated. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. Birds sang cheerful tunes as she walked along the winding paths, their melodies mingling with the rustling leaves. As Mira wandered deeper into the forest, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood a small, shimmering pond, its surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds in the sunlight. Surrounding the pond were delicate lilac flowers that swayed gently, as if dancing to a silent song. "Hello, young seeker," came a soft voice, as warm and inviting as a summer breeze. Startled, Mira turned to see a creature unlike any she had encountered. It was a luminal, a rare and magical being with wings that sparkled like the night sky. Its eyes were deep pools of wisdom, and its presence exuded a comforting aura. "I am Selwyn," the luminal introduced itself, its voice a gentle melody. "I see you are curious about the lights." Mira nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, they were beautiful and unlike anything I've seen. Do you know what they are?" Selwyn nodded, its expression serene. "The lights are the whispers of the forest, messages from the heart of nature. They are meant to guide and protect, but lately they have been restless." "Why are they restless?" Mira asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "There is a disturbance in the balance of the woods," Selwyn explained, "a hidden sadness that needs healing. The lights seek someone with a pure heart to help restore harmony." Mira's eyes widened with determination. "I want to help. How can I do that?" Selwyn fluttered its wings gently, the air shimmering with stardust. "You must listen to the forest, feel its rhythm, and uncover the source of its sorrow. Trust in your heart, and you will find the way." Buoyed by Selwyn's words, Mira closed her eyes and allowed herself to attune to the forest around her. She listened to the rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the distant call of a lone owl. Slowly, a pattern emerged, a gentle thrum beneath the surface, a melody of life interwoven with a single discordant note. Following this faint trail of unease, Mira journeyed deeper into the woods, her footsteps guided by the forest's subtle cues. Along the way, she encountered various creatures, a family of rabbits who shared their burrow's warmth, an old tortoise who nodded sagely as she passed, and a mischievous squirrel who offered her an acorn as a token of friendship. Each encounter reinforced the sense of community and mutual care that thrived within the Whispering Woods. It was a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could ripple outwards, touching lives in ways unseen. At last, Mira arrived at a thicket where the air felt heavy with a quiet sadness. Peering through the intertwined branches, she discovered a small grove where the trees stood tall and proud, yet their leaves drooped as if burdened by unseen weight. In the center of the grove lay a young fawn, its eyes wide with fear and confusion. The source of the forest's sorrow was clear, a creature lost and alone, seeking the warmth of companionship. Approaching slowly so as not to startle the fawn, Mira spoke softly, her voice a soothing balm. "Hello, little one. You're not alone anymore. I'm here to help." The fawn blinked, its ears twitching as it listened to Mira's kind words. Gradually it relaxed, sensing the genuine care in her tone. With gentle hands, Mira guided the fawn out of the thicket and back towards the heart of the forest. As they walked, the trees seemed to sigh with relief, their leaves lifting as the weight of sadness began to dissipate. Selwyn appeared once more, its eyes alight with gratitude. "You have done well, Mira. The forest thanks you for your kindness and courage." Mira smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. "I only did what felt right. The forest is a magical place, full of life and wonder. I'm grateful to be part of it." Under the luminal's watchful gaze, the shimmering lights returned, dancing joyfully through the trees. They twirled around Mira and the fawn, a celebration of restored harmony and newfound friendship. As the sun began to set, casting golden rays across the forest floor, Mira made her way back to Willowbrook, the fawn trotting happily by her side. The villagers welcomed them with open arms, their hearts touched by the tale of the gentle mystery that had unfolded in their beloved woods. That night, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into peaceful slumber, Mira lay beneath the great old oak, the fawn nestled beside her. She closed her eyes, her dreams filled with shimmering lights and the whisper of a forest at peace. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies with every breeze, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by tales of wonder and the gentle magic that surrounded them. Here, under the watchful gaze of the luminal and the twinkling stars, harmony reigned, and the world felt just a little bit brighter. In the sleepy village of Eldergrove, nestled between verdant hills and cloaked in the gentle embrace of ancient oaks, there existed a whisper of magic that danced on the crisp, cool air. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to linger, where the seasons drifted slowly through the landscape, painting it with hues of emerald and gold. The villagers lived simple lives, touched by the subtle magic that flowed like an unseen river beneath their world. In this quaint village, a young girl named Leora found solace in the natural world that surrounded her. With eyes as curious as the morning sun peeking over the horizon, Leora spent her days wandering the meadows, her heart in tune with the rhythms of the earth. Her auburn hair cascaded down her back, catching glimmers of sunlight that danced like fireflies at dusk. She possessed a gentle spirit, one that seemed to draw the whispers of the wind and the secrets of the forest into her being. One fateful afternoon, as the golden light of the setting sun bathed the landscape in a warm embrace, Leora discovered a peculiar object nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the fading light. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Leora knelt beside the tree, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings that spoke of forgotten tales and hidden wonders. As she opened the lid, a soft, ethereal glow emanated from within, casting a gentle light upon her face. Inside, nestled upon a bed of moss, lay a tiny silver key. It was unlike anything Leora had ever seen, its surface glinting with a luminescence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. With a sense of awe and wonder, she gently lifted the key, feeling a warmth spread through her fingertips and into her heart. From that moment on, Leora felt a change within her, as if the key had unlocked a door to a hidden world just beyond the reach of ordinary sight. The air seemed thicker with mystery, the colors of the forest more vibrant, the songs of the birds more melodious. It was as if the very essence of nature had revealed itself to her, inviting her to explore the depths of its magic. Emboldened by this newfound connection, Leora ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, her footsteps light upon the leaf-strewn path. As she walked, she noticed the world around her transforming, the trees whispering secrets in a language she could almost understand, the brook singing a melody that resonated with the rhythm of her heart. Her journey led her to a secluded glen, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns upon the forest floor. There she encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, luminescent fox with fur that shimmered like moonlight on water. Its eyes, deep pools of understanding, gazed into hers, and Leora knew that this creature was a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its ancient magic. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its movements as fluid as the breeze that stirred the leaves. Leora knelt, extending her hand in a gesture of friendship and trust. To her delight, the fox nuzzled against her palm, a soft warmth spreading from its touch, filling her with a sense of belonging and peace. As they sat together in the glen, The fox shared its story through images and feelings that flowed into Leora's mind. She learned of the hidden world within the natural environment, a realm where magic thrived in harmony with the earth, where creatures of wonder and wisdom lived unseen by those who hurried through life without noticing the miracles around them. The fox revealed that the silver key Leora had found was a gift, a token of trust from the spirits of the forest. It granted her the ability to see beyond the veil of the mundane, to experience the world in its truest form. But with this gift came a responsibility, a duty to protect the magic of the forest and ensure its secrets remained safe. Days turned into weeks as Leora and the fox explored the hidden wonders of the forest together. They discovered groves of whispering trees that shared stories of the past, pools of crystal-clear water that reflected the dreams of those who gazed into their depths, and fields of wildflowers that bloomed with colors unseen by ordinary eyes. Each new discovery deepened their bond and strengthened their resolve to protect the magic that thrived within their world. As the seasons changed, so too did Leora. She grew wiser, her heart attuned to the delicate balance of nature, her spirit intertwined with the ancient magic that flowed through the forest. She learned to understand the language of the wind, to listen to the wisdom of the stars, and to dance with the rhythms of the earth. One moonlit night, as they rested beneath the protective canopy of the trees, Leora confided in the fox her dreams of understanding more about the origins of the forest's magic. The fox, in response, led her to an ancient, hidden library, where the walls were made of entwined branches and the shelves were lined with books and scrolls filled with knowledge of the land's history and magic. In the library, Leora immersed herself in the rich tapestry of stories and lore. She read about the ancient guardians of the forest, legendary creatures who had once roamed the earth, and the delicate balance that sustained the magic around them. She discovered tales of courageous souls who had defended the forest in times of peril, and she felt a kinship with these protectors of old. But with knowledge came challenges. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves of amber and gold carpeted the forest floor, Leora sensed a disturbance, a shadow that crept upon the edges of her awareness, a chill that whispered of danger. The forest spoke in hushed tones, warning of an impending threat that could unravel the delicate threads of magic that bound their world together. Determined to protect the hidden realm she had come to love, Leora set out with the fox by her side, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the silver key. They ventured to the heart of the forest, where an ancient stone circle stood as a sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with energy, the stones humming with a power that resonated deep within Leora's soul. As they approached, a figure emerged from the shadows, a tall, cloaked stranger whose presence seemed to draw the light from the very air. His eyes glinted with a cold, calculating gleam, and his voice was a low, menacing whisper that curled around Leora's heart like a tendril of smoke. "You possess something that does not belong to you," the stranger intoned, his gaze fixed upon the silver key that hung around Leora's neck. "It is a power too great for one so young, so inexperienced." Leora felt the weight of his words, the doubt they sowed in her heart. But she drew strength from the warmth of the fox by her side, from the ancient magic that thrummed through the stones beneath her feet. She met the stranger's gaze with unwavering resolve, her voice steady and clear. "This key was entrusted to me by the spirits of the forest," she declared, her heart burning with the courage that comes from knowing one's purpose. "I will protect the magic of this world, and I will not allow you to harm it." The stranger's eyes narrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "You are but a child," he sneered, "and you cannot hope to stand against me." But Leora knew she was not alone. She felt the presence of the forest around her, the strength of the trees, the wisdom of the creatures, the power of the earth itself rising to support her. She reached for the silver key, feeling its warmth spread through her fingertips, its magic flowing into her being. In that moment, Leora understood the true nature of the gift she had been given. The key was not a weapon, but a bridge, a connection between her and the magic of the forest, a conduit through which she could draw upon its strength. She closed her eyes, feeling the energy of the forest pulse through her, filling her with light and certainty. When she opened her eyes, the stranger recoiled, his expression shifting from arrogance to fear. The air around Leora shimmered with a radiant glow, the light of the forest shining from within her, banishing the shadows that had crept into their world. "You are not alone," Leora whispered, her voice carrying the strength of the forest, the wisdom of the trees, the courage of the fox by her side. "I stand with the magic of this world, and together we will prevail." The stranger's form wavered, his image dissolving like mist before the rising sun. With a final, defiant snarl, he vanished into the ether, leaving behind only the whisper of his defeat. As the light faded, Leora felt the forest's gratitude surrounding her, a warm embrace that filled her heart with joy and contentment. She turned to the fox, her faithful companion and guide, and they shared a moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fires of adversity, tempered by the shared love of the world they had vowed to protect. With the threat vanquished, Leora and the fox returned to their exploration of the forest, their hearts light and their spirits unburdened. Together, they continued to discover the hidden wonders of the natural world, delighting in the magic that flowed through every leaf, every stone, every whisper of the wind. As the years passed, Leora grew into a wise and gentle guardian of the forest, her bond with the hidden realm deepening with each passing season. She learned that true strength came not from power, but from understanding, from friendship, from the willingness to stand for what was right. To deepen her understanding, Leora embarked on a journey beyond Eldergrove. She traveled to distant villages and met with other guardians of the natural world, each with their own unique connection to the magic that intertwined their lives. Through these interactions, Leora gained insight into the vastness of the magic that permeated the land, realizing that Eldergrove's enchantment was part of a larger tapestry that spanned the world. During her travels, Leora encountered a wise elder named Thalia, who had spent his life studying the ancient lore of the earth. Thalia spoke of the Great Convergence, a time when all the magical energies of the world would align, allowing those attuned to their power to glimpse the very fabric of creation. Intrigued, Leora listened intently as Thalia shared his knowledge, his words weaving a vision of a world brimming with potential and wonder. Eager to witness this event, Leora made her way to the sacred gathering place, a vast plateau overlooking the convergence of 5 great rivers. As the day of the Great Convergence dawned, guardians from across the land assembled, their presence a testament to the enduring bond between the natural world and those who cherished it. As the sun reached its zenith, the air shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, a radiant tapestry woven from the threads of magic that bound their world. Leora felt the energy coursing through her, a symphony of light and sound that resonated with the deepest part of her being. In that moment, she understood her place in the grand design, the interconnectedness of all things, the unity of purpose that linked every guardian, every creature, every leaf and stone. She realized that the true magic of the world lay not in the objects or the powers they wielded, but in the connections they forged, the harmony they nurtured, the love they shared. And so the magic of the forest endured, its secrets safe in the hands of those who cherished them, its wonders preserved for generations yet to come. Leora's journey had transformed her, not only in her understanding of the world, but in her understanding of herself, a journey of discovery, of friendship, of courage and compassion. In the end, Leora knew that the true magic of the forest lay not in the mysterious objects or the hidden powers, but in the connections forged between those who dared to see beyond the ordinary, to embrace the extraordinary, and to protect the beauty and wonder that surrounded them. And so, under the gentle light of the moon, with the forest as her eternal companion, Leora's heart swelled with gratitude, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic that had changed her life. She sat beside her fox friend, the crackling leaves beneath them a comforting symphony, and whispered a promise into the night, a vow to cherish the magic of their world, to guard it with all her heart, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. With the stars as her guide and the forest as her home, Leora found peace in the knowledge that she was part of something greater, something timeless and beautiful. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the world, she closed her eyes, the warmth of the fox by her side, and drifted into a dreamless sleep, content in the certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. For in Elder Grove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there was always a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home. On a particularly golden autumn afternoon, while the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Leora felt a stirring within her heart, a call to return to the ancient oak where her journey had begun. With the fox at her side, she retraced her steps through the woods, the path familiar yet ever-changing in the dance of light and shadow. As they approached the oak, Leora noticed a gathering of creatures, deer, birds, and even a curious squirrel, assembled around the tree, as if drawn by the same mysterious force. The air was thick with anticipation, a gentle hum of energy that vibrated through the ground beneath her feet. Leora knelt before the oak, the silver key in her hand, and placed it gently upon the mossy earth. The creatures watched in silence, their eyes reflecting the glow of the setting sun. As the key touched the ground, a ripple of light spread outward, weaving through the roots and branches, illuminating the tree from within. In that moment, Leora understood the true purpose of the key. It was not merely a token of power, but a symbol of unity, a reminder of the bond between all living things. The magic of the forest thrived on this connection, nourished by the love and respect of those who called it home. With a soft sigh, the oak released a single leaf, its surface etched with delicate patterns that shimmered like gold. The leaf drifted down to Leora, settling in her open palm, a gift from the heart of the forest. Touched by the gesture, Leora felt tears of joy welling in her eyes, a profound gratitude swelling in her chest. She understood now that her journey had come full circle, that her role as a guardian was not to wield power, but to nurture and protect the fragile web of life that bound them all together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, Leora stood with the fox by her side. The creatures of the forest gathered around them in a silent vow of solidarity. Together they watched as the stars emerged, each one a beacon of hope, a reminder of the magic that flowed through their world. And in the quiet of the night, with the forest as her witness, Leora whispered a promise to the stars, a vow to cherish and protect the magic of Eldergrove, to honor the connections that gave it life, and to share its wonders with those who would listen, those who would see, those who would believe. For in Eldergrove, where magic whispered through the trees and danced upon the breeze, there would always be a place for those who believed, those who listened, those who loved. And in that enchanted world, Leora had found her home, her purpose, and her peace. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. In the little village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there was a quaint, old bookstore known as Whimsy and Wonder. Its shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, filled with books of every kind imaginable. The air inside was always warm, filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and polished wood. It was here that a young girl named Clara found herself spending most of her afternoons, losing herself in the pages of adventure and mystery. One particularly drizzly afternoon, as raindrops stitched a delicate pattern on the windows, Clara stumbled upon a dusty, leather-bound book tucked away in a shadowed corner. Its cover was embossed with faded gold letters that read, "The Book of Whispers." Intrigued, Clara carefully opened it, and to her surprise, the pages were blank. Disappointed but curious, she decided to take the book home, thinking it might make a perfect sketch pad for her drawings. As night fell and the village was enveloped in a cozy hush, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the gentle patter of rain a soothing lullaby. She opened the book again, and as she did, she noticed a soft glow emanating from the pages. Words began to appear in elegant script, forming a story as if written by an invisible hand. It was a tale about a hidden world where everyday objects held magical secrets, waiting to be discovered by those with kind hearts and open minds. The book spoke of a magical quill, crafted from the feather of a mystical bird, said to bring stories to life. It lay hidden in the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchanting beauty and gentle spirits. Clara's heart leapt with excitement and an adventurous spirit. She decided she must find this quill and learn its secrets. The next morning, with the sun peeking through the clouds and painting the village in soft hues of gold, Clara set out on her journey to the Whispering Woods. Along the way, she met a peculiar old man named Mr. Tibbles, who wore spectacles so large they seemed to magnify his twinkling eyes. Mr. Tibbles was the village storyteller, known for his vast knowledge of the woods and its wonders. "Ah, the Whispering Woods," he mused, adjusting his spectacles. "A place of great beauty and mystery, But remember, dear Clara, it is not strength or speed that will guide you to the quill, but wisdom and kindness. With Mr. Tibble's words in her heart, Clara ventured into the woods. The air was crisp, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. Sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As she walked deeper, she felt a gentle sense of calm, as if the woods themselves were whispering secrets of ancient times. It wasn't long before Clara encountered a small, timid squirrel named Oliver, who was frantically searching for his lost acorns. With a kind smile, Clara offered to help, and together they found the acorns nestled beneath a pile of autumn leaves. Grateful, Oliver decided to accompany Clara on her quest, chattering cheerfully and offering bits of wisdom about the forest. Further along, they came across a wise old turtle named Gertrude. Her shell was etched with patterns that told stories of the forest's past. To find the quill, Gertrude said in a slow, gentle voice, you must first listen to the whispers of the forest. They will guide you. Clara closed her eyes, allowing the forest sounds to envelop her. The rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the soft murmurs of the wind seemed to form a melody, leading her deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours, Clara and her newfound friends reached a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the sky. Nestled within the roots was the quill, glowing softly with a magical light. As Clara reached out to take the quill, a gentle voice filled the air. The quill chooses those who write with their hearts, it said. Clara understood that the quill's true magic lay not in the stories it could write, but in the intentions of the storyteller. With the quill in hand, Clara returned to the village, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She realized that the true journey had been one of self-discovery, learning the value of kindness, friendship, and wisdom. Back at Whimsy and Wonder, Clara began writing stories with the magical quill, sharing tales of her adventures and the lessons she had learned. The bookstore became a haven of warmth and imagination, drawing people from near and far who came to listen to Clara's enchanting stories. And so, in the gentle glow of the bookstore's lanterns, with the rain softly tapping on the windows, Clara's stories lived on, whispering secrets of magic and wonder to all who would listen. And in the heart of Willowbrook, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the spirit of adventure and kindness thrived, gently guiding all who ventured into the realms of imagination. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Clara's favorite kind of magic. In the village of Wrenhaven, where maple trees wore crowns of crimson and gold, she tended her garden with hands that knew the language of roots and rain. Her cottage, nestled between a brook that hummed lullabies and an old oak with bark like wrinkled parchment, brimmed with dried herbs, jars of honeyed light, and shelves bowed under the weight of books about stars and soil. Yet for all her love of the familiar, the rustle of fallen leaves, the scent of cinnamon clinging to woolen blankets, Clara carried a quiet fear coiled beneath her ribs, winter's approach. The first frost always made her breath hitch, her fingers tightening around her copper watering can as if she could stall the turning of the world. One evening, as violet twilight pooled in the valleys, Clara noticed something peculiar. The last of her sunflowers, usually stubborn sentinels holding summer's memory, had begun to shimmer at their edges, petals glinting like frosted glass. When she reached to touch one, a shiver raced up her arm, and the bloom crumbled into 1,000 tiny crystals, scattering like stars across the soil. That night dreams came in fragments, a voice like wind through bare branches, a path of silver lichen glowing in moonlight, and a figure with eyes like thawing rivers. She woke with her quilt tangled around her legs, and the scent of pine needles sharp in the air. "Nana," Clara murmured later that morning, stirring honey into her tea as her grandmother kneaded dough by the hearth, "do you think the garden minds the cold?" Nana's hands, flecked with flour and age spots, never paused. "Gardens sleep, child, they don't mind, they trust. A seed buried in snow is just a story waiting for the right page." Her chuckle was a crackle of hearth fire. "But you're not asking about the marigolds, are you?" Clara traced the rim of her cup. Outside, the first snowflakes had begun to spiral down, settling on fence posts in frosted time. Everything changes, even when I don't want it to. Ah. Nana dusted her palms, leaving ghostly handprints on her apron. There's a tale about the Frostwhisper Grove, a place where the trees grow upside down, roots cradling icicles like chandeliers. They say if you listen close, the ice sings about what's lost and what's yet to bloom. She pressed a warm roll into Clara's hands. Might be worth a wander, for a girl who's forgetting how to see beauty in bare branches. The journey began at the stone bridge, where Clara had once skipped pebbles with childhood friends. Now alone she followed the lichens' silver trail, her boots crunching through brittle ferns. By dusk the woods deepened, shadows stretching into shapes that felt neither friendly nor foul. Just as doubt gnawed at her resolve, a flicker of movement darted ahead, a fox with fur like polished charcoal, its eyes twin embers. It trotted just beyond reach, pausing when she paused, until the trees thinned and the air turned sharp with the scent of frozen sap. And there it was, Frostwhisper Grove. Trees arched like cathedral ribs, their roots twisting skyward, each tendril sheathed in ice that refracted the moonlight into prism pools on the snow. Clara's breath hung in crystalline clouds as she stepped beneath the canopy. A sound hummed beneath the silence, a low, resonant thrum that vibrated in her molars. The ice was singing. "Little gardener," the grove seemed to whisper, "you collect colors like treasures, yet fear the season that strips them bare. What if emptiness is not an end, but a canvas?" Clara's mittens brushed a root, and the ice beneath her palm flared blue. Images bloomed, her sunflower dissolving into stardust, Nana's hands shaping bread from flour and patience, the fox watching her with knowing eyes. A tear slid down her cheek, freezing before it reached her chin. "I don't know how to let go," she admitted. The fox, suddenly beside her, nudged her knee. Up close its fur shimmered with threads of silver, and around its neck hung a tiny vial filled with liquid twilight. "Perhaps," it said in a voice like wind unspooling from a jar, "you needn't let go, only reshape." It dipped its head, the vial glowing faintly. "I am Ember, keeper of thresholds. You've brought something for the grove, haven't you?" Clara blinked. "Brought I only." Her fingers slipped into her pocket, finding a crumpled sunflower petal she'd saved from the shattered bloom. It glowed faintly, matching the vial's light. Ember's tail swished. "Ah, a fragment seeking its mosaic, place it there." The fox nodded toward a hollow in the largest tree, where ice had formed a bowl. As Clara laid the petal inside, the grove's song swelled. The ice writhed, knitting itself into a delicate stem, the petal unfolding into a blossom of crystalline hoarfrost. But this was no fragile thing. It pulsed with light, casting kaleidoscope patterns that danced over Clara's face. "Winter isn't theft," Ember murmured. "It's the world pausing to dream. You've been clutching autumn like a closed fist. Try opening your palm." Weeks later, the village children gathered around Clara's garden, mittens clapping as she demonstrated the magic Nana had taught her. Where once there'd been sunflowers, now ice sculptures glimmered, not cold but alive, their petals chiming softly in the wind. Clara wore a new cloak, stitched from fabric dyed with twilight and lined with fox fur, a gift from Ember, delivered via a mysteriously unlatched window. Nana, sipping cider by the hearth, smiled as Clara burst in, cheeks apple red and eyes bright. The grove's song, it wasn't about clinging or forgetting. It was about making space. Nana tugged her into a chair, tucking a quilt around her. "Funny how the things we resist carve the hollows where wonder fits." That night, Clara lit a candle and opened her journal. "Dear Ember," she wrote, the ink glinting with frost dust, "today I planted icicle roses that bloom when the north wind blows. They're not replacements for sunflowers. They're cousins. P.S. Thank you for the turnip stew recipe you left in the shed." Nana says it's unconventional, but ate 2 bowls. Outside, snow fell steady and soft, wrapping Wrenhaven in a quilt of stillness. Somewhere in the woods, a fox trotted past trees wearing winter like a crown, its laughter a ripple of bells in the dark. And in a cottage between brook and oak, a gardener who'd once feared the cold now hummed along with the silence, learning the lyrics as she went. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trilfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmer fox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. "Why must things change?" she would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns, where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep, rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, Yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend on Taros. And on Taros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdanti named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. "Joran," Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening, "I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew." Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. "And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not." They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. "Promise you'll come back," Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. "I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me." With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the Whispering Woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lila felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lila felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lila stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lila," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lila, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lila reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lila hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. "Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind." Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lila chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lila pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lila knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lila said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lila, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lila stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lila returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. In a tranquil grove nestled within an ancient forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in golden threads and kissed the earth with warmth, a community of creatures thrived in secret harmony. This place was known as Whistling Woods, named for the gentle melodies the breeze played through its branches, a symphony only those attuned to nature could hear. The heart of the forest was a grand oak, its roots deep and sprawling, as if embracing the earth itself. It stood like a wise elder among its kin, its bark etched with lines resembling a map of time. Its leaves whispered stories of old, tales of the forest's birth and the magic that ebbed and flowed with the passing seasons. Among the inhabitants of Whistling Woods was a kind-hearted squirrel named Thistle. Thistle was known for his nimbleness, but even more for his curiosity and gentle spirit. His fur was a soft russet, blending seamlessly with the autumn leaves that carpeted the forest floor. His eyes, bright and inquisitive, sparkled like dewdrops catching the morning sun. Thistle's best friend was a wise old turtle named Mossback. With a shell that mirrored the forest's rich tapestry of greens and browns, Mossback moved with the deliberation of someone who had seen many seasons pass. His voice was a soothing rumble, like distant thunder on a warm summer night. One crisp morning, as the first tendrils of mist began to lift from the forest floor, Thistle and Mossback found themselves on the path to the Whispering Stream, a silvery brook that sang as it danced over smooth stones. The air was filled with the scent of moss and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves, a fragrance so fresh it seemed to cleanse the soul. As they walked, Thistle noticed something unusual. The vibrant colors of the leaves seemed to dim, and the once cheerful song of the forest was muted, like a melody played on a distant flute. The forest felt different, as if holding its breath. Thistle's heart fluttered with concern. "Mossback," Thistle said, his voice tinged with worry. "Do you feel it too? The forest, it's quiet, as if it's waiting for something." Mossback paused, his ancient eyes taking in the subtle shifts in their surroundings. "Indeed, my friend," he replied thoughtfully. "The balance of our home is delicate, and sometimes it whispers of changes we do not yet understand." Intrigued and determined to uncover the cause, the pair decided to visit the oldest and wisest of the forest's residents, an owl named Elderwind. Elderwind's feathers were a tapestry of silver and gray, as soft as the mist that clung to the forest in the early hours. Her eyes, deep and knowing, seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. They found Elderwind perched on a high branch of the grand oak, her gaze serene as she watched the world below. "Elderwind," Thistle called softly, "something is amiss in the forest. Can you help us understand what is happening?" Elderwind blinked slowly, her voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves. "Ah, young Thistle, the forest speaks to those who listen. It is the time of the turning, when the dance of seasons prepares to shift from the warmth of autumn to the embrace of winter." "The turning?" Thistle echoed, his curiosity piqued. "Yes," Elderwind nodded. "Every few decades the dance of seasons are kind of harmony, a balance that must be restored for the cycles to continue smoothly. This time, the forest seeks the Harmony Stone, a magical artifact hidden deep within the Whispering Cavern. It holds the essence of balance, a gift from nature itself." Mossback's eyes widened with understanding. "Of course, the tales of the Harmony Stone. It is said to be a conduit of nature's true balance, a symbol of unity among all creatures." Determined to help, Thistle and Mossback set out on their journey to find the Harmony Stone. They followed the Whispering Stream, its waters guiding them deeper into the heart of the forest. The air grew cooler, the scent of pine mingling with the crispness of approaching winter. As they walked, the forest revealed its subtle magic. The path glittered with frost that sparkled like tiny stars, each step sending a chorus of whispers echoing through the trees. Birds with feathers shimmering in iridescent hues flitted overhead, their songs like bells chiming in the crisp air. Finally, they reached the entrance of the Whispering Cavern, a yawning mouth in the side of a moss-covered hill. The air was thick with a sense of timelessness, the quiet hum of ancient magic resonating from within. Inside, the cavern was a world of wonder. Crystal formations glowed with an ethereal light, casting rainbows on the walls. The sound of dripping water echoed like a gentle lullaby, creating a melody that seemed to resonate with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Deep within the cavern, Thistle and Mossback found the Harmony Stone. It was a simple yet beautiful orb, its surface swirling with colors of the seasons: spring's green, summer's gold, autumn's red, and winter's blue. It pulsed softly, a gentle rhythm that matched the forest's own heartbeat. Together, they carried the Harmony Stone back to the grand oak. As they placed it at its roots, a warmth spread through the earth, and the air filled with the sweet scent of renewal. The forest sighed in relief, its colors brightening, its song returning with a joyful crescendo. Elderwind watched from her perch, her eyes twinkling with approval. "You have done well, Thistle and Mossback. The forest thanks you." Thistle beamed with pride, his heart swelling with the understanding that the smallest of creatures can make the greatest difference. Mossback nodded, his wise heart content in the knowledge that harmony was restored. As the sun set, casting the forest in a warm, golden glow, Thistle and Mossback sat by the grand oak, watching the stars twinkle into life. The forest was at peace, and so were they, knowing that the dance of seasons would continue, a testament to the enduring balance of nature. And so, in the heart of Whistling Woods, where magic and reality intertwined, the forest slept soundly, cradled in the gentle embrace of harmony, a lesson whispered through the leaves for generations to come. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and flourishing meadows, there was a peculiar legend whispered among its inhabitants. It spoke of the enchanted lantern, a magical object that had the power to illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. It was said to be tucked away in the heart of the mystic woods, a lush and verdant forest that bordered the village, where old oaks and whispering pines guarded secrets untold. The villagers often spoke of the lantern with both awe and caution, for it was believed that only those pure of heart could unveil its mysteries. Among the listeners was a young boy named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Finn was known for his gentle nature and boundless imagination. He loved exploring the woods with his best friend, a clever raccoon named Pip, who often perched on his shoulder or scurried alongside him. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves cascaded from the trees like gentle rain, Finn found himself drawn to the edge of the mystic woods. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of pine and earth. He and Pip had heard the legend many times over crackling fires and beneath starlit skies, but that day the call of adventure was too strong to resist. "Pip," Finn murmured, his breath a soft cloud in the cool air, "what if we find the enchanted lantern? What wonders could we discover?" Pip twitched his nose and chirped in agreement, his tiny paws patting Finn's shoulder as if to say, "Let's go! Let's see!" With a heart full of hope and wonder, Finn stepped into the mystic woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath his feet. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of a songbird, and the gentle babble of a hidden brook. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating a tapestry of light and shadow that seemed to dance with every breeze. As they ventured deeper, the world around them seemed to shift. The forest was more than just trees and trails. It was a living, breathing entity that wrapped them in its embrace. The path wound its way through towering ferns and beneath ancient trees whose branches reached out like welcoming arms. The deeper they went, the more Finn felt a change within himself, a sense of belonging, a connection to something greater than he had ever known. "Do you feel it, Pip?" Finn whispered, his voice a soft echo in the stillness. Pip nodded, his eyes wide with wonder as they peered into the depths of the forest, where shadows played and light danced. Hours passed like minutes as they wandered, until they came upon a clearing bathed in a gentle golden glow. In the center stood an old stone pedestal, and upon it rested the enchanted lantern. Its glass was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer, reflecting the colors of the forest around it. Finn approached with reverence, his heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. He reached out a tentative hand, and as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a warm light blossomed from within the lantern, casting a soft radiance that filled the clearing. In that moment, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities and dreams yet to be realized. The world seemed to hold its breath, and the forest hushed as if in anticipation. Pip chirped softly, his eyes reflecting the light of the lantern as he watched his friend with unwavering trust. With the lantern in hand, Finn turned to the path ahead, which now glowed with a luminescent trail that beckoned them onward. It was a path that wove through the heart of the forest, revealing vistas of breathtaking beauty, hidden groves where flowers bloomed in riotous colors, and crystal-clear streams that sang as they danced over stones. As they walked, the lantern's light revealed more than just the path. It illuminated memories and dreams, hopes and fears, all woven together in the tapestry of Finn's heart. He saw moments of kindness and courage, laughter shared with friends, and the quiet strength that came from knowing he was never truly alone. The journey was not without its challenges, but Finn faced them with a newfound wisdom and the steadfast companionship of Pip. They crossed rickety bridges that swayed over deep chasms, clambered over rocky outcrops that tested their resolve, and weathered sudden storms that sought to turn them back. Yet through it all, the lantern's light never wavered, guiding them with unwavering certainty. As they ventured further, they discovered a hidden world within the forest, a place where the magic of nature thrived in harmony. They met creatures of all shapes and sizes, each with stories of their own. There was Luna, the wise old owl who spoke of the stars and the secrets they kept, and Thistle, the mischievous squirrel who shared tales of acorn feasts and daring escapades. In this hidden world, Finn and Pip forged friendships that defied expectations. They learned that true friendship knew no bounds, that it was a bond that transcended differences and celebrated the unique gifts each brought to the world. Through their journey, they came to understand that the greatest magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the connections they made along the way. The days turned into weeks, and the forest became a second home, a place of peace and discovery. Yet, as all journeys do, theirs too had to find its end. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Finn and Pip found themselves back at the edge of the mystic woods. The enchanted lantern, now a part of their story, rested gently in Finn's hands. He knew that its light was meant to be shared, that it was a gift for all who sought its wisdom. With a heart full of gratitude, he placed the lantern back upon its pedestal, where it would await the next seeker of dreams. As they made their way home, the village welcomed them with open arms, the warmth of familiarity and love wrapping around them like a cozy blanket. Finn's journey had changed him in ways he could not have imagined. He carried with him the lessons of the forest, the importance of friendship, the courage to face the unknown, and the magic that dwells within every heart. And so, with Pip by his side, Finn returned to the world he knew, forever changed by the journey he had taken. The enchanted lantern remained in the heart of the mystic woods, a beacon of hope and wonder, its light waiting to guide those with the courage to seek it. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Finn and Pip lay in the warmth of their home, knowing that the magic of their adventure would live on in their hearts and in the stories they would share. And as they drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle glow of the lantern lit the path for the dreams yet to come, promising new adventures, new friendships, and the enduring magic of a kind heart. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the quaint village of Eldergrove nestled into its nightly slumber. Eldergrove was a place where time seemed to drift softly, like the down of a dandelion blown by the summer breeze. Cobblestone paths wound through the village like silver ribbons, leading to cottages that appeared to have been woven from the very heart of the earth. Each home bore thatched roofs and ivy-clad walls, and from their chimneys, tendrils of smoke curled lazily into the cooling air. In this village there was a young boy named Finn, whose heart was as open and curious as the wide sky above. Finn had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew on fresh grass. He lived with his grandmother, a gentle soul whose stories of olden magic and hidden realms had once lulled the village children to sleep. Finn adored these tales, and as he grew, so did his yearning to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden beneath the ordinary facade of Eldergrove. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Finn's grandmother called him to her side. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of wisdom and love. "Finn, my dear," she began, her eyes twinkling with a secret she was about to share, "there is something you must know. In the heart of Eldergrove Forest there exists a hidden world, a place where magic dances freely, and where the old stories live and breathe." Finn's eyes widened with wonder, his heart quickening with excitement. "Is it true, grandmother? Can I find it?" His grandmother nodded, a gentle smile playing on her lips. "Yes, but remember, Finn, this world is not easily found. It reveals itself only to those who seek with a pure heart and a kind spirit. You must listen to the whispers of the trees and follow the path that your heart knows best." With these words etched in his mind and heart, Finn felt a flutter of anticipation. That night, as the village settled into the hush of sleep, Finn lay awake beneath a quilt of stars, dreaming of the journey that awaited him. The next morning, the world awoke to the soft chorus of birdsong. Finn, filled with a sense of purpose, set out towards the forest. The path wound through fields of wildflowers which swayed gently in the breeze, their petals a riot of colors. As he entered the forest, the air grew cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine needles. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Finn walked for hours, his senses alive to every rustle and whisper. He marveled at the ancient trees, their trunks gnarled and wise, as if each bore stories of the ages. Just as he began to wonder if he had lost his way, a soft melody reached his ears, a tune so sweet and elusive, it seemed to beckon him deeper into the forest. Following the music, Finn soon found himself before a small, shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky and trees with perfect clarity. At its edge sat an old, weathered stone, etched with runes that glowed faintly with a silvery light. It was here that Finn sensed the veil between worlds was thin, where magic breathed with quiet potency. As he knelt beside the pool, his reflection gazed back at him, intertwined with that of the ancient forest. Without knowing why, Finn reached out and touched the water. Ripples spread across the surface, and a gentle voice filled the air, as soft as the murmur of the stream. "Welcome, young seeker," it said. "You have found the gateway to the hidden world, but to enter, you must first understand the magic that binds it." Finn's heart beat with a mixture of awe and determination. "Tell me how," he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. The voice replied, "You must give something of yourself, a gift of true intent. Only then will the path reveal itself." Finn pondered this for a moment, then realized the answer lay within him. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother's stories and the love he felt for her, for Eldergrove, and for the mysteries that danced just beyond his reach. With a deep breath, he opened his heart and let his feelings flow into the pool, a silent promise of his sincerity and wonder. As his offering mingled with the water, the runes on the stone flared to life, casting a gentle glow around him. The air shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then, as though a veil had been lifted, the hidden world unfurled before Finn's eyes. The forest transformed into a realm of vibrant colors and ethereal beauty. Flowers bloomed in impossible hues, their petals glowing with an inner light. Creatures both familiar and fantastical flitted about, their eyes glinting with intelligence and mischief. Trees that had seemed ordinary now stood tall and majestic, their branches adorned with tiny, luminescent fruits that sang softly in the breeze. Finn took in the spectacle with wide-eyed wonder. He felt as if he had stepped into one of his grandmother's stories, where magic was as real as the ground beneath his feet. As he ventured deeper, he encountered beings of all shapes and sizes. There were gentle fauns with eyes like amber, and sprites with wings that shimmered like dragonfly glass. Each greeted him with a nod or a smile, as if they had been expecting him. Among them, Finn met a creature unlike any he had ever imagined, a small, wise-looking fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like polished obsidian. The fox approached with a graceful nod, its voice soft and melodic. "Welcome, Finn. I am called Aelwyn, and I have been chosen to guide you." Finn's heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of belonging. "Thank you, Aelwyn. I'm honored to be here." Aelwyn led Finn through the enchanted forest, showing him wonders beyond his wildest dreams. They visited a grove where the trees sang songs of old, their melodies weaving tales of the world's birth. They crossed a meadow where butterflies danced in intricate patterns, their wings brushing against Finn's cheeks like whispers. Everywhere they went, Finn felt the gentle hum of magic, a presence that filled him with warmth and joy. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Aelwyn led Finn to a clearing where a circle of stones stood. In the center, a fire crackled merrily, its flames casting a comforting glow. Aelwyn motioned for Finn to sit, and together they watched the stars begin to twinkle in the indigo sky. "Finn," Aelwyn began, his voice thoughtful, "you have seen the beauty of this world, but there is more you must understand. Magic is a bond, a promise between beings and the land they cherish. It is not to be taken lightly, for it is as delicate as a spider's web." Finn nodded, absorbing the wisdom in Eowyn's words. I understand, Eowyn. I want to protect this world and its magic. Eowyn's eyes sparkled with approval. Then you are ready for the next part of your journey. You must find your own magic, the gift that lies within you. As Finn pondered this, the fire flickered and danced, casting shadows that seemed to take on a life of their own. In the flickering light, Finn saw images of his own life, moments of joy and kindness, instances where he had helped others and brought smiles to their faces. He realized that his magic was not in spells or incantations, but in the love and compassion he carried within him. With this understanding came a deep sense of peace. Finn felt a warmth spread through his chest, as if a gentle flame had been kindled within him. It was a magic as old as the stars, born of kindness and connection, and it flowed through him like a melody. As the night deepened, Finn and Eowyn sat in companionable silence, the fire a comforting presence between them. Finn knew that his journey had only just begun, but he felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. He understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be discovered, but a part of himself to be cherished and nurtured. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, painting it with soft pastels, Finn rose to his feet. Eowyn stood beside him, a loyal and steadfast companion. Thank you, Eowyn, Finn said, his voice filled with gratitude. For everything. Eowyn nodded, a wise smile on his lips. Go forth, Finn, and let your magic shine. The world is waiting for you. With a heart full of hope and a spirit alight with newfound magic, Finn made his way back to Eldergrove. The journey home felt different, the forest paths familiar, yet imbued with a new sense of wonder. As he emerged from the woods, the village welcomed him with open arms, the morning sun casting a golden glow over the rooftops and gardens. Finn's grandmother awaited him at the doorstep, her eyes bright with understanding. She embraced him warmly, sensing the change within him. Welcome home, my dear Finn, she whispered, her voice a soothing balm. Finn smiled, feeling the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders. I'm home, grandmother, and I've found my magic. Together, they sat by the hearth, where a fire crackled softly, its warmth enveloping them in a cocoon of comfort. As Finn recounted his adventures, his grandmother listened with the patience and love of 1,000 lifetimes. The tales of hidden worlds and magical beings wove a tapestry of dreams and possibilities, a legacy to be cherished and passed down through the ages. And so, in the heart of Eldergrove, where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced hand in hand, Finn's story became part of the village's lore. A tale of discovery and friendship, of magic found in the simplest of gestures, and of a boy whose heart was as boundless as the sky. As the fire crackled and the stars watched over them, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep. His dreams were woven with the colors of the hidden world, a place where magic breathed in every leaf and laughter echoed among the trees. And in the gentle embrace of the night, Finn knew that he would always carry a piece of that world within him, a light that would guide him, and a promise that he would never forget. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Lila returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzon, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength in vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. In the quiet village of Hearthwick, where chimney smoke curled into the sky like silver thread and cobblestones glistened with morning dew, there lived a girl named Clara, whose hands were always speckled with ink from mending books. Her days passed in the warm amber light of Mr. Bramble's curiosity shop, where cracked globes whispered of distant winds and porcelain dolls with chipped smiles kept centuries of secrets. But it was on the eve of her 12th birthday, while dusting a shelf cluttered with forgotten trinkets, that Clara discovered the teapot. It was no ordinary vessel. Its porcelain surface shimmered like moonlight on a frozen pond, etched with constellations that shifted when touched. The spout curved like a swan's neck, and when Clara tilted it toward the window, the painted stars inside swirled as though stirred by an invisible spoon. A faint hum vibrated against her palms, resonating with the peculiar ache she'd carried since her mother's passing, a loneliness that clung like burrs to wool. That night, as Clara lay in her attic room with its sloping ceilings and moth-hollowed quilts, the teapot began to sing. It started as a murmur, low and honeyed, the sound of a kettle sighing on a hearth. Then words emerged, clear and bright as spring water. Seek the roots where memories sleep, where silver leaves turn secrets deep. The voice pooled in the air like melted caramel, and from the teapot's mouth bloomed a wisp of steam that twisted into the shape of an owl, its wings edged with starlight. Without thinking, Clara reached out, and the moment her fingers brushed the phantom feathers, her room dissolved. She stood in a forest of towering grandfather clocks, their pendulums swinging in unison like metallic heartbeats. Moonlight dripped through the canopy of gears above, casting sprocket-shaped shadows on a path paved with worn piano keys. A breeze carried the scent of aged paper and bergamot, and somewhere in the distance, a cello's mournful note trembled. "First time, is it?" chirped a voice. At Clara's feet sat a hedgehog in a waistcoat woven from autumn leaves, its quills dusted with cinnamon. It adjusted tiny spectacles and sniffed. "You've got the look, all wide eyes and wobbly knees. Name's Thistle. I'd say pleased to meet you, but let's reserve judgment till you stop gawking." Thistle became her guide through the clockwork woods, where hourglasses grew like mushrooms and rivers of liquid mercury wound through the trees. He explained the teapot was a Nemesis urn, forged by star weavers to heal fractured hearts. "It doesn't erase sorrow," he cautioned as they crossed a bridge of frozen songbirds, all harmonizing in their icy sleep, "but helps you carry it if you're brave enough to brew the truth." Their journey led them to the grove of echoing stones, where every pebble held a laugh, a sigh, or a fragment of a forgotten lullaby. Here they met Lurael, a willow-thin woman with hair like cascading candle smoke and eyes that flickered between emerald and twilight. She tended the grove, pressing stones to her ear like seashells before placing them in rattling baskets. "The urn's magic is fading," Lurael murmured, her voice the creak of a rocking chair. "Its keeper abandoned it mid-song. To restore it, you must find the coda, the memory that was left unsteeped." She pressed a stone into Clara's palm. It pulsed warmly, releasing the scent of lavender and a woman's voice humming, "Sleep, my little starling." Clara's breath hitched. "That's my mother." Lurael nodded. "The urn chooses those with unfinished symphonies, but beware the hollow hour, a creature that feeds on abandoned memories. It'll try to tempt you with prettier pasts." The path grew steeper, the air thickening with the tang of unshed tears. Clock trees gave way to jagged mirrors reflecting Clara's loneliest moments, sitting alone at the village feast, staring at her mother's empty chair, watching other children skip stones while she mended books. Thistle nudged her ankle. "Don't linger. Mirrors are liars. They show slices, not the whole pie." When the hollow hour appeared, it wore Clara's face, but smoother, brighter, a version untouched by grief. "Stay with me," it crooned, its voice syrup-sweet. "I'll give you a world where nothing hurts, no goodbyes, no empty chairs." Behind it shimmered a cottage with glowing windows, a woman's silhouette bending to pull cookies from an oven. Clara's chest ached. The teapot trembled in her hands, its stars dimming. Then she noticed the false mother's shadow didn't move with her. It remained stiff, painted wrong. Real memories have weight, she whispered, recalling her mother's hands, calloused from gardening, ink-stained from writing letters, alive. Even the sad ones. The hollow hour shrieked as Clara poured steaming tea into its mouth. The liquid wasn't water, but her own memories, mother braiding her hair by firelight, teaching her to stitch bookbindings, whispering stories until coughs stole her voice. The creature dissolved, leaving only the scent of chamomile and a single truth: love outlives breath. In the grove's heart they found the coda, a sapling with bark like aged parchment, its branches heavy with steaming teacups. Each contained a memory, father smiling as he fixed a broken doll, Mr. Bramble leaving gingerbread on her desk, Thistle's grumpy advice. Clara added her stone. The sapling bloomed into a tree of glowing liquid amber, its roots spreading through the forest. The Nemesine earned stars reignited as Clara returned home. Now when she pours tea, the steam carries comfort to others, a widow smelling her husband's pipe tobacco, a homesick sailor tasting his mother's soup, a child hearing lost lullabies. And in the curiosity shop's window, the teapot sits, always warm, waiting for the next heart ready to brew its story. As for Clara, she still mends books, but now adds something extra, a pressed forget-me-not in each cover, its petals holding a single sip of starlight. And when lonely nights creep in, she listens. Somewhere in the village, someone is sipping tea, remembering. The amber locket and the guardian of whispers. In a village cradled by mountains that wore crowns of perpetual mist, there lived a girl named Lila with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that hummed in tune with the wind. Her home, a cottage with a thatched roof mossy from decades of rain, sat at the edge of the whispering woods, a forest said to hold the breath of forgotten magic. Layla's days were spent gathering herbs for her ailing mentor, old Finian, whose cough rattled like pebbles in a tin pail. But her nights belonged to the stories Finian told of the woods, of trees that murmured secrets, stones that glowed with inner fire, and creatures who remembered when humans and magic were kin. One twilight, as Lila stirred a pot of time-infused broth by the hearth, Finian pressed a small object into her palm, a locket forged of amber, warm as living skin. Found it in the woods long ago, he wheezed, his voice a threadbare tapestry. It chooses listeners. The locket pulsed faintly, and in its golden depths Lila glimpsed a flicker, a tiny, wingless dragon made of light. That night, as wind combed through the pines outside, the locket hummed against her chest, and she heard it, a melody, thin and reedy, drifting from the woods. The woods welcomed her with a sigh. Moonlight pooled in the hollows of ancient oaks, and the air smelled of damp soil and secrets. Lila followed the melody, her boots sinking into carpets of moss that sprang back like grateful lungs. Deep in the grove she found the source, a fox with fur like smoldering embers and eyes sharp as citrine. It lay trapped beneath a fallen branch, its paw twisted at a cruel angle. The creature's song, a whimper woven into the wind, ceased as it locked eyes with her. "You hear true," the fox said, its voice a rasp of autumn leaves. Layla startled, but the locket's warmth bloomed against her skin, and she understood. The amber was a key, unlocking tongues long silenced. "Let me help," she whispered, kneeling. The fox tensed, then nodded. As Lila splinted its paw with a stick and strips of her apron, it studied her. "Men have forgotten how to listen. Why do you heed the old songs?" "Because stories are the only maps we have," she replied, parroting Finian's favorite phrase. The fox's ears twitched. "Call me Ember," it said, rising unsteadily. "And since you've mended my sky-dancing foot, I'll mend your ignorance. The woods are fading, the guardian tree weakens. Without its roots, your mentor's breath will gutter out, and so will the magic that keeps these trees whispering." The guardian tree, Ember explained, was the heart of the Whispering Woods, an oak as wide as a village square, its bark etched with runes only the moonlight could read. But its life force was leaking away. poisoned by a shadow even the forest creatures feared to name. To save it, they needed the Heartstone, a gem born from the first laughter of the stars, hidden in the cavern of echoes. Their journey unfurled like a tapestry of peril and wonder. They crossed rivers where silver fish sang lullabies, their scales reflecting ember's fiery pelt. They climbed slopes where stones trembled with memories of ancient earthquakes, and Lila pressed her palms to them, listening as the locket translated their rumbling tales. Yet the woods grew stranger and sicker. They passed glades where flowers hung their heads, petals blackened at the edges, and thickets where the air curdled into silence. At the edge of a ravine they encountered Bramble, a cantankerous river otter whose whiskers twitched with suspicion. "Heartstone seekers, eh?" he snorted, pacing his dam of twigs and mud. "The cavern's guarded by the weeping falls, water so cold it steals your thoughts. You'll drown in your own memories." Ember's tail flicked. "We'll need a bridge." "A bridge needs hands," Bramble retorted, "and someone's too busy keeping their paws dry." But when Lila offered him a sprig of honeywort from her satchel, a remedy for his creaky joints, his demeanor softened. HMPH. Maybe otters can build bridges. If foxes promise not to smirk. Together they wove a raft of reeds and willow branches, Bramble directing with gruff precision. As they poled across the ravine, the waters hissed below, ghostly faces swirling in the currents. Layla's locket flared, and she hummed Finian's favorite hymn, a tune about stubborn hope. The waters stilled just enough. The Cavern of Echoes was a cathedral of ice and shadow, its walls shimmering with frozen tears. In its heart hung the Weeping Falls, a curtain of water that wept with the voices of everyone who'd ever stood beneath it. "It shows you what you've lost," Ember murmured. "Stay anchored, or you'll fade into the echoes." Lila stepped forward, and the falls erupted with sound. Finian's laughter, now wheezing and thin. Her mother's voice, swallowed by a winter fever years ago. The crunch of her own footsteps, retreating as Finian coughed blood into his handkerchief. The locket seared her chest, and she gripped it, gasping. "I'm here," she told the ghosts. "I'm here." The waters parted, revealing the Heartstone, a pulsing crystal that held the blue-green glow of Earth seen from the heavens. But as Lila reached for it, the shadow struck, a formless, hungry thing that slithered from the cavern's depths. It coiled around her ankles, whispering in a voice like cracking bone. "You'll fail. The tree will die. He'll die. You'll be alone again." Ember lunged, teeth snapping at the darkness. Bramble hurled stones, barking insults. But the shadow thickened, choking. Desperate, Lila pressed the locket to the Heartstone. Light exploded, not blinding but kind, like dawn after a sleepless night. The shadow shrieked, unraveling, as the melody from the locket merged with the Heartstone's radiance. The guardian tree stood in a clearing where the air tasted of elderberries and regret. Its roots, once gnarled and strong, now oozed a viscous black fluid. Layla placed the Heartstone in a hollow between its roots, and the earth shuddered. The stone sank inward and the tree shivered, a ripple passing through its branches like a sigh of relief. The corruption receded. Flowers unfurled where the black ooze had been, their petals the color of forgiveness. Ember nudged Lila's hand. "You've mended more than bones tonight, listener." Back in Finian's cottage, the old man's breathing eased as Lila tucked the locket beneath his pillow. When he woke, his eyes were clear. "You found the stories," he croaked, smiling. "No," she said, stirring a new pot of broth. "They found me." Years later, villagers would speak of the girl who walked with foxes and bargained with otters. The woods thrived, and those who listened closely could hear its song, a melody woven of rustling leaves, chuckling streams, and the soft chime of an amber locket passed down through generations. But on quiet evenings, when mist veiled the mountains, Lila would sit with Finian by the fire, ember curled at her feet and Bramble's latest engineering marvel, a wind chime made of acorns clinking outside. No one spoke of shadows or heartstones, there was no need. The fire crackled, the locket hummed, and the world felt, for a moment, as gentle as a story told in the dark. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley where misty mornings kissed the verdant hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its enchanting landscape, where ancient willow trees whispered secrets to the babbling brook, and vibrant wildflowers painted the meadows in hues of gold and violet. The air was always filled with a symphony of birdsong, and the gentle rustling of leaves provided a melodic backdrop to the villagers' daily lives. In this idyllic setting lived a young woman named Lila. Lila was as much a part of the village as the stones in the winding paths, or the stars that twinkled in the night sky. She had hair the color of chestnuts, and eyes that mirrored the deep green of the forest canopy. Her heart was as kind as the gentle breeze that caressed the fields, yet she struggled with a fear of change. The world outside Willowbrook seemed vast and uncertain, and Lila found comfort in the familiarity of her surroundings. Each day, Lila would visit the edge of the forest, where the trees stood tall like sentinels guarding the mysteries within. She would sit on a sun-dappled rock, listening to the symphony of the woods, dreaming of the adventures she might have if only she could muster the courage to step beyond the village boundaries. But the thought of change, of leaving the safety of what she knew, kept her tethered to her little corner of the world. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and russet, Lila's routine was interrupted by an unexpected visitor. A small, luminous creature with wings that shimmered like moonlight flitted into her garden. It was a fairy, delicate and ethereal, leaving trails of stardust in its wake. The villagers spoke of fairies as guardians of the forest, beings of wisdom and magic. The fairy introduced herself as Mirabelle, her voice as soft as the whispers of the wind. "Lila," she began, her eyes sparkling with ancient knowledge, "I have watched you from afar, yearning for change yet afraid of its embrace. The forest holds secrets that can guide you if you are willing to listen." Intrigued yet hesitant, Lila nodded, feeling a gentle warmth spreading through her chest. Mirabelle continued, "Within the heart of the forest lies the Grove of Reflection. It is a place where magic and nature intertwine, where you will discover the strength within to embrace transformation." With Mirabelle as her guide, Lila embarked on a journey into the forest. The path was softly lit by the golden glow of the morning sun filtering through the canopy. As they ventured deeper, the air grew fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. The forest seemed to welcome her, wrapping her in its timeless embrace. Along the way, they encountered friendly creatures, wise owls with eyes like polished amber, gentle deer that moved with silent grace, and playful squirrels that chattered merrily as they scurried through the branches. Each one offered Lila a piece of advice or a word of encouragement, their voices echoing with the wisdom of the ancients. Finally, they arrived at the Grove of Reflection. The grove was a realm of enchantment, where the trees formed a perfect circle around a crystal-clear pond. The water was as smooth as glass, reflecting the world above in a flawless mirror. Lila approached the edge, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Mirabelle hovered beside her, her wings casting dappled shadows on the ground. "Look into the pond, Lila, and see not just your reflection, but the essence of who you are and who you can become." Taking a deep breath, Lila gazed into the water. Her reflection stared back, but as she watched, it began to shift and change. She saw herself not as she was, but as she could be, confident, adventurous, and unafraid of the unknown. The vision filled her with warmth and a newfound sense of possibility. With Mirabelle's gentle encouragement, Lila dipped her hand into the pond. As her fingers touched the water, ripples spread across its surface, sending shimmering waves of light into the air. She felt a tingling sensation, as if the magic of the grove was flowing through her, awakening something deep within. As the ripples settled, Lila felt lighter, as though a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. The fear that had once held her back was replaced by a quiet determination. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a natural part of life, as essential as the changing of the seasons or the ebb and flow of the brook. With a grateful heart, Lila turned to Mirabelle. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. "You've shown me that the journey of self-discovery is as beautiful as the destination." Mirabelle smiled, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Remember, Lila, the magic lies not in the grove, but within you. Embrace the journey, and let your heart be your guide." With newfound courage, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her spirit as radiant as the morning sun. She began to explore beyond the village, discovering the wonders of the world with eager eyes and an open heart. The villagers noticed the change within her, inspired by her transformation and the joy she found in each new experience. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lila's adventures became the stuff of legend in Willowbrook. Her stories were filled with laughter and learning, with kindness and courage. Each tale was a testament to the beauty of personal growth and the magic of embracing change. And so, in the heart of the valley where the willows whispered and the brook sang its timeless song, Lila lived a life rich with discovery and wonder. She had learned that true magic lay not in the mystical creatures of the forest, but in the power of friendship, the strength of the heart, and the endless possibilities that awaited those who dared to dream. In the end, Lila found that the journey of growth was the greatest adventure of all, and that by embracing change, she had unlocked the door to a world of infinite beauty and boundless hope. And as she sat by the fire, surrounded by friends and family, she knew that she had finally come home to herself. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the grayling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the Grayling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The Grayling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Grayling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The Grayling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the Grayling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the Grayling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the Grayling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The Grayling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the Grayling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was laced with the whisper of leaves and the ground softened by centuries of fallen needles, there lay a glen known only to the creatures of the wood. This place was a mosaic of emerald ferns and moss-covered stones, where beams of sunlight pierced through the canopy like golden threads embroidering the earth. Here the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, and the hidden lives of the forest's denizens unfolded in harmony with the turning of the seasons. At the edge of this glen, nestled beneath the protective arms of a towering oak, lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a tapestry of forest hues, etched with the lines of countless years and stories told by the rustling leaves. Thistle was known among the creatures not only for his gentle nature, but also for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms, a knowledge passed down through generations of tortoises who had lived in this ancient woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the air tingled with the promise of change and the scent of earth and fallen leaves, Thistle awoke to the soft patter of rain on his shell. The raindrops were gentle, like a lullaby, and they danced upon the leaves with a soothing rhythm. He emerged slowly from his leafy burrow and took in the scene before him, a world cloaked in mist, where the vibrant colors of autumn leaves shimmered like jewels through the silvery veil. As he ambled towards the glen's center, Thistle noticed a gathering of his friends beneath the wide boughs of the oak. There was Bramble, the clever fox with eyes as bright as amber, Lark, the lively squirrel with a tail as fluffy as a cloud, and Willow, the gentle deer whose grace seemed to blend seamlessly with the forest itself. They were engaged in a lively discussion, their voices mingling with the sound of the rain. "Good morning, Thistle," called Bramble, flicking his bushy tail in greeting. "We've been discussing the changes the forest has seen this past season." "Indeed," added Lark, bounding over with a nut clutched in her tiny paws. "The air feels different, and the trees seem to whisper secrets we can't quite hear." Willow nodded, her large, dark eyes reflecting the soft light. "There is a balance to maintain, and we feel it shifting," she said gently. Thistle listened carefully, his wise old eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He understood that the magical phenomena of the forest were closely tied to the seasons and the weather. Each season brought its own challenges and transformations, and it was crucial to maintain harmony among the creatures and their surroundings. "Let us walk together," Thistle suggested, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder, "and see what the forest wishes to tell us." The friends set off, moving through the glen with a quiet reverence for the world around them. The ground was a patchwork quilt of damp leaves, their colors vivid against the dark, wet earth. The air was filled with the song of raindrops, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As they walked, Thistle spoke of the wisdom passed down through his kin. The forest thrives when all its parts work in harmony, he explained. The trees share their secrets with the wind, the rain nourishes the earth, and the creatures play their roles in the dance of life. Bramble nodded, his ears perked attentively. But what can we do if the balance is disturbed? He asked, his voice edged with concern. Thistle paused beside a small stream that wound through the underbrush like a silver ribbon. We must listen, he replied. The forest has its own language, and it speaks to those who are willing to hear. Each of us, in our own way, contributes to the harmony. As if in response to Thistle's words, the stream gurgled softly, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lark flitted to a branch above, peering down at the reflection of their faces in the water. The forest is alive, she said with awe, and we are a part of its story. Willow stepped closer, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth. Perhaps the change we feel is a part of its growth, she mused, a new chapter in its ancient tale. Together they continued their journey, the rain easing into a fine mist that hung in the air like a delicate veil. The forest was a tapestry of sound and color, each element interwoven with the next in a seamless dance of life. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the seasons, of the spring's vibrant renewal, the summer's lush abundance, the autumn's vibrant decay, and the winter's quiet dormancy. With each story, the friends felt a deeper connection to the forest and to one another. They learned of the ways in which the trees and the creatures communicated, how the changing seasons brought challenges that required cooperation and understanding. As the day waned and the light grew softer, they found themselves back at the oak tree where their journey had begun. The rain had ceased, leaving the forest glistening under the fading light. It was a scene of serene beauty, where every leaf and stone seemed to hum with life. "Thank you, Thistle," Bramble said, his voice warm with gratitude. "Your stories have helped us see the forest in a new light." Thistle smiled, the gentle creases around his eyes deepening. "It is not my wisdom," he said softly, "but the forest's. We are all part of its tale, and it is our duty to listen and learn." As the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to prick the sky, the friends settled beneath the oak, wrapped in the comfort of their shared understanding. The forest around them sighed with contentment, as if it, too, was at peace. In the quiet of the evening, as the world softened into twilight, Thistle and his friends felt the balance restored, a reminder of the gentle power of harmony and the enduring wisdom of the natural world. And as they drifted into a restful slumber, they did so with the knowledge that they were part of something much larger than themselves, a story as old as the forest, ever changing and ever blessed with the magic of life.